that's something that's been answered, or people want to know and it's yet to be answered?
So then, Nick, this is such, I mean, to me, this has been like, obviously, this is the most sensitive issue on the fucking planet, in my opinion. We asked Netanyahu this too, like, what does he say to Palestinians that just want peace? So I'd ask you the same question. Like, there's a lot of people in Israel that probably don't even agree with what's going on. I know a lot of like American Jews that I talk to, they don't support Netanyahu at all. Which was, even when we got this opportunity, we started to ask all our Jewish friends, we're like, what do you think about Netanyahu? And they're like, fucking hate him. And we're like, everyone hates this guy. So by having him on, we knew what type of backlash we were going to get for sure. Because when I started to learn that my Jewish friends don't even like him, I was like, holy fuck, all right, this is really the most hated guy on the planet. But what happens to like the people of Israel then? Like, what happens to, like, there's good people there too that, you know, they don't want to be bombing Palestinians and killing people. What happens to them?
Well, you'd be surprised, but a lot of Israelis, they may not support Netanyahu, but they do support what he's doing. And if Netanyahu left power, actually a more right-wing government would come to power. There's people in his coalition right now that are further to the right than him. And the uncomfortable reality is that even many liberal American Jews, and even the so-called liberal left-wing Jews in Israel, they support the war effort, which is not just in Gaza. It's in Gaza, it's in the West Bank, Syria, Lebanon, Yemen, Iraq, Iran. It's everywhere. And what I would say is this. Israel has their own national interest. Israel is their own country. And so the argument goes, they can do what they'd like. But America is our own country too. You know, my show is called America First, and I think that we should have our own independent foreign policy. We should have foreign policy that puts Americans first. And I would say that America is a Christian nation. We have to use our power because we're the most powerful military, the biggest economy. Israel's our ally. They're dependent on us. We send them missiles, military aid. My belief is that America must use its power to bring an end to the fighting for humanitarian reasons. This is not in our interest. This is not good. This is not decent. I don't know any American, Jewish, Christian, whatever. I don't know any American that can see Catholic churches getting blown up and worshipers killed, children being starved to death, and say, we're okay with this. So the uncomfortable reality is that the whole Israeli government is aligned on this. Most of Israeli society is aligned on this. But so is America against what's going on. And I think that, you know, we're distinct. We're a separate country. We're a separate civilization. We're Christian. They're Jewish. We're European. They're ethnically Jewish. And these are not Christian values. They're not European values to allow this kind of atrocity to go on. Over there in Israel, they say, well, the Palestinians are Amalek. That's a biblical term. And it comes from the Old Testament when God commands the Jews to exterminate their enemies. It says kill their women, kill their children, literally kill everyone. And so in Israel, those are their values. They're saying everyone that is opposed to the Jewish state, they're all guilty. Anyone that is Palestinian supports Hamas, they're all guilty. We're going to kill all of them. And that's why they shoot them at the foreign aid sites. That's why they are doing it in this manner, destroying all the infrastructure. Our values are love your neighbor. There is one commandment, which is love your neighbor like you love yourself. Even your enemies, whether real or perceived, love your enemies. So I would say that for the people in Israel, America has to come in and say, listen up. You're dependent on us. You use our missiles, our money to prosecute this war. It ends today. And I think that's what Trump should do. That's my position.
What do you think about being an American Jew? It seems like it's becoming harder and harder daily. Like, what do you think?
I don't think it is that
hard.
In
terms of who, but in terms of like, who do you support? Because I mean, it seems like, and maybe I'm wrong, but it seems like people are coming at him harder and harder. But it's like, you want people to put America first. I put America first, and it's becoming harder to be a Jew here.
Well, the thing is about American Jews, which I and this is politically incorrect, in our media in Hollywood, American Jews are portrayed as the biggest victims. People talk about the Holocaust. They talk about Ellis Island. I just saw this movie, The Brutalist, last night, which is basically gratuitous propaganda. But the reality is, we all know Jewish people are an extraordinarily privileged group in America. They're one of the richest demographics, the most influential, the most educated. And, you know, people will say this is an anti-Semitic trope, but all you have to do is look at, when you look at ownership of the powerful elite institutions, whether it's finance, whether it's media, academia, these are just the facts. They're overrepresented to an extraordinary degree. And so you have this contrast where on the one hand, we're supposed to see them as victims. They're always talking about anti-Semitism. They're always living in fear. They can't trust anybody. At the same time, they're the biggest donors to both major political parties. They run the biggest talent agencies in Hollywood. It happened to my friend, Ye, when Ye...
Guys, I'm going to read chats here in a little bit.
...invented cancel culture, the ADL... and Ari Emanuel, two extraordinarily powerful people, Jonathan Greenblatt at the ADL and Ari Emanuel, who runs one of the biggest talent agencies, they made it their mission to cancel his Adidas deal, his Gap deal, his $5 billion net worth evaporated overnight. And that was largely through their influence. And so it's sort of funny. On the one hand, they were saying, Ye, Kanye West, artist formerly known as, is creating anti-Semitism. We live in fear. This is another Holocaust. At the same time, they had so much power that they got him canceled. They got him banned on Instagram. They got his money frozen. They got his deals canceled. He couldn't get a lawyer. I was sitting with him in a hotel room.
Wait, who's
in
this?
December
Sorry.
2022.
Kanye. Oh, Kanye.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, Kanye. Sorry, I was just clarifying.
Yeah, yay. I was sitting with him in a hotel room in 2022. This is one of the biggest recording artists, biggest fashion designers, biggest artists of all time. And he could not find one lawyer, a single lawyer, who would try to get his $500 million that Adidas had frozen in his bank account back.
Yeah.
Think about that. This is somebody
What do you mean,
who
no
you would think
Christian
has...
lawyer?
But so Nick, this is for me where I'm kind of on the outside too with this like argument is like, because for me, when I see Ye, he just says, fuck Jewish people. He doesn't say, like, I've seen him say
he
that.
has a song,
He's never
Hail
said that.
Hitler. But
he's never said, and I know him. He
But
has
how about
Jewish
Hail? But how about
employees.
saying Hail Hitler?
He has a whole song like that. So that's where it's hard
But
to
no,
differentiate.
but
Because like I agree with you.
words-
There's rich Jews. There's a lot of rich Jews in Hollywood. But like one of our guy that does our clips is like, I'm not gonna say his name, but he's a Jewish guy too. He's our friend. He shares a fucking 2-bedroom apartment in New York. You know, he's lucky to pull a 7 on a good night at the bar. He's not wealthy by any means. He's just, you know, an average Jew. So like when they like, I know the rich Jews are different, and you know they're probably part of some of the elite. But how about the other Jewish people? Like I feel like just from the outside, I see like a lot of just like general hate. Would you agree or not?
Well, let's back up to Ye for a sec. He never said fuck Jews. He never said that at all. And you say he made a song called Hail Hitler. He did make a song like that. But if you listen to the lyrics, he says, you know, when you have a culture that is so anti-black, for example, you have a culture of rap music that celebrates violence, abortion, that's like a genocide against his people. He's black, and abortion kills millions of black people every year, and Jewish people are the biggest supporters of abortion, of the Democrat Party, which supports abortion. Jewish record producers make these albums that are about violence. So he, as a black person, is saying millions of black babies are being aborted. You don't care about that. Now I'm going to say something that's going to trigger you. You don't care about the pain of black people. I'm going to say something where I don't care about the pain of your people. So there is a subtle distinction because he's not a hater. He loves everybody. He has Jewish employees still, several actually. But he says, look, if you don't care about, if you're going to say fuck black people and fuck white people, well, how about Hail Hitler? What do you think about that? And so that's sort of like, it goes to show the double standard. And
So guys, I'm just waiting here. Because they called me to come on stream, actually. They actually called me to come on stream. So, yeah, we'll see what happens here.
All the rap music, he blames, like, the Jewish owners of the record labels. But then he'll go and collab with, he'll collab still with a lot of those guys and show them love, like Future and shit like that, too. I mean, Future makes a ton of that music. So where's his logic with that?
it's not about blame.
Why does he
It's
just
about
blame
saying,
like the owners, the Jewish owners, instead of his his own peers.
Well, he's called them out by name. People like Ari Emanuel and many of the other producers.
No, I'm saying the other rappers, though. Like, I saw
You'd have to ask him.
Yeah.
You'd have to ask him why he still collaborates with Future. But as far as the message from that song, he's very clear. He says, they've taken my kids from me. They don't understand how I'm feeling. And the message is literally, they don't care about me, so I'm going to become the villain. Hail Hitler. Now what? That's sort of the message of the song. As far as his collaboration with Future, I'm not a big rap guy. I couldn't tell you. You'd have to ask him. But that's just to clarify, because you said he said, fuck Jews. But they always interpret it that way. If you criticize Israel...
Bro, if they get me and Nick on this shit, it's going to break the internet, bro. We're like the enemies of the state #1, bro.
On the same page on
Nick,
that, but that's not what Congress would say.
That's just what I wanted to clear up, because, yeah, from the outside, it seems like, like my Jewish friend in New York who actually doesn't like Netanyahu will get flack and be boxed in with rich Jews in Hollywood, which is just like, just not the same
Nick,
thing.
I want to ask
maybe
you,
that's inaccurate. I don't know.
I want to go back really quick because the whole reason we're here is the Netanyahu pod. I just want to get your overall opinion on having him on, whether you think...
Having him on in general, besides line of questioning.
Sure, we didn't press him hard enough, but in general, having him on and playing the neutral field, which I believe we did. You said you haven't watched the whole thing, but I think you would agree. What's your overall take on that? And we, by the way, I don't know if you saw this. We're planning on having pro-Palestinian on next podcast. That's what we're here to do.
Well, I think we should maybe even upload this to YouTube.
Yeah, well, we have... Yeah.
Are you allowed on YouTube, Nick?
I think so. I used to not be, but lately it seems like they're relaxing the censorship, so I've been able to stay up there in the past few months.
I want to hear your response, though, to having Netanyahu on, just your overall opinion.
Well, I think that the intention was not bad, but I'm going to be honest with you. I think that Netanyahu cynically used your platform to try to reach young people.
100%.
Because he knew that you weren't. And listen, I'm not knocking you. I think that, look, I would have done it. If I was in your shoes, I would have done the show too. And I think people need to empathize a little bit. It's a no-brainer. It's a hot show. It's a big show. It's whether you love him or hate him, he's one of the most important people of our age. He's been in power for 30 years. Who else can say that? So I get why you did it. But from his point of view, his thought was, I'm going to come in on this show and I'm going to be cool again.
I'm going to explain the real reason as well. There's another reason he went on their show.
And I think that the way that you can kind of, because you're getting a lot of flack for it, you're getting a lot of heat. The only way that you can keep it fair is you got to have a pro-Palestine person. You got to have an America First person to achieve the balance.
We're already planning on that. We're already planning on that before this pod.
Then there you go. Then I think that's, as long as it's balanced, as long as it's fair, then I think it's not a problem.
Nick,
but people take issue. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go. Finish up. I got to ask you one more thing, though.
Yeah. I was just going to say, the only thing is people take issue. They see you guys kissing the wall in Israel. They see Netanyahu on the podcast. You did the thing with Trump. And they look at that and they say, these guys are shills, basically. You're part of an influence camp. And...
honestly, this might be the dumbest question ever, and I might look like a dumbass, but the kissing the wall thing, I don't even know what that was.
That's what
Bro,
they did.
Is that just a Jewish thing? Wait, I want to hear this. Yeah, because I've seen you and Myron roast us for this.
What?
No, and here's the thing about this. It's called birthright. This is what the Israelis do. Israeli or Jewish billionaires, they will sponsor trips of young kids like yourselves to go and visit Israel. And they basically take you on a propaganda tour. And they don't tell you what's going on. They say, oh, this is the wall. We kissed the wall. Oh, this is what's happening in Gaza. Hamas won't leave us alone. They're known for this. And they take advantage of people like yourselves. They almost did it to me. When I was 18 in college, the first thing that they said to me when I went to a Young Americans for Liberty meeting was, do you want an all-expense paid trip to Israel? They did it to Gavin McInnes, the founder of the Proud Boys. They took him on a free trip to Israel that they pay for, and they indoctrinate them with propaganda. Kissing the wall, that's the remnant of the Second Temple that was destroyed thousands of years ago. And it is a Jewish ritual. And the point of it is basically to get you guys on the side of Israel. They pay for your trip. They take you on this tour. And it's basically this like extended propaganda mission. So the young people say, oh, I like Israel. I've been to Israel. They paid for my trip. I had a great time. I had a lot of great food. I met good people. It was super cool. And they don't even explain to you what's going on. And that's part of their soft power. That's like a form of lobbying.
Yeah. But with the wall, that's not a Christian. That's not a holy Christian site too. Because I grew up Catholic. That's nothing to do with. That's just it's only a Jewish thing.
That's a Jewish thing because that's the wall of the temple. As Christians, we believe that Jesus Christ came to earth so that we don't have any need for the sacrifices that took place at that temple. He's the sacrifice. The church is the temple. So we don't have any need for that anymore. That's why the temple was destroyed after Christ arrived. So it's almost a contradiction. It's almost contrary to Christianity to do that.
Interesting. Okay.
All right. Well, Nick, I'm an American Jew, so I'm getting a lot of heat for this pod. I don't even know. Like, my DMs are crazy flooded.
From Nick or from Netanyahu?
No, not from you. From just random people. But it's also like so I said, but I also am someone who is a Jewish guy that also doesn't agree with everything Netanyahu's done. And I talked to him about that.
MD47, shout out to you.
Like, the things that I've received are fucking hate-filled and pretty terrible. But like I'm trying to tell you is that we did this podcast because it was an opportunity to interview a world leader. No other reason than that. We're not trying to push any type of narrative or whatever. People are going to spin it all they can, but that's just the way it is, right?
Yeah. Well, and like I said, I think that people would have a lot of respect for you guys if you had on the other side.
Is there any,
if you brought on a Palestinian,
is there any suggestions from you on like who we should have on that can really represent the Palestinian point of view?
I'll DM you some options.
Yeah.
There's a ton of, I don't want to give favor to one person, but there's a ton of people you could have on to give it some balance on that. But I mean, I will say I don't condone it. You know, you said the only thing you know about me is I don't like Jews. I'm Catholic. I love everybody.
Honestly, guys, it's only me and Nick, bro. It's only me and Nick, and I'll tell you guys why. Like, I think we're the only ones that can talk about the political position and also the humanitarian position. And we got the balls to fucking call out, you know, them boys in their power. The left wing guys that are pro Palestine are fucking pussies.
From what I've heard,
I
is actually
appreciate
definitely not.
Yeah,
not
you
true
seem
whatsoever.
you seem way better than the narratives. Not better, but you seem way more or less than what the narratives push. But I want to ask you.
I appreciate that.
What really happened with Candace? Because I've seen you guys came together for this podcast. You sat down with each other. Everyone was anticipating this great interview, and I don't know if I've seen you go at her, but I think you did go at her because I'm not sure if she did like a paid wall for the podcast or what happened.
Yeah, look, it was a hit job, and I was disappointed because I didn't expect that from her. You know, she invited me down in the middle of the war with Iran, which was I was getting a lot of viewership for that. I was blowing up because my coverage of the Iran war was really good. And so in the middle of this, the day after the United States bombed Iran, which is a big deal, she hits me up and says, hey, come down and do my show. I said, is it going to be hostile? I said, or are we going to talk about Iran and be friendly? And she goes, LOL, I don't set people up. I come down there on a few days' notice, and the first thing she says is, you talk so much shit. She's asking me, why do you hate Jews? Why are you racist? Why do you think black people are dumb? Here's this clip where you said this. This is why you suck. And I said, you know what, Candace? I said, I thought we were going to talk about serious events. You want to relitigate drama between me and you. You want to do the smear piece. So I was disappointed. I thought she handled it poorly because she is a very important voice. She's a major platform. She's gotten a lot of people asking questions. It would have been a good opportunity to kind of find common ground and for us to, collaborate on that basis. She wanted to do some weird, like, for lack of a word, she wanted to do a bitch fest at me, which is typical. It's why I don't think women should be in politics, because this is how they play. So that was my problem with her. But so I was disappointed. But
that sucks
right.
because every interaction I've had with Candace has been fucking really dope. I think she's cool, but obviously you guys are a little more.
I'm surprised she did that.
Me too.
Like that's
I
out
don't
of
know what her
character.
problem is.
But did the episode get released?
It did, but she put it behind a paywall. She tells me for 2 years, she says, I can't do a show with you because I'm going to get banned. I can't do a show with you because I'm going to get censored. Then we do a show, and instead of putting it on X, Rumble, or Spotify, she puts it behind a paywall for $2. And I said, what is this? Put it on X. put it on Rumble. And then people start streaming it, and she's copyright striking all the streams. You can't watch it unless you give me $2. It's like, so I don't know. I think she should have made it for free for everybody, but she clearly wanted to make 40 grand. I think her husband's worth $100 million. You really need the 40 grand? I mean, that's kind of crazy. So I didn't think she handled it the right way.
All right, well, yo, I think we're gonna Nick. Thank you for joining us.
Appreciate you, bro.
Anything
Yeah,
else?
no, it's, I think that just goes to show
Thanks for
too.
having me. Nice meeting
Never.
you guys.
I think one thing too I want to say is just never judge people by what you hear, and yeah, it was good to talk.
Nick,
to you.
I appreciate you saying that you agree that you gotta have the world leader on.
Steiny really wants you to save our ass right now.
No, I'm
He's
just
asked
saying,
you.
like, it's
He's
not-
asked you 3 times.
No, it's just someone that someone that maybe we don't see. Like, we'll get hate for having Netanyahu on by certain people. We'll get hate for having you on by certain people. Like, you can never win,
I think we're gonna bring
That's the biggest
Tate
takeaway.
on tonight again too.
True.
right? All right, thanks, Nick. Appreciate
Yeah,
you,
well,
bro.
I wish you luck. Yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate
Thank you, bro.
it.
They should have just had us all on a panel, bro.
What?
Got a sponge?
Should I get Myron?
We can. All right. What
Yeah.
else? We want to go straight to Myron? Fuck, I
I'll
need.
call Hasan.
Hassan's in too.
He's hitting me.
Holy fuck, we're really gonna get. This is gonna be a good one. This is gonna be a long one. We might need some Red Bulls.
I'll take a coffee.
Can we get some food too?
He's coming right
Okay. W, yeah, that was good. That was a good combo.
now. 32,000 boys.
Nick is
He's
a lot
more chill.
way more chill.
I know. Well, you never know what
I mean, you
scenario
never-
can catch people in, but
Yeah.
he was cool.
Again, we're not really good at pressing people, so if he's ever done something fucked, we won't be the one to
I
press
don't
him
like when
back.
people
No,
ask
Nick
to come on and
seemed
they're not ready.
Nick seemed way more cool, bro.
You want to send Myron the invite?
Well, he gotta accept. I already requested his
Myron, we already sent you the invite.
How long have you been going for? Hour 42. Hasan would be.
Hassan fucking texted me and he's like,
I don't see a link here.
Hassan, I know you're watching right now. You're texting me. Just come on.
Do you guys want? You guys want Tate to hop on? I'm talking to Andrew Tate as well. Again, another person we get hate for. But I fuck with Tate. Obviously, that guy said some crazy shit too.
Hassan's
But,
on stream right now. Can we do that while he's streaming and we're streaming?
Yeah, I think we just both
Yeah, just
we'll just
leave.
both be on our own streams.
I just sent you guys a link about Discord. So
Alright,
you
let me
can
ask
share
him.
with them.
Yeah, bro. They didn't give me the link, bro. They definitely, I don't know what the hell.
You got the link to Discord. You guys can share with them. So I don't get invited, so they can just go.
People are saying, not Hasan, get Myron. No Hasan, please. I
Yeah.
never met Hasan though.
Bro.
Let's just have fun tonight and
I've
talk
met-
to.
I've met Hassan.
Let's
He's
talk to
cool.
a bunch of people that we've never met before. That's what this.
Alright, let's do.
and
let's
maybe people we've
let's
met
just
in the
do
past.
fucking Myron.
Oh god, okay, I gotta piss and have water
You're
before
good.
Myron.
Yo.
I will take a.
Yo.
I will take.
I'm that bad, chat?
Guys,
I'm that
if
bad?
you want anybody else, I mean, Nick, Myron, talking to Hasan, anybody else, Andrew Tate's coming, anybody else you guys want, just spam them. I'll fucking hit them up.
Bro.
Hmm?
Here, I'm going to call him right quick.
I don't need this.
Yeah, bro, what's up?
Hey, bro, I'm on stream right now. I'm looking at you guys, but I never got the invite.
Did you send Myron the invite?
Yeah, I just sent you the link. So she sent it to him too.
Yo, I'm putting speaker. I can just send you the link?
Yeah, I think you can. Yeah, bro. Like, I'm looking at my Discord right now. I don't see anything. Who's it from?
Okay, let me text. What's your Discord name? I just sent you the invite. Don't say it loud.
Okay. Well, I'll give you mine. Mine is Myron Gaines X, but I don't. What the
Yo,
fuck?
I just texted you the link.
On iMessage? Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. I see it on. Okay, I see it on iMessage. All right, let me try jumping in here. Give me 1 sec.
Yo, are we gonna need the headphones again? Yes. Alright, we got Myron coming on. We're probably gonna be in this bitch for a while, chat. Guys, by the way, we're in Europe right now, so it's 10 o'clock our time. Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I still got you here, bro. I'm clicking the link right now. Let me, what the fuck? God, I hate Discord. Yeah, I did. It would have been great to have both of us on, bro. Like, we're like the fucking most knowledgeable people on this shit. Bro, I don't mind, dude. It's all, I'm not a clout fucking chaser, man. Having Nick on and me would be a 1-2 punch to give you guys, you know, pretty much everything. I mean, it's I mean, look, you could do what you want. It's no problem. I am, dude. I don't see like I clicked the link and it's not like working. I don't know what the fuck's going on here. Is that the right Discord link? Yeah, put me in a chat with him, bro, because this link you sent me is not working. All right, let me figure this shit out, chat.
Canceled party. We should change the title. And we'll chill here. We'll talk to some new people that we haven't talked to before.
What the fuck?
Shout out Dirty Old Man 6969 for the sub. Sneeko went ghost on us, eh?
I think he's sleeping.
Oh.
Yo, did you send it to Hasan? Yes. Alright, Hasan, we're waiting for you, bro.
Big Hasan? Does he party?
He's cool.
Wait,
He's
he's at a
bro.
bachelor party.
He lives.
Does he goes?
No one else is on, dude. Okay, I gotta announce. Hasan wants to go on just with us.
Okay, we'll just do Hasan. We'll get Myron on after.
Myron
Is
will
that
come after.
Pellegrino popping or?
Yeah, Hasan's a fucking bitch. That's why. He's so fucking terrified of getting canceled. So that's why he's fucking scared.
I just sent the request and you should like accept it.
Let's have, yeah.
Alright, we got Hasan coming on right now.
Oh, we got some subs too. Shout out Kevin Milo. Damn, our chat liked, I will say, our chat liked, yeah, our chat liked Nick a lot more than Hasan, so this is about to be interesting. It's interesting to see who chat likes in real time. People love Nick in our chat.
Hasan's a bro, like he's a bro, but he has different views.
That's fine.
But he's a cool guy.
28,000 live.
Alright, he said he just accepted it. Can we get him in here?
Fuck, Hasan's chat probably.
You're not gonna show video?
He is, he's shy.
We can't even hear him yet, yeah.
Hello. Can you hear me?
We can
Yo,
hear
what's
you,
up,
yeah.
Hasan? We gotta get your camera on.
1 second. I'm gonna turn it on right now. Hold up.
Is he on stream too?
Yeah.
Camera.
You're
OBS
streaming too,
virtual
right?
Yeah. I'm live right now to
We see ourselves, we don't
41,000
see you,
people.
though.
Holy fuck, 41,000.
Hold on. I'm gonna turn on the camera.
What's up, my old friend?
All right.
Hasan,
How was the bachelor party?
What's up?
good to meet you over Discord.
Yeah, you're the last Nelk standing that I have not met.
Let me
You
formally
met-
introduce you guys.
Who else have you met? You met Steve?
Okay. All right. So I haven't seen what you guys did, but
Wait, you can hear us, right?
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Okay. Alright, let's hear what you gotta say.
Okay.
Can you also say hello to my friend
all right.
Kyle here?
What's up, Kyle?
What up, bro? Where are you at right now?
Where am I at right now?
Yeah,
I'm in LA.
LA.
I'm in my house.
Steiny said you were doing a little bachelor party today.
Yeah, no, I just got back from Vegas yesterday. I was in
nice.
Vegas.
Nice.
All right, so you guys interviewed the Adolf Hitler incarnate, Benjamin Netanyahu, and now everybody's yelling at you guys. I assume, right? Is that what's going on?
Yes, we're getting definitely some yells.
Yeah. Okay,
Lots of
so
yells.
First and foremost, who the fuck set that up? Was it Miriam Adelson?
Well, we actually toured the White House right before, and he was in D.C. So it's kind of like a hand-in-hand thing.
Yeah, but someone must have. Benjamin Netanyahu wasn't like, I love the Nelk Boys. I'm a big consumer of Happy Dad, and then was like, let's do this.
Well, we've had Trump on a few times.
Someone from the communications team at the White House hit us up, connected us with their communications team, and presented us the opportunity to do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And you guys were like, let's do it. Sounds great.
I mean, yeah, I can say it again. I've said it a few times, but I can't speak to podcasting as a whole. And other podcasters, they'll have people on with just people they've had good relationships with, or their friends, or people they agree with. But with the Full Send podcast, hate it or love it, right or wrong, if we ever get the opportunity to have a controversial guest on, we're never going to turn it down. Because in my opinion, what we want to do with the Full Send podcast.
So this is what I'll say, because I'm not a hater. Hasan is very good at describing the humanitarian side, but he's too soft to talk about the reality of why and how Israel runs this fucking country. You know what I'm saying? And this is the problem with progressives on this topic is they can only speak to the humanitarian side. They don't talk about, the reality when it comes to them boys and their power.
When they say, oh, you're platforming him, or I think, sure, we have a young audience, but...
He also fucked up when he debated Ethan Klein, which was a fucking epic L. He should have won that, over the top. But the problem is that he was too scared of being called a fucking racist. He spent half the time defending himself of not being anti-Semitic and racist.
Not gonna be like, oh my God, Nelk's with them. I fucking love this person.
Yeah, wait, Hasan.
That's just not the way it works. Our audience is a lot smarter.
I don't think anybody loves Benjamin Netanyahu. I don't
No,
even think
but
American
no, but
presidents
that's
like
that.
Benjamin
Yeah,
Netanyahu.
I know. That's what I'm saying though. Is
The initial
just
reaction-
because we have
Listen, I don't think you can platform the fucking prime minister of Israel. That's not my argument. I don't really give a shit about that.
But I just want you to know my point.
My question is, do you feel like there is a culpability that you have? Because look, Donald.
Bro, why the fuck is this guy lecturing them, dude? Don't fucking shit on them for having Netanyahu on. Tell them why he's a scumbag. What the dude, don't fucking lecture the guys. This is so fucking annoying, so pretentious by Hasan to do this. Bro, these guys don't know what they're talking about. Fucking educate them. Use this as an opportunity to teach them, dude.
Something out of this, right? He's getting something out of this where he gets to, I guess, try
but
and humanize
that's
himself.
the thing, Hasan, is we'll have anyone on.
Yeah.
Next episode, we're gonna have someone on with the complete opposite ideology that we've already been planning before this podcast came out. The Full Send
Who are you
podcast.
guys having on?
I mean, I'd love to hear your suggestions.
Hasan,
We have
you
a
probably
few
have a good person.
from different friends. You could DM us after if you don't want to say them live. But we're talking to a few different people, and we want to choose the right person to kind of represent, the opposite side. So that's what we're gonna do.
Isn't just like a podcaster, you know what I mean? He's literally the fucking prime minister that is a war criminal by the International Criminal Court. He's literally branded as a war criminal, and it's unique because the International Criminal Court is a European institution, and they've never actually criticized an American or anyone who's an American ally in the past. So it's he's killed so many children that even the International Criminal Court was like, "Damn, this guy fucking sucks."
I think if you watch it though too, I think if you watch it though too, I think yes. I mean, I think me and Steiny could have pressed him a little bit harder, but we did ask him, "What is your response to when people say you're starving children in Gaza? Do you think October 7th could have been prevented? Are you trying to implement regime change in Iran? Americans don't want another war with regime change." So we definitely did ask him some questions that I think people wanted to know.
Okay. What did he say? I mean, of
For
course
which
he
one?
said.
So for starving children in Gaza, he said that they bring the food in.
See, that's another problem. No one watched the interview. I actually watched some of the interview, okay? That's another problem. That some of these guys didn't watch the interview, man.
You're gonna tell us something?
I don't think you guys having a conversation with Benjamin Netanyahu is the interesting point of contention here for me, at least. I think it's in and of itself, it's worthy of scrutiny because it's you guys, it's like interviewing Adolf Hitler. Would you interview Adolf Hitler during the Holocaust if you had the opportunity? Probably not, right? And we had less information on the Holocaust while it was happening than we do on this modern iteration of it, because we get to see it in real time because we have the internet.
Okay, so wait, what's your response to what he answered us? You didn't even talk about that.
Oh, it's a fucking lie. No human rights organization that works on the ground, from the UN to the World Food Program, has ever agreed to the Israeli position that this is all Hamas stealing aid or whatever. As a matter of fact, they've openly said that that is not the case at all. It's just a way for Israel to continue justifying its starvation policies against the entire civilian population of Gaza, so that they can claim that, like, oh, Hamas is just like stealing this aid. It's bullshit. They've never actually given a single piece of fucking evidence for this. It is just a claim that people have to supposedly take at face value because Israel said it.
And what's the other side's proof? Just so we can play both sides here.
Well, the other side is not even like the side of the Palestinians. I'm not even offering the side of the Palestinians. The Palestinians obviously think that that's bullshit as well. But the other side is an unbiased third party. The World Food Program is not, on board with Hamas. The World Food Program of the UN is not Hamas or anti-Semitic or anti-Israel, beyond, the obvious reasons why you would be anti-Israel, because they're doing these things and then lying about it.
Mm-hmm. So what's your overall opinion of us? Like Kyle just stated, that we're having a world leader on. That's what we're more focused on. And we're not kissing his ass.
I think it was dumb. I'll be honest. Because
But you would do the same thing, Hasan, if you had the opportunity. 100%. Sure, you could have pressed him a little harder.
There's a difference, though. I'm well equipped to have a conversation with Benjamin Netanyahu, because when he says something like that, I can turn around and be like, well, the World Food Program has said that, there is no evidence to suggest that Hamas is stealing aid. Whereas you don't have that follow-up in that situation, and Benjamin Netanyahu knows that, and his team knows that, which is precisely why he went on the Nelk Boys podcast, and he didn't go on, my stream or something. Mm. And I don't even know if I would honestly have a conversation.
But in my opinion, I think that, like, for example, I think Trump is really good on a podcast. Like, obviously, that's why he did his whole I mean, he's clearly a good speaker. Like, you can't deny that. But I think, in my opinion, just because we platform someone, it doesn't necessarily equate to, like, a positive outcome for the guest. And I think this is, like, a perfect example of that. Like, this could even be a negative thing for him coming on.
I think in the grand scheme of things, like,
so, like, why I just don't.
Because Benjamin Netanyahu gets
that's what I'm saying.
coverage from every outlet. He gets positive coverage from every outlet. So you guys are marginal in that regard. It's not like all that significant. But if you're looking for, like,
well, that's what I'm trying to say, though. It's like if Fox News has him on and they're more supportive of him, and then we have him on, CNN has him on.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm saying
how do we divide that?
Like, you having him on is marginal, as opposed to, like, him going on Fox News, MSNBC, CNN, CBS, all of those other outlets, and then not just Benjamin Netanyahu, but, like, Israeli envoys going on CNN every night and saying, well, we blew up this mosque, or we blew up this church because Hamas was in it, or whatever. That is ultimately playing a role in crafting this elaborate narrative that Israel is always in the right, Israel has a right to defend itself, and that they have to do these things. They have to contextualize this violence. Like, all of that plays a much larger role. You guys just basically are presenting a similar perspective that you get from CNN or Fox News, but now to a younger audience that's going to look at, I guess, maybe Benjamin Netanyahu and be like, he's a chill guy that you can hang with, but I don't even know if he's capable of doing that.
Hasan, here's kind of where I disagree with you, is if you watch CNN or you watch Fox News, you kind of know what narrative you're looking for. And with us playing that neutral ground, you don't know what you're going to get, right? So that's the differentiator. And like we told, I don't know if Kyle mentioned this earlier, but we're having a pro-Palestinian on as our very, very soon here. So we're going to
I don't know who you guys are having on, but
But what I'm trying to say is, like, how are we, if we're a neutral podcast, how are we anything like either side, if you know what you're going to get when you tune into either network?
Well, no one is fully neutral in that regard, right? Because, like, that's why I asked, like, would you, if Osama bin Laden wasn't dead, would you interview him?
Do you want, I mean, honestly, I don't know. That's a tough question.
Would you?
If Osama bin Laden wasn't dead? Yeah, of course.
So then why?
But it would be contentious in the same vein as the Benjamin Netanyahu interview. Like, there are people that I interview that the American
if you got bin Laden, you'd never be able to grill him, because you would have had to go to Afghanistan. You would have missioned to a cave, and then they would have had to go guns.
To his house.
Did you see that one guy?
We're setting up a hypothetical scenario where bin Laden is able to, like, connect via Discord. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, I'm not gonna fucking interview Bin Laden with a gun trained on my head. That would not be a situation.
Right.
Like that would not be the case. He's dead anyway. In the
Right. Well, I
hypothetical,
mean, we interviewed him. We interviewed him in the White House with fucking 20 people standing around us in suits that we didn't know who they were. So it's almost.
I think in that
maybe not the same
too, you'd act a
situation,
little
but
different,
yeah,
Hasan,
I mean,
respectfully.
okay, so my point is, it would not. Would you be neutral with Bin Laden in the same way that you're like a neutral podcast?
I think we would. Yeah, we would do our best to ask him tough questions.
Okay.
I think there's a
Bro, is he still Is he still lecturing them on like having him on? Is he still fucking lecturing them about this shit?
Play the neutral role, to be honest, and just
You would play a neutral role interviewing Adolf Hitler. I don't think that's the case. I think you're just saying that right now because you want to.
We're just not the best at grilling guests and pushing back on them, to be honest. Like I said, we're not claiming to be good journalists. Like we can ask a question, but when it comes to like a follow-up question, I'll be honest, we're not the most like I've never claimed to be super educated on this
Hasan,
conflict.
you haven't even watched the podcast.
I haven't. I haven't had time.
Okay,
I don't know. I don't know what kind of questions you guys ask, but I assume.
Wait, listen.
All right, it's good, guys. It's good. It's good. I fixed it. Relax. Relax, man.
Insane. We acknowledge
Holy
the
shit.
fact that, yeah.
We're good. It's back, man. It's back. It's back. It's because I fucking open up Discord sound settings and it automatically moves my shit to 50% as soon as I do that. It's fucking annoying. That's why I hate Discord so much. Fucking garbage app.
Say what
That's
you want.
fine,
Yeah,
yeah.
but the difference is the difference is like if there was a situation where I felt like I was ill-equipped for the task, I would just not do it. You know what I mean?
I didn't say we're ill-equipped, but I said there's people probably more fit.
Well, I mean, if you're I mean, this is a unique opportunity.
The,
You have an
the Full Send
unprecedented
podcast is. I'll be
opportunity.
honest. No. Let's be honest. The Full Send podcast is never going to be the fucking best line of questioning. Like, I'll be honest. That's the honest truth. Let's be fucking real here. That's exactly, and that's why they choose us, and that's why the show is what it is because we're kind of dumb and we're not the best fucking. We're not the most educated. That's why the Full Send podcast.
At least he
is what
admits
is.
it.
Let's hear what you have to say.
That's why the Full Send podcast.
At least he
is what it
admits
is.
it.
Because like we're
Let's hear what you have
also
to say.
like now stuck on whether you guys should be interviewing Benjamin Netanyahu or not. I think
In
if
today's
someone
age, like right now, I think that's a fair question to ask. Right now,
like, would you? What did you say?
like
I think
I'm talking about right
I think
now.
you got to speak to people that are alive because
You can't
going
speak
back in time is
historically. We're saying right now because that's pretty much where we're at. So if we could interview anyone right now, like who would we say no to? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
I can't think of someone.
Yeah, Mike is fixing out chat. It's because when I
Okay,
go on
so, like,
Discord, it starts acting
even,
gay.
Even out of like, because the reason why I have to go back to historical figures that have conducted genocides is because like Benjamin Netanyahu is doing one right now, and he's not even the singular
See, that's
force
what you're
of
talking
evil
about
here.
hypotheticals, bro. That's where you lose me, is because you're talking about things.
Well,
I
mean,
could
the
talk about
reason why
stuff.
I'm is-
Like I
100
think
years
I mean
ago.
people. What do you think about
I'm
having
using-
Putin
I'm
on?
using
Like
this as a-
what
I'm
do you think
using
about
this as
having
an
Putin on? Like
analogy.
Tucker Carlson had Putin on. Other journalists have. There's war,
Yeah,
Russia
Tucker
and
Carlson-
Ukraine.
Tucker Carlson had Vladimir Putin on, and when Tucker Carlson had Vladimir Putin on, he did that in a capacity to do propaganda for Vladimir Putin. For sure,
Right.
he didn't push back at all. He was there.
Because
he was in Russia,
you
and he did
really
it
can't.
specifically
You
so
really
he could
can't.
do-
You really can't in that situation.
I know, but that's precisely why like sometimes it's better not to take that opportunity. You know what I mean? That's my
Right.
my position.
Like for the Tucker,
And
when I
even
saw
then,
that, when
Tucker
I saw
Carlson,
the
I can't believe
Tucker,
I'm saying this, but Tucker Carlson is he's still more equipped to at least have like follow-up questions. Like think about the Ted Cruz interview that he had.
then
Like he
us,
obviously
of
is.
course. Tucker's the man in my opinion. But when I watched that Putin interview, like I thought Putin was like dodging questions and he like didn't answer anything. So that's what goes back to my point of like platforming someone. And I think just because we have someone on, it doesn't always mean a positive for the guest. And I think, I mean, you go read this comment section, like I don't think this is necessarily a positive thing for Netanyahu. So
Yeah, but it's not a positive thing for you guys either because most of your audience is.
Bro, Hasan is such a pretentious fucking dickhead, dude. Holy shit, bro. Get this motherfucker off, dude. He's just lecturing them the whole time.
we're not fucking pro-Israel. I'm not pro-Israel. I don't know enough about this conflict to be
Shout
honest.
out
I
to,
only
Floating
see
Door.
what I read online and I hear
Shout out to you, Floating Door.
your point of view. I really have no idea what's going on. I'd love to learn more. but that's kind of where
Yeah,
we
but I think
stand.
you got to do that before you do an interview. Look.
Okay,
my
wait, but
point is
Hasan,
this.
go ahead.
What
sorry.
you guys did is from my estimation, okay, what you guys did is no different than like what CNN does, okay? You just basically presented someone who is a war criminal, someone who is doing a genocide in a somewhat neutral light. And you can't be neutral when you have someone like Benjamin Netanyahu directly in an opportunity to talk to him. But that's what happened. So there is moral culpability here for you guys.
Well, I think this is
individually.
the way we roll with this is it's going to give us the opportunity to get the biggest people in the world, and I think you'll know by the Full Send podcast when you watch it. It's like, hey, we're gonna.
Here's the other thing with progressives like Hasan. They're too pussy to talk about 9/11. They're too pussy to talk about the USS Liberty. They're too pussy to talk about Jewish power in America and how it's a problem, right? That's the other problem with progressives. They're fucking scared to drop the fucking J word. That's another thing too with these guys being like fucking just gay. I'll be honest with y'all, just super gay.
Hey, Kyle, you're missing the biggest point here. Hasan, we're looking to have someone from the opposite side and give them the exact same opportunity.
Okay, well, you would have to have. I mean, there is no opposite side because like there's one side that's being genocided and the other side that's doing the genocide.
Okay, so someone who
in
has
this
opposite
situation-
opposite views or is on
Like
the
it
other
would be
side.
like interviewing the leadership of Hamas. You know what I mean? And that's illegal under. I mean, I don't think you would be able to
We would
conduct
100%
on
do
your
that if
own.
we were safe.
Yeah, I
If
agree.
the Iranian supreme leader called me right now and we knew we were safe, we would obviously do
yes.
that.
And
Okay,
going to
if
the
the
interview,
Iranian
Hasan, which I
Supreme
think
Leader
it's
is not-
funny. I think it's funny that you haven't.
They'll be fine, bro. Iran gets journalists all the time. They love American journalists.
I haven't had the opportunity to watch it. I was.
No, I understand. You're
But they're gonna push a bunch of propaganda on you.
say is that we did talk about Hamas. We did talk about a lot of these things.
I know, but just simply talking about it without having the proper knowledge and the proper equipment to be able to push back when he's lying only turns it into an opportunity for him to like. Why do you think Benjamin Netanyahu did this?
No,
He
we
did this
agree
Of
with
course,
you.
no, we agree with you. We're not. We know that.
Bro, that's the reason anyone does a
he
podcast.
used you guys. Is
But
what
I don't know if
He
that was
used you
necessary.
guys
I don't know
and
if it was
your lack of
necessarily.
knowledge on this issue.
I don't know if that was necessarily successful though.
Yeah, that with Kyle, I agree.
I think everyone's
I mean,
seeing
it
what
would be-
Trump did, and Hasan after the whole election, the whole story was how podcasts won the election, blah blah blah. That was every story. Like I even did a bunch of interviews on it too, and I think obviously the Israeli team sees that and they're like, oh, we need to do podcasts. But in my opinion, not everyone is a Trump and that good of a speaker that can go on and kind of adapt to any environment. And I think that Netanyahu came on, and I think you see the response. And I think that podcasting doesn't work for anyone. We saw what happened with Kamala, too. Like, she was a fucking disaster on pods. So I think just because we platform someone, it doesn't necessarily, like, mean that we're trying to help them or...
Yeah, dude, it's not that serious. Like, look, they fucked up, and they know they fucked up. As long as you bring in other people to counterbalance that shit, you know what I mean?
In purpose.
They should have planned this out. What they should have done was done an interview with like, have the Netanyahu interview lined up, then have an interview lined up with like opposition and drop them both on the same day. That's what they should have done.
Capable of like weaving through a couple softballs that you thought were hard-hitting
that?
questions that he has probably addressed a million times over is silly. Let me
Oh,
make
no,
no
yeah.
mistake.
I agree with you on that.
So my question to you is, why do you think he wanted to come on the Nelk Boys podcast?
Of course
saw
he
the
wanted to.
Hasan, we're not
Of course,
stupid, bro.
of course he wanted to come on to try to win over the young audience.
Yo, Hasan fucking sucks, dude. Fuck. No wonder, like I always wonder, like, why does Hasan do that many interviews? Now I see why, bro. This guy's insufferable, man.
Softball questions, if you say that, it doesn't necessarily equate to a positive outcome for the guest.
Like, dude, fucking educate them on something. Like, what the fuck?
That's always a
The question
positive
is
thing.
Don't fucking talk down to them, man. Holy shit, Hasan is insufferable, bro. Wow.
Like a
You guys are
positive
having
thing.
a conversation with him, and he starts, and you're like, why are you?
We can't
sending
speak
Jews
to
the
Hitler. I think we should
Yeah,
speak. I
that's-
think we
that's
should
just
speak
a
to someone. I think we
hypothetical.
should speak to people.
Like,
that
dude.
are
The
alive.
reason why we're using this analog is because
I don't think that's a
think
fair
that there is
comparison.
Bro,
the reason why
I'ma call
I don't think
Steiny,
it's
bro.
an unfair comparison at all.
I think it
it's a
is. He's
perfectly
dead.
apt
It's
comparison.
not. It's not realistic.
But we can talk about because that's an analogy.
Speak
So
to anyone
I'm
alive.
using
Speak
that-
to anyone alive.
I'm
hold on, chat.
The
Yeah.
mailbox is full and cannot accept.
Here, I'm gonna call him again. He doesn't want to interrupt Hasan's fucking rant.
Yeah, of course, that's what an analogy is.
I understand that, but you're saying it's
as
like
long as the crimes are comparable, which is genocide on both ends. As long as the crimes are comparable, then you know, and you understand that the crimes are
It's
comparable.
too
If you think
hypothetical.
that
I
there's
can't
something
speak
wrong
to
with the
it. I
analogy,
can't
you can
speak to it.
tackle why I'm using it as an analogy, not
I
just
can't
saying,
speak to
oh,
it.
you
I
can't
wasn't
use an
alive.
analogy.
I can't speak to it. I wasn't alive. But if you can make the analogy with anyone alive.
But you know the Holocaust happened, right? Like, obviously.
I mean, I would say so.
Okay, so since you understand that the Holocaust happened, okay. And
I mean,
Adolf
then there's a
Hitler
lot of
was-
people. There's a lot of people that hate Netanyahu that say it didn't too, which is like I don't understand that. So like, there's a lot of different fucking points of view going around that are like.
Yes.
He just texted me. I told him Hasan's trying to sun them. Like, yo, he's being a fucking pretentious dickhead for no reason.
Benjamin Netanyahu. Nazis who deny the Holocaust don't like Benjamin Netanyahu because he's Jewish, and they think that Israel is a Jewish state, and that, you know.
Yo, chat, spam. We want Myron in the fucking thing, bro. Here's the link, guys. Chat, we got what? A whole bunch of you guys in here, bro. Spam. We want Myron. Get Hasan off. Spam this shit in the chat, guys. Here's the link. I'm dropping the link in the thing. I'm dropping a link. Spam. We want Myron, bro. This is fucking retarded. Spam. We want Myron. I gave you guys a link to their stream.
Try to fix it. It's not. It's not the. No. It's not on my end. It's not my internet. The thing that's busted is the thing that's broken is it's like glitching on the video side. I'm gonna try to hit a. Hold on. I'm gonna try to hit an ingest fix on my end. Hopefully that'll fix it.
Yeah, guys,
What are
go.
you talking about? You got-
Guys, go on their stream and say we want Myron, bro. Get this guy the fuck up out of here, bro. He has not went over any facts. He's just been shitting on them the whole time for having him on, saying he's really bad. He's doing a genocide. Like, bro, okay, man, we get it, dude. We get it.
Hold
Just let
on.
him
Let
fix
me
it.
let me see if I fixed it. Nope. It's completely black now. I don't know what's going on. This is so fucking annoying.
Okay, now you're lagging on our side. Is he on through Discord?
No. Am I lagging currently?
Yeah, you are.
Oh, that's weird. I mean, my internet is fine.
Just fine.
You're just a little bit
I
delayed.
don't know.
I mean, it's fine.
Hold on 1 second. Yeah, my what the frick is going on?
Yep. We want Myron, bro.
Okay,
Spam that chat, guys.
the
Spam, we want
thing
Myron.
that the
Spam, we want fucking Myron in that bitch, bro. Yo, Hasan is so insufferable, bro. Holy fuck, man. The guy's knowledgeable, but he's not dropping any knowledge. Just fucking trying to shame them. This is why liberals are so fucking gay, dude. Like, instead of like coming in and like respectfully correcting it, they're gonna just shame you for everything. They're so fucking gay, dude. Holy shit,
like,
man.
I-
Insufferable.
it's just not showing any.
You gotta start using OBS. That's why you use OBS.
I don't know if they can hear me.
No, we can hear you
Oh,
fine. You're just, I'm telling you, just.
No,
from-
not you.
Okay, your guys. On our side, you're just a little bit delayed, barely.
This is crazy. This is. Fuck. Jesus Christ, this is so goddamn annoying. Holy shit. What?
They're saying bring Destiny on. Destiny's pro-Israel, man. Destiny's pro-Israel.
You know, the streamer term.
I think we use another
DDoS
one.
is direct denial of service when people just like swarm, when people just like consistently hit a server and attack it. It's like it basically gives it the hug of death.
All right,
and
you seem
then,
good now. I think you're back.
What?
You're back. You're not lagging anymore.
No. I actually hit the BRB
Yeah, guys, keep spamming their fucking chat, bro. Keep spamming their chat, bro.
looking at my ingest here, and it's like completely cooked.
I see you guys are in there spamming it quite a bit. Keep going, man. Keep going until they fucking get this guy out of here.
You want to come back?
Wait 1 second.
Bro, get him out of here.
Take.
Welcome,
Get him out of here.
Everyone's saying you're
Okay,
faking it,
well-
Hasan.
Get him
Yeah,
out of
I think
here.
this is your exit plan.
Yeah, no, I definitely want to continue this conversation, but like,
Can we do
it's just
a?
not-
Could we do?
There's so many, like, there's so
Wait,
much
Hasan.
visual artifacting going on.
This just bring me on right now.
my
Watch Hasan
stream.
run.
Can we do a? Can we do a lifting stream? Me, you, and Kyle when we're back in Cali.
Sure.
You don't seem too enthusiastic about that.
Bro, so pretentious, man.
Because I'm fucking. This is so goddamn annoying. I have like 50K people watching, and then it just
Why
like
does that happen? He said.
Does Hasan drink or no?
DDoS. People are the service that a lot of streamers,
he lifts
myself
heavy.
included, and the FaZe Boys use is getting fucking consistently attacked.
Server's getting it.
Yeah, that's
by-
because Twitch
by
is
people,
gay.
by nefarious actors.
It's because Twitch
and,
fucking sucks,
and
Hasan.
it's a
That's
service
why.
we pay a lot of money
They're
for.
Fuck
saying
Twitch.
This is what
It's
Hasan
fucking
does.
annoying.
W Twitch for taking the
Whoa,
L.
are you notorious? Hypotheticals to crazy exit.
Bro,
No, I want to continue this conversation. It's just I'm.
bro, nobody
incapable of
wants to
doing so
continue,
right
bro.
now.
You're just
But-
fucking
Our
lecturing them.
chat wants
Hold
us to
on,
add
hold on.
Myron too, so let's,
Bro,
why don't we just
No,
have
let's
we can't
go.
do that. We can't do
Let's
that.
go. Add Myron.
I can't be on with like Myron or Nick.
I got
Fuentes.
you.
Fucking
Hasan,
pussy!
I told you. I got you.
Pussy.
I told Hasan we'd have
I'll
him
get
on.
banned if I'm
He's
on
on
with
Twitch.
them,
What
because
a
they're banned
fucking
on Twitch
coward.
No, I
because I'm
told you.
live
I told
streaming.
you. I got you.
Understandable,
We're good.
understandable.
We're good.
I'll get banned.
Yeah.
You want to take a couple
I'll
minutes?
get
Or are you
banned.
good now?
I'll get banned.
I think we might be. Hold on. I think we might be
Holy
able to-
shit.
We
Bruh.
might be able to work through this.
I'll get banned.
Come on,
But
Hasan,
I don't know. I don't know if it will.
Buddy, we're new to this shit. You're supposed to be a veteran.
No, I know. And I am.
And I am. I got fucking AirPods in my ear and shit.
I'll get banned. Oh, I can't be on with Nick or
Okay.
Myron. I
Yeah,
can't.
it's just like,
So fucking gay. Dude,
do you not see it?
what the fuck?
All right, we'll continue. We'll table this discussion for later. You guys
Let's
can
do it,
go
bro.
and talk to some other people. But I don't think that
Maybe we should do
I-
we should have you on the Folsom podcast too if you're ever down.
Sure, I'm down.
Cool. All right, bro. Well, great to meet you.
All right.
over the
Fucking
internet.
insufferable.
We'll link up someday too.
All right, bye guys.
All right, bro.
Yo, Hasan is the worst.
Hasan dipped. Everyone said he faked it, bro. I don't know. I don't think so.
Nah, he didn't fake
He
it.
brought up the hypothetical.
He's just annoying.
Which one is it? The back one?
Bro, like Hasan is one of these guys, dude, that's like super pretentious for no fucking reason, dude. Holy shit.
Someone's saying have Destiny on.
I've never had any contact with him. To be
Dude.
honest. I don't know how to get. In
Holy.
I think maybe him and Hasan maybe went at it or some shit.
We have the other guy right there.
Is
Who's this?
The other one, the top.
Oh, okay. You want to bring him on?
Sure.
One thing I want to say though, that's
Let's do a little, yeah.
that's kind of interesting.
Fuck,
is,
we
like,
got 31K live.
me and Hasan, like off stream, off camera, we text like boys.
Yeah.
So it's funny when
That's
you
fine.
disagree or you don't see eye to eye on certain things, but like you're very similar.
Oh God.
When hanging out.
We're getting a call from Big Myron.
All right, let's get Myron in here.
Don't touch it.
Oh, don't touch it. Okay. Salim got to hop in for this one now.
We need Lami for Myron.
Yo,
We
Salim,
need Lami for
Lami.
Myron.
We need Lami for Myron. We need Lami.
Hold on.
Can you hear shit? Can you hear shit?
All right, hold on. Let me see if they can hear me. Let me try again. I know what I got to do. Hold on, chat.
Yo, Myron, you're super laggy, bro.
I'm laggy.
Failed to start camera.
Hold on. I'm doing it right now. You guys should be able to see me now. Y'all got me?
We can see you now.
See you now. Audio's
Like your audio's lagged.
Audio's lagging? Hold on.
Your audio's fucked.
I'll fix it right now. Hold on.
Camera looks phenomenal though.
Yeah, I think. Let's see here. God, I fucking hate Discord so much.
Is that a fucking red camera?
Yeah, it's a Sony FX3. So my audio's coming in bad, you said?
Yeah, your audio is just
Test.
His input mic right now is something else. Just fix it.
Fuck. Are you sure this isn't on our end? If it's not the Myron's?
no, buddy. We're locked in right now.
Hold on. Let me. What the fuck? I'm trying to fix it right now. But yeah, so it still sounds bad right now? Can you guys hear me?
Say it again?
Is it still sound bad now?
A little bit.
Yeah,
Chat. How's the
almost
audio?
there. Yo, can we come on?
What? It's like choppy or what's the deal?
There we go. There we go.
We're good?
Yep, we're good.
Myron Gaines just joined the chat.
What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
Myron, how you doing, bro?
I seen you in Miami. We dabbed each other up.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then next thing I know, you seen us kissing the wall, and I don't know if we're still friends or not.
Man, dude, look, I'm not gonna knock you guys too hard like Hasan. Well, let me start off with this.
No, he didn't knock us. He
Dude,
didn't knock us that hard.
Nah, bro, he was been trying to fucking son you guys the whole time, dude. He's such a fucking cocky dickhead. Like, look, you guys didn't know what you got into. It's not that big a deal. You know what I mean? Instead of coming in and trying to be a pompous fucking prick, what he should have done was kind of like educate you guys on the dark history of Israel and why Netanyahu is such a fucking scumbag versus trying to come in like a dickhead. So I'll keep it nice and simple for you guys. Here's the problem. Jews run America and they use their influence to subvert our government, our culture, and get us into a bunch of foreign wars. They claim to be our greatest ally when they're really not. They were involved in 9/11. They got a U.S. president killed, and they stole nuclear weapons from us.
Conspiracy theories, Myron.
Wait.
Myron, no conspiracy
Back
theories
that
right now.
up, 9/11 is my favorite conspiracy.
That-
How are they involved in 9/11?
Sure, and it's not a conspiracy theory. I'm going to go through with you guys with what's the real deal. So on
Well, wait, Myron. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but let's start with what we're talking about now is having Netanyahu on the podcast.
Sure,
So
okay.
let's start
So what do you
there.
want to know?
What's your opinion on that?
Just your overall opinion. Us having a world leader on, as we said.
Look, he's a war criminal, bro. He's currently wanted by the ICC. He's killed, we know 50,000 confirmed, but other estimates put it at around 330,000. Harvard came out with this number because in Gaza there's a lot of people buried under the rubble. So there's all kinds of shit going on as far as when it comes to him.
Right. Are you so what's your opinion on us just having him on? Do you think you should have not had him on?
Well, look, my thing is, I think if you guys have him on, okay, so if I'm going to Monday morning quarterback this, like, let's say you guys had Netanyahu on, and then you had someone that was like critical of Zionism on, and you guys dropped the interview on the same day, that would have been great. Like, if y'all had done his interview, then done somebody else, then dropped both interviews same day, you guys would be getting less backlash.
Well,
right now.
we're gonna drop it next. We're gonna drop it next episode.
Yeah, but like,
It's not our first, bro. It's not our first time getting backlash.
no, of course,
And
of
I
course.
understand it, and it's you know what, it's rightfully so. I understand how passionate and touchy of an issue this is, and I don't necessarily disagree with their perspective. I understand, but from our point of view, like you said, and I'll tell you again, but with the Full Send podcast, we're gonna have everyone on. We're gonna ask them questions, and we're gonna leave it up to the viewer.
Yeah, no,
I think people give us too much credit just because we have someone on and they sit beside the Nelk Boys. Our audience isn't gonna fucking go like, "Oh my god, I love that person now because they fucking went on the Full Send podcast." No, our audience is they're fucking smart. Everyone watching right now is fucking smart. They're not idiots. Just because Netanyahu comes on our pod and sits beside us and we ask them questions, they're not going to instantly go like, "Oh my god, I love this guy now." And this episode is a perfect example of that.
Well,
Go read the
again,
fucking comments.
guys.
People doesn't look like we did him a great service. It looks like we had him on and
Okay, well, let's hear Myron's response. to that.
Yeah, no. Look, bro, I'm for free speech. I'm a free speech absolutist. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and knock you guys for having him. I'm just saying the reason why people are pissed off is because he kind of just came in there and just lied the whole time and exaggerated stuff, talking about burning babies and all that bullshit.
But I think people saw right through that.
Myron, I think you're actually wrong. I think people didn't even watch the episode and they're just upset with the fact that we had him on in the first place.
Well, I watched it and he lied to y'all about a bunch of shit. So that's kind of what it is. Like, I know Hasan didn't watch it, so he's over here lecturing like a fucking dickhead, but I actually watched the interview. You lied about a bunch of shit. Like, for example, one of the things he lied about was like, oh, they were burning babies alive. That's not true. a lot of the shit that happened on October 7th was a lie. There was no mass rapes. There was no beheaded babies. There was no.
Whoa.
Oh,
Really?
yeah, dude. Like that's bro. He fucking was just saying, look, if you guys want me to really go through this, I can. But a lot of the stuff that went down on October 7th was sensationalized and a fucking lie. Look at your chat. They know I'm telling the truth.
Let me see.
Look at your chat right now. A lot of the shit that went down on October 7th was a fucking lie. And most people don't have the balls to fucking call this shit out, dude. There was no beheaded babies, no babies in ovens, mass rapes were a lie. Look at your chat, bro. The truth
murders
is there.
happened. They're saying facts, but
Murders happened or no murders?
No, murders
So-
happened, but it's very important for you guys to understand how the murders went down. So there were 1,200 people that died on that day, right? 400 of those people that were killed were IDF soldiers, which by international law means they are enemy combatants and they're fair game. Next was about 800 people died. Now, this is the part that no one wants to talk about. The 800 that died, right, that were civilians, we'll also keep in mind that everyone in Israel has to join the IDF at some point and do service. So you can make the argument that they're enemy combatants, but that's fine. Let's go with 800 civilians, right? Those 800 civilians, we don't know who Hamas killed versus who the IDF killed. Now, I know you guys are probably saying like, yo, what the fuck? The reason for that, guys, is there was a controversial directive activated that day called the Hannibal Directive. The Hannibal Directive is authorization from the government to kill Israeli citizens and or soldiers when they're about to be kidnapped by Palestinian militias. And the reason why they do this is so they don't end up in a position where they have to exercise diplomacy and do hostages exchanges. They learned this with a guy back in 2006 named Gilad Shalit. So what Hamas did when they went in there, the goal was to get as many hostages as possible to negotiate the release of Palestinian prisoners that are in Israel. Again, I'm not here to condone their behavior, but I'm here to tell you guys why they did the said behavior and what really went down and what the intention was. So when we talk about the 800 Israelis that were killed, innocent people were killed. I'm not refuting that. But what I will say is a lot of those innocent people that were killed by the IDF. How do we know this? Because they were shot by Apache helicopters with Hellfire missiles. Hamas doesn't have that. There was some of them in the kibbutzes, which is their homes. They were shot with tanks.
Myron, this is crazy now. We're going conspiracy theories.
This is not conspiracy theories, bro. This is 100% fact. Matter of fact,
but didn't on October 7th, Hamas captured American citizens as well, right?
yeah, they had like a couple U.S. citizens, but they just got one of the guys back.
We can't. We just went at. I'm gonna let you speak. We just went at Hasan for hypotheticals and conspiracies, so we gotta just keep that same energy.
Well, here's the thing.
I want to tell you one thing. Wait,
bro, hold on. Hear me out, man.
We went at Netanyahu for. Okay, go ahead.
Hear me out. Everything I just told you, I got from Israeli media. When I'm talking about the people that were killed, the Hannibal Directive that was activated that day, their defense minister, a guy named Yoav Gallant, admitted on October 7th the Hannibal Directive was activated, which means they killed innocent civilians. IDF did this because they didn't want them to get kidnapped. Okay? And none of this stuff is a conspiracy theory. Another thing, this comes from the Israel Times. They could have got the hostages back on October 10th. But guess what? They didn't want to get the hostages back because he wanted to bomb the fuck out of Gaza and invade. Because he used what happened on October 7th as an excuse to perpetrate a war against the entire Middle East. Because Israel wants to create the Greater Israel Project and expand territory.
So I'm going to tell you this, and you,
Sure.
you said you watched the pod.
Mhm.
I don't know about everything you just said, but I will tell you that one of the things that we did press Netanyahu on is, as you know, IDF being one of the probably the best military out there besides USA,
They are.
is that they allowed October 7th to happen. Completely unacceptable for the IDF. If you're Netanyahu to allow that to happen, there's no merit or no understanding of why that happened and how you're not prepared for that. Why the response took so long. So with that, I agree with you that there is something there that's missing. And the fact that how are you not prepared for a situation like that when you're prepared for everything else? I'll agree with you on that.
Well, here's the thing. You know, there's people out there that say that they think Netanyahu allowed this to happen. And I'll be honest with you guys.
I think that's what Hasan said, or maybe Nick.
Yeah.
Somebody said that earlier.
I kind of agree with Nick on that. And let's just go through why. Okay. Instead of us saying, oh, he let it happen, let's go over what happened and how he benefited. So after October 7th happened, it's very important that you guys know that he's in the middle of a corruption trial right now for bribery, right? So he was in the middle of getting prosecuted and going to court for this crime. What ended up happening was when October 7th happened, he was able to consolidate all the power and avoid the trial, and the criminal investigation was suspended because they were in active war. So what he was able to do was he invaded Gaza. Once he invaded Gaza and killed Yahya Sinwar, the head of Hamas at the time, then they invaded Lebanon. Then after they invaded Lebanon, there was a ceasefire that happened that led to the downfall of Syria. After Syria was toppled, then they launched Operation Rising Lions. And then they used the U.S. to bomb the Houthis. So this was all a systematic plan that is helping Netanyahu stay in power while simultaneously allowing him to get into wars to expand Israel. This is all about regime change and effectuating destabilization all across the Middle East. This is what they've been doing for a very long time. That's his intention, and that's what went down. So he benefited a lot from October 7th. This is why so many people believe that he at least he allowed it to happen or stood down.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time there's been like a false flag in order to start a war. So I wouldn't rule that out.
Yeah, I mean,
Wait, but Myron, what
yeah.
were your other biggest takeaways from the interview?
Well, the other thing also is that he didn't talk about why Hamas attacked, right? I think it's very important to understand why your adversaries hate you, right? And the thing in American media that we don't do enough of is we don't talk about how Israel constantly gets into wars, does false flags, bombs innocent people, destabilizes Middle Eastern countries, and the reason why they're able to engage in this reckless foreign policy is because they know that the United States is going to back them unequivocally. And the reason why we back them so much is because we have rich Zionists and high levels of power in the United States across different sections. There's a reason why talking about this topic gets you in trouble and or banned. It's probably one of the most taboo topics, especially before October 7th. It's why I got demonetized talking about Israel and Jewish power in America. They run this shit. And for you to call it out, there's, oh, that's anti-Semitic. No, it's realistic.
Yeah. So I don't know if Steiny told you, but yeah, what we're going to do next episode, and we were already planning to do this even before this episode came out, was we want to find a really good person to have that represents, the opposite side. And
Yeah.
that's going to be the next
I'm going to
episode
tell you
of
right now,
the
dude.
podcast.
I'm going to tell you right now, me and Nick are by far the best at this. No one comes close because everyone is too pussy to call out the real problems. Because here's the thing, right? Guys,
Myron, you want someone that's there.
what was that?
Someone not in America.
Someone non-American?
Yeah.
Well, I
'Cause
mean,
I think that makes it difficult.
what do you mean what makes it difficult?
Well, we're not ruling anyone out, but we're just going to, we'll talk to people. We're going to talk to a lot of our Palestinian friends.
Yeah,
We
sure.
have
I
a
mean,
lot of them too.
if
A
you
lot
want to
of
get
UFC
the
fighters that we're close with and that's
Yeah.
their opinion.
yeah, sure. Like, I mean, if you want to get like a Palestinian perspective, that's cool. But what I'm saying is, I think when
Okay,
it comes,
Wait,
Myron, we're seeing a breaking news, a tweet. LMFAO having Nelk interview Netanyahu was like Ted Bundy doing a podcast with a woman. These dudes are fucking retarded.
Wow, Myron.
yeah, that
But
was
here you
retarded.
are.
I thought.
Wait, how are you any different?
You didn't say that was retarded. You said we're retarded.
Because you're using the platform, right? Just like I'll give you a chance, but I'm just saying.
No, that was retarded to have him on. It was.
Would you not interview him if you had the opportunity?
Well, here's the thing. Like I said before, I told y'all, if I was going to go interview Netanyahu, I would have interviewed someone else that was that opposes Israel's government, and I would drop both
Well, we're gonna
interviews on the
do
same
that.
day.
We're gonna do that.
You can't do that at the same time. It's really
We can
hard.
handle
bro.
backlash for a week.
Bro. Let's be 100% honest here.
with
you
Netanyahu, Myron.
guys, let's be 100% honest, not bullshit. You guys didn't think you were going to get this much backlash, and now you're trying to damage control.
No, bro,
Like, that's
are
what
you
it is.
crazy?
We knew
That's what
this.
it is, dude.
Myron, can I tell you? I'll be honest. Like I said on the pod, I'm not the most educated on this.
Yeah, and that's fine.
When we got the opportunity, I started asking my Jewish friends, and I was like, "Yo, we're gonna have Netanyahu on the pod. Like, what do you think?" And they're like, "Bro, I fucking hate him." So then I asked another person, and they said the same thing. And then I'm like, "Oh, what do your parents think about him?" They're like, "Oh, they don't like him." So that's when I really knew. I was like, "Dude, this guy is the most hated man on the planet." And I realized that before we did the interview. Myron, this is not a shock to us at all, whatsoever.
Look,
We actually posted. I posted on my Instagram story. You can check. We're going live on Kick before we dropped this pod.
no, I know you guys were.
Yeah.
But what I am saying is, to
The heat
interview,
is not a surprise whatsoever.
Hold on, wait. Let's
to
finish Myron and then bring Cinco right
no,
after.
what I'm saying is, like, again, to interview Netanyahu without what the hell, incoming call? Is that you guys?
Should we do Cinco for a little bit?
Wait.
I think we're all on the call.
Can we do both at the same time?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yo, can y'all hear me?
Cinco.
We can hear you. We can't see you.
I
Alright.
can join after Myron's done it, unless you want to do a group call. But Myron was doing his thing.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
mean,
well,
I don't.
I think we have one at a time to make it simple. If that's cool.
Yeah. Okay. I'll join. Just join
The
back
chat's-
in.
let me ask
mean-
really quick. The chat's also going crazy. Real quick, both you guys. The chat's going crazy to add Destiny. What's your guys'
I don't mind.
situation with either of them?
I get along with
Or with
Destiny
him,
fine.
sorry. Sneeko, what about you?
Well, I don't see the point. I mean, he agrees. He's he's pro-Israel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he is pro-Israel.
Okay,
So,
so
I mean,
I don't think there's
If
a
you
point of
are- if
having
you are
pro-
looking-
I don't think there's a point of having pro-Israel people on tonight.
yeah,
them
if you
two,
guys
I
are
think
you
it'll be
guys are going to get
entertaining.
more backlash from that than less.
Well, it could be entertaining.
I think
but
it's entertainment.
I want to hear from Sneeko though.
By the way, we
Let's
can't
let's get
see either
Sneeko
of you.
on.
Well, what was that?
We just don't see your cameras.
Oh, okay. I'll turn mine on right now.
Yeah, give me a
But yeah, dude, just to finish what I was saying, like,
Let's let Myron finish. Yeah, and then
Yeah,
we'll, and then
go
we'll
ahead.
chat with
Yeah.
Sneeko.
when I said that having him on is retarded, like, yeah, it is retarded because if you're gonna have somebody like that on, you got to have like a juxtaposition immediately set up, right? So
you're right. It is kind of retarded.
you know, and then like again, I'm not shitting on y'all because you didn't know. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and try to little bro you guys and be like, oh fuck you guys, blah blah. But
Myron, show your camera, bro.
all right, hold on, give me 1 sec. Sneeko could talk while I get it on. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I was talking to
Hey,
Steiny and
Sneeko, hold on.
Kyle.
Sneeko, I just want to say your house looks fucking immaculate.
Oh, thank you. This is
Holy
this is
shit.
New York.
The
Yeah,
furniture's
so-
not cheap. Furniture
Yeah,
is not cheap.
Send me your interior designer.
That's me. I'm the designer.
Damn. Guys,
Wait, next time you guys come to New York.
guys got a fucking zebra carpet.
Are we invited to stay
I
at the
got
crib?
Holy shit.
Of course, you guys can.
All right, Myron, your camera's good.
All right, we're back on.
Yeah,
All right.
should I let Myron finish before?
Yeah,
let
Myron finish.
I mean, bro, it's up to you guys. I don't mind Sneeko on the call. I'm not like one
No,
of these.
we'll do one at a time. Because we want to bring on a bunch of people.
All right, so
All right,
So you
sounds
finish
good.
up,
I'll jump
Myron.
back in after.
well,
Yeah.
yeah.
No, Sneeko, stay on and just sit. Okay.
Here you go.
So yeah, what I was saying before, bro, is basically the reason why a lot of people don't like Netanyahu is obviously he's committing a bunch of war crimes. And the other reason why people are pissed off is because Israel claims to be our greatest ally, but they've been involved in a bunch of bullshit. They've stolen nukes from us. They were involved in 9/11. They had foreknowledge it was going to happen. This is all declassified information. It's not a conspiracy theory, contrary to what people tell you. The guy that owned the building got the biggest insurance payout ever, and he's a close friend of Netanyahu. That they were involved in the assassination of John F. Kennedy because he tried to take their nukes away. Like, this is all factual stuff that's come out from declassified documents. And we give these guys an enormous amount of aid, and then they drag us into foreign wars. Like Iraq, for example, in 2003, we had no business over there. Saddam Hussein had nothing to do with Osama bin Laden. We ended up in fucking Iraq, and 1 million people died. For what? Wars for Israel. Because Israel has a reckless foreign policy that we back, that Netanyahu's been a part of for the past 30 years, where we drag Americans into conflict for no fucking reason. And they have way too much influence in our government and with AIPAC and not even have to register in NAFERA. So that's why so many people have issues with Netanyahu and the Zionist lobby in America.
Myron, my quick question to you is:
Sure.
do you have a problem with? How do you separate having a problem with Jews and having a problem with Israel?
Sure, that's a good question. So there are people, right, that have been vocal about this that are Jewish, right? There's people like Max Blumenthal, Dave Smith, Norman Finkelstein. There's a bunch of people that talk about this stuff, and they talk about the atrocities and the bad foreign policy, Jeffrey Sachs, etc. A lot of intellectuals. But I think the important thing that people need to understand is that most Zionists are actually evangelical Christians, right? But most Jews are Zionists. So this is why, you run into the problems that you have. Not every Jew is a Zionist. A lot of them are actually, anti-Israel, which is great. But it's not about having a problem with Jews. It's about having a problem with Zionists. It just so happens that most Zionists tend to be Jewish.
Because I think that's a big problem, especially on the internet. It's that everyone at this point is grouping two and two together. And I think that there's a differentiator between being Israeli and being an American Jew.
Yeah,
Like your buddy, like you're never gonna turn down a collab from Aiden and Ross, right?
yeah, I'm cool with Aiden. But like, again, Aiden's not committing a genocide right now. Like, it's not the
For
same.
sure.
You know what I mean? It's a completely different situation. And again, like I said before, it's a very sensitive topic. People are terrified to talk about it for obvious reasons. But
Yeah.
if we're gonna go ahead and really have this discussion, I think people need to understand that Israel is not our greatest ally like they claim, and we give them way too much money, and they're dropping bombs on kids, and they make us look bad, and they don't deal with accountability for their reckless foreign policy ever.
All right, Myron, we appreciate you, bro. We're gonna bring Sneeko on.
No problem, man. You guys
Thank
take it
you.
easy.
Thank
See you
you.
soon.
We'll see you soon, bro.
All right, man. Take it easy, guys.
Easy. Okay, I gotta take a leak before Uncle Sneeko.
I'll get Sneeko in here.
All right. There we go. Give me 1 sec, chat.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, Sneeko, can you hear me?
I can't
Gabe.
hear you guys.
Can you hear me now?
Hold on, I know I can hear you.
I guess they didn't like that I said they're retarded for that. It is a retarded interview that they did, bro. Like, yo, let's be honest here. They got in over their heads. They didn't know that they were going to get this much backlash, and now they're doing damage control. And that's fine. You know what I mean? That's why I try to educate them. But that was a bad fucking move, talking to Netanyahu without having any type of pushback and or being knowledgeable on the topic. And then they try to write me off as like, oh, conspiracy theories. Bro, it's not fucking conspiracy theories, man. They got all nervous. I heard someone in the back saying, oh, no conspiracy theories. Bro, it ain't no fucking conspiracy theory. This is like shit that's been literally declassified that's out there. Right? But anyway, yeah, people be getting scared, bro. All right, so let's see what Sneeko's gonna say here. Honestly, this should have me on to debate Destiny. I think that'd be good.
Of my room.
Yo, chat, we're not gonna have Destiny on tonight because he's pro-Israel, and we've already covered that
Why
side.
don't we have him on at the same time with Sneeko?
Sneeko, you want to go at him?
Fireworks.
I'm down to sit back.
Why don't we and you host a debate?
I'm down. No, we should do that.
Well, we could do it.
Fuck it. Let me tell them.
Sneeko, are you cool with that? Can you hear us or not?
That's Destiny?
Yeah,
I
I
can hear
know.
you now, but it's on my headphones. It is what it is.
No, you're good. I'll tell you when to bring him on. But
Okay.
tell him it's gonna be
chat
with
with
Sneeko.
Sneeko
We
for
gotta
a
make
bit.
it clear with
Can
him.
you hear me?
It's
Everything's
cool.
good?
Yeah, can you hear us?
All right. I could debate Destiny on
fuck
this
it, I'm just gonna do this.
if they
My
want.
oldest friend. My friend of 6
How you
years.
doing, Steinberg?
My oldest
Hey,
friend of
how's
6
it going?
years.
How was Saint-Tropez? You know, some of my friends are out there right now.
It was a fucking great time. I'm not
Buddy.
gonna lie. We had a fucking great time. We missed you, bro. I don't know if you're still up to that activity, but
Yeah. If they bring Destiny on, it would be a good debate. I could debate him on this. I think it would be a good discussion. But yeah, I don't know if Sneeko wants to debate Destiny.
wait, Sneeko, before we do this, at some point, can we bring Destiny on, or what's your guys' standing right now? We'll wait. We'll talk to you for 10, 15 minutes before.
Okay, hold on. I just want to fix my audio if we're gonna do this prop. I don't know why the fucking thing.
Dude, Discord is
On
so
our end,
fucking
you're
garbage.
perfect.
I fucking hate
And
Discord,
also,
bro.
did you watch the pod or no?
Fucking blows. Yo, chat, how was my audio? Chat, how do we do on that one? How was the audio on the stream for Nelk? And then how was the or how we do, chat? No, Sneeko's the homie, guys. You know that. I love Sneeko. I feel like they were rushing me off though. And they also like interrupted me a bunch of times, which was annoying, trying to say it's a conspiracy theory. Like, bruh, there's literally declassified FBI documents on 9/11. So it's like, what the fuck?
I was really upset because I'm somebody who hates Netanyahu, and I know what he's doing, and it's a genocide. I think he's worse than Adolf Hitler. I mean, at least, you know, the differences or a comparison. Netanyahu's starving people in Palestine right now. And I thought that you guys knew, but I could hear based on, we've been talking about the Steiny, and I've seen the back and forth that you guys had with other people. I don't think you guys know too much about this conflict. And when I was talking to you, Steiny, privately, you were saying, like, oh, I don't want to hear about conspiracy theories. And when I mentioned, you know, Epstein's connection to Israel. But a lot of what they were saying was a conspiracy theory. You guys know that has been revealed over the past 5-6 years as being true. Right, like the COVID vaccine, for one, they called you a crazy conspiracy theorist. So it's not.
Who's the retard saying I won't show love to Sneeko? Bro, you guys know I always show love to Sneeko, man.
I wouldn't say conspiracy.
I'm
theory,
not.
but
I'm not against conspiracies.
I'd say off topic, rather.
I'm not against conspiracies.
Like, I think having Netanyahu on the podcast.
Like, you know what's funny? Like, Steiny said, yo, we don't know too much. And then when I'm talking about 9/11, oh, no, we don't want to talk about conspiracy theories. Like, wait, do you know or you don't know? I'm confused.
To what we talked about earlier, we jumped fucking through hurdles to get to what we were talking about. So that was the only thing, is I want to stay more on topic than go into rabbit hole conspiracies.
Yeah, So when I first saw that, when I first saw it was leaked, I was thinking, okay, you guys are close with the Trump administration. We know the relationship you guys have. We know how Trump is basically owned by Netanyahu, whether or not.
Facts.
You guys have seen the picture of Trump pulling out Netanyahu's chair while he's sitting down.
$100 million from Myron Adelson.
Does the handshake and brings him in. Netanyahu, he just like, come sit right here, come sit there. He's the only person that Trump seems afraid of, right? And you guys are Trump supporters. You know the slogan, America First, correct?
Mm-hmm.
How can we put America first but send $4 billion to Israel every year?
So wait, what about the point that I think that a lot of people make this, and I'm not saying this, but I feel like a lot of people want to say that Israel's America's strongest ally. That's what I've heard.
Bruh.
Right. What do we get from Israel as our greatest
No,
ally?
but I'm not saying that.
Every
But I'm
policy-
saying that when you talk about him and Trump having that different relationship, I think it's the fact that they probably talk the most. Who knows their relationship? But I feel like that's not that important, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm asking you guys, as Trump supporters, you guys want to put America first.
I'm going to read the chat here in a second, guys. For real this time.
And I actually said to Netanyahu's face, I was like, yo, you're making it harder and harder for Americans to want to support Israel. Like, it's like almost non-existent at this point, it feels. From a social media perspective or just from an American perspective, it's like you go to the average American, you think they're going to be free Palestine. So I agree with you that I don't think that Netanyahu or Trump is making it any easier for an American to want to support Israel.
Trump has failed in a lot of ways. I know you guys are very, pro-Trump for a lot of years, but he said no more wars, and then he ended up bombing Iran. And he didn't bomb Iran for America. We have no involvement in this conflict. He bombed them for Israel. Because if you notice in your podcast, Netanyahu, he always says, you notice this, Kyle, whenever he mentions Israel, the United States, he says we. He says we, like, this is our
He
war,
was.
this is
I
us.
noticed that he was very trying to obviously,
Yeah, make Israel's problems America's problems.
Americans. Obviously, that's why he came on.
Well, he was trying to align Israel and America the entire
included
time.
as one.
Yeah.
That's
We
the
noticed
that's the
that.
double speak that's the double speak they've been doing for a long time, and you guys are releasing the podcast at the worst time ever because there's the biggest mass awakening to this
I
problem
know.
ever right now,
Literally.
and
Yeah, it was a big fucking mistake on their part.
which is it's
And I don't believe them whatsoever when they say, oh, like, we were going to do whatever. No, dude. Like, guys, this is what happened. Like, bro. Actually, no, give me a... I'll let you guys hear what Sneeko says, then I'll explain to you guys what really went down here.
Shit. Fuck, bro. Sorry.
You touch it.
I pressed refresh. I meant to refresh that.
Judd, can we add him back in?
My bad.
Fix it on site.
My bad, boys.
So, Sneeko, we're bringing you right back in.
I meant to fucking refresh my screen.
Gotta
My bad.
Go on right there.
Let Judd do it. We have Red Bulls?
No, fix it. I got coffee for you. What the fuck is the coffee? Oh, it's time to get.
That's mine.
I just made a coffee for you.
My girl make
My bad. That might have been the
Can
Mossad.
you hear us?
Did Mossad just shut it off?
Yeah.
It might have been. Or I might have hit Command R by accident.
Okay, so go ahead with what you were saying.
I can't see your camera.
Shit. I think that's a problem on your end.
Bro, something's wrong with their
that's
Discord,
you
bro.
guys for sure.
I'm telling you
Judd,
guys,
can't
something
see
is
our
wrong with their
cameras.
shit,
Are we
man.
screen sharing the monitor?
Our side.
Well, he can't see us.
Any milk? No? Is there any milk in? Oh, thank you.
We can call him again.
You can hear us though, yeah?
Okay, but you can see me. It's fine.
Yeah.
We can see you. If you can't see us, I don't know how that.
Okay, we're good. We're good.
Okay.
I was just saying, about putting
Discord is fucking trash, dude.
Do you think that we should spend, as American citizens, you guys have a big American following, you are a representation of young American culture. Should we be giving
And I'm going to talk about that here in a second, guys, why Netanyahu did this interview as well. It's way deeper than they know, and no one's mentioned it yet.
so why should we be doing the same thing for Israel? Like you said, they're our greatest ally. I don't even know if you believe that. What do we get? What do we get from our greatest ally?
It's a good
Crickets.
point. I mean, again, I'm not super educated on it all, but I mean, yeah, it's a good point.
We don't get anything from like that. The truth is, they'll say that's the answer. They'll reply with military aid, but the military aid is to fight their wars. I noticed, and I'm glad you guys said this in the podcast. I think Kyle, you said specifically, we have PTSD and trauma from going into Iran, going into Iraq. Yeah. We fought all these wars, and do you know remember the lie of the weapons of mass destruction?
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's what I mentioned.
Remember when they said that? You know who said that in front of Congress? That was Benjamin Netanyahu.
Yep.
He told our government, Iraq has weapons of mass destruction. They have chemical weapons. We need to go there and stop them.
And he said taking out Saddam will create positive reverberations across the region.
They need us to have, they need a
I'll never forget that shit.
Middle East, right? Because Israel's so hated. There's a small little nation in the Middle East surrounded by Arab countries and other people that don't want them there because they have nukes, but nobody else can have nukes. We'll say we have to invade Iran because they can't have nukes. Israel has a nuclear.
Guys, do me a favor. Smash the like button because I'm on live early for you niggas.
So they need to have some support. They drag us time and time again into the Middle East to go and fight their wars for them with the lie that we're their greatest ally while we receive no benefits from them at all.
I think there have been some benefits. I'm not sure.
Zero benefits.
There has to be.
Yeah, bro.
You gotta know.
Yeah, no benefits.
There are none. The response
no
is always military, but we don't need them. Like,
I mean,
our country, we're surrounded on both sides. We have oceans. We have the Pacific Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, Canada.
I mean, would you say that? Yeah.
I think Sneeko. I think that there's some sense of like they have similar ideology. They have similar beliefs that America does. I think that's why.
No, they don't. They're an apartheid ethno state. They're not a democracy like people claim at all. They're an apartheid ethno state that's committing a genocide right now.
Because they do believe in like, and I'm not trying to get too fucking
democracy. They believe
yes, exactly. There's democracy there. They believe
they're not a democracy.
And the Arab countries, they're going to say like they oppress women and you know the hijab.
I wasn't going to say that, but I was going to say that they do have a democracy in Israel. So I think that's maybe why there is that.
But this is the secret that they have. Israelis hate Jesus Christ. They spit on Christians. They're bombing churches and they're killing Christians as well.
I went to Israel.
Wait, hold on. We're going to interject there.
I was never spit on.
We also went to where Christ was born.
You guys were there. You guys went there to kiss the wall, and
bro, and they had security with them and their celebrities, of course.
There, and we saw the Christian quarters.
If you're an influencer, right, and you go to Israel, bro, they're gonna treat you fucking great. It's a propaganda tour. Of course, they're not gonna spit on you guys. What the fuck?
So we did go to where Christ was born.
No, at the wall. I can't.
But I'm just.
Dude, they literally take you to Israel to kiss the wall. It's a propaganda trip, man, and it's all paid for.
They showed us everything.
The difference is.
And Kyle being Catholic.
If you're not doing anything wrong and you're not on some fuck shit, why the fuck are you paying people to come over to your fucking country and get a tour? Why?
This is those surrounding countries that you're saying don't have democracy. They love Jesus, and the Israelis hate Jesus. They believe that they rejected Jesus and they're waiting for their own Messiah. That's the main difference, is that we have more in common theologically with those countries than we do with Israel. If you ask any Israeli what they think of Jesus Christ, they will say that he's burning in feces and excrement in hell. They have rejected him.
Bro, that's
true, Steiny.
You said if you ask any Israeli.
Yeah. They hate Jesus.
But what?
I think he means Jew, but that's fine.
Yeah.
So if I ask any Muslim this question and they're gonna give me that response, like that's where I just like I feel like you're grouping everybody together, and I feel like that's where it makes it difficult.
I'm just telling you what's true.
Muslims, but you're not. You're saying if you ask anybody this, then they're going to give you that response. That's not a fair thing to say about any group of people out there. I'm going to be honest. And I agree with a lot of things that you said, but that's a crazy.
Netanyahu. Those are the hard-hitting questions that I would have asked to somebody like Netanyahu, right?
Yeah.
If you ask any Muslim this question, they will tell you that they love Jesus, that he's the Messiah, he's the prophet. If you ask Israelis, I can send you videos of the Israelis spitting on Christians as they walk through. That's the major difference.
I think there's a lot of good people in Israel too that don't agree with what's going on.
Yeah, they're terrified, bro.
I'm one of those people, Sneeko.
One thing I think too, Sneeko, just being from the outside, I think and we said this to Nick too, is that I think Jews just get boxed in as a whole. You know, like obviously there's rich Jews that run fucking Hollywood, but like our guy that runs our fucking chat right now, he's in New York.
Me.
You too, but no, I'm saying our guy that runs our fucking shit.
He's Hollywood.
I mean, everyone says that.
That's what Nick was saying. That's why he's.
That's
carried
what
that
Nick
on.
said, but I'm saying they box
They
those
do.
Jews in with like normal Jews, like the guy that runs our shit. He's a guy from New York. He shares an apartment. He's lucky to pull
That's not fair.
he's lucky to pull a 7 at
Yes,
the bar.
that's the point.
Like, you know, but he gets
Yeah,
boxed
I'm
in,
also-
and like he gets hate with all the other elitist Jews, which I don't think that's cool.
Right. I don't think it's fair to categorize like the rich Zionists,
Well, is he a Zionist?
you know, Rabbi Shmuley with all the Jews, because most Jews that I know are good people. Like Aiden's my best.
It's the Zionists that they dislike.
And I was talking to Stein. He's like, man, the hatred is rising a lot. And yeah, Jews should not be responsible for this. I saw Myron talking about it earlier. People like Dave Smith, people like Norman Finkelstein. A lot of people have been speaking up about this properly. You know who one of the major American politicians are that did not want to send more money to Israel? Was Bernie Sanders.
Bernie Sanders. Yeah, we're educated over here.
He's a Brooklyn Jew, and he's the only one saying, hey, we should stop giving all our... Why is every politician owned by AIPAC? Right?
Yes.
Why does people asking questions, why is an Israeli flag most Jews that I know American flag all the time? Why are they getting all their money from Israel?
By the
Why
way,
is
we
AIPAC
got
the biggest...
if you're curious, we got 0 bag for this, obviously.
I thought you guys did, and you
We
guys
didn't get
know
that. We didn't get the Sneeko Rumble back. I promise you that. It was
Yeah, buddy, I
near
don't
that.
have an interior designer.
Yeah.
Not just yet.
We don't have the couch in there. We're furnitureless over
You guys,
here.
you know, there are 20 people in that room that was CIA and Mossad, even if you weren't aware of that.
No, I'm not. I mean, it probably was. There was 20 people in suits.
But there was not even. There was a lot of there's a lot of women in there too.
I mean, that doesn't really mean that.
That doesn't mean shit.
Holy
we don't know who's
shit.
in there. Sneeko, we will
course
tell
we-
you there was 20 people in there. We don't
have
know
no
what the
clue.
fuck they're rolling.
Bro, 19K dislikes.
That's like a part of the White House where anyone that foreign comes, and that's where they like stay and sleep.
Sneeko, this is my
How
biggest-
how
Yo.
crazy is that?
that
Yo.
makes it more difficult to.
I want you guys to all look, bro, you guys are 60 IQ. I want you guys to all fucking like this shit right now, bro. Here's the fucking thing. Because, yo, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I'm kind of annoyed that they kept cutting me off when I was fucking talking. I was cooking and they kept fucking cutting me off. So fucking like this shit. Make sure it gets to the top, bro. I'm dropping the link right now. You guys know what time it is, man. OS-less.
Spartans! What is your profession?
Because this is fucking retarded, man. Hold on. Here it is. There's a link. Smash that fucking like button on this shit, bro. Because, yo, I'm going to keep it 1,000 with you guys. I'm going to keep it all the way 1 million. Right? This is what happened, chat. About a week and a half ago, and you guys remember because they said this here on stream. They're like, oh, we got Netanyahu who's coming on. They were super fucking hyped, right? They were super hyped to do the interview. What they didn't realize was they didn't know they were going to get this much backlash. Why do you guys think, yo, they dropped this podcast 5 hours ago, bro? Like, they dropped this podcast 5 hours ago. Why do you think they went on stream immediately and started bringing in people that are critical of Israel? That should tell you guys something. Like, dude, when Kyle was saying, like, oh, yeah, nah, bro, we just, you know what I mean? Like, we were totally going to bring somebody on pro-Palestine. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Get the fuck out of here. Dude, people have told me before, like, I'm too controversial for Nelk. It was fucking Nelk's manager that told us not to fucking go on with, not to have Nick on. Like, bro, it's cap. It's cap, bro. It's absolute cap. Okay? So the real reason why they're on right now is because they're getting an insane amount of fucking backlash. That's why they're on right now. This is 1,000% fucking damage control. So, like, they just got to own it and be honest. Now they're trying to, like, walk it back. We're like, no, we were going to totally interview pro-Palestine people. No, you weren't, dude. No, you fucking weren't, man. They're doing it now. Think about it, guys. If they actually were going to interview pro-Palestine people, they would have done it before. Why are they doing this emergency stream now? Right? Like, they're doing this stream now for damage control. It is what it is. Just call it what it is. Right? But, like, you're not going to fool the people because they literally bragged about this interview like a week and a half ago. So, it's just interesting how, you know what I mean? They're trying to call me out. Oh, bro, you said we're retarded. Yeah, that was retarded. Absolutely. Now, again, they don't know better, so it's fine, but it was still retarded. I'm not going to fucking try to sun them like Hasan. But yeah, I stand by what I said. That was fucking retarded. really bad move to interview him, knowing and not knowing like the background. So it is what it is. And here's another thing too that I want to tell you guys. Oh, bam, we already got 2K. Bro, the other reason too, guys, the other reason why they had, what's it called on? The other reason why they had Netanyahu on, or well, excuse me, why Netanyahu agreed to the interview? Well, you know what? That's a little bit longer monologue. Let me just go back to the stream so you guys can keep listening. And I can yap after.
I don't think you should have done it from a business standpoint, because I know like you're, you know, how good of a businessman you are. I think that was a major mistake.
For sure.
It's gonna.
Sneeko, let me tell you this.
And this is damage control.
Did a great job today.
Let me ask you this, Sneeko, as a friend of mine for fuck, we've had some good times in the past.
Yeah, dude, the guys that own Happy Dad, like Ari Emanuel, like, bro, these guys are all fucking Zionists, dude. They're all Zionists, and that's who runs Nelk Boy shit.
I don't preach being a brand risk.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit. You do preach being a brand risk.
No. I don't preach being a brand risk, but I know how difficult it is to criticize Israel. It's the most difficult subject.
But shouldn't you have some sort of support or empathy in the fact that it's like, yo, we're having someone on who's the biggest brand risk of all time? Sure, you might not agree with them.
No, because that's not why they went into the interview.
Things and the wrong things, right? Netanyahu's hated because he's killing people and starving children. I've been canceled because I criticize Israel.
Exactly.
And a lot of people don't know this.
Big
they don't
difference.
Want people to wake up. There was a moment when Kyle was interviewing Andrew Tate, and Tate asked you the question, like, what's the one thing you can't criticize in America? And Kyle's like, the Dems? And it's like, no, you can't talk about the Jews. You can't speak about them.
I'm telling
like,
you, bro, I'm not super tapped in with that entire situation. I was super into the, you know, the American politics, because I think it affects, like, you know, where I'm from too, and America obviously.
Yeah, but if you're gonna understand American politics, you need to also understand Israel's role. But that's the goal. Like they don't want you guys to understand Israel's role.
I'm really not educated on that entire situation,
bruh.
So
yeah. But the reason why there's a difference between me and Netanyahu when it comes to being a brand risk is, like, I got banned on Instagram for being Free Palestine. Like, they never messaged me why. If we're really gonna look at why I got banned off of all social media platforms, it wasn't really because of misogyny or because of, you know, COVID misinformation, election misinformation. It was because I criticized Israel. That's the one subject you can't.
I brought the volume down for you guys on the sound effects. My bad.
For a fact.
There you go. Should be better.
Look at the pattern between all the people you just had on. Myron has been banned on Instagram at the same time.
Hasan's fine.
Israel. Nick Fuentes.
What about Hasan?
The difference. The leftists have a shield. If you
wave
the transgender flag as well,
Thank
have
you.
a different shield.
Yes. And Hasan criticizes them from a humanitarian perspective. He never talks about, you know, their power. He doesn't talk about 9/11, JFK, none of that shit.
Could agree on, no?
See, that's Hasan's thing. Like, I mean, that's what they do.
That's
how
does that work?
That's fucking crazy.
I don't agree with that. Like, that's
So the thing is, okay, let me tell you guys why people like Kyle Kulinski and Hasan Piker don't get canceled for talking about this shit. The reason why is because they're progressives. When you're progressives, Sneako's right. You get a shield. On top of that, they don't go into the real shit. They don't go into the USS Liberty. They don't go into 9/11. They don't go into JFK assassination. They don't go into how they stole our fucking nuclear bombs. They don't go into RFK, right? They don't go into how the dark history of Israel, about how, you know, organized crime literally was embedded with the Jewish mafia and the Italian mafia. Like they don't go into detail. They just cover the Gaza conflict for the most part, is what they do.
I'm trying to take in how rich you are, but yeah.
Yeah.
I know that white couch is not cheap.
That's what you notice, my white couch.
Restoration Hardware is all over that place. Chat, this guy's living good.
So look, I do an interview with Eric Adams the next day, the New York Post, the day after Trump bombs Iran. So this is major news right here. Ayatollah, you see Trump in the front. Page 2 of the New York Post is the New York Post calling me an anti-Semite, and also putting at the top, it says Free Palestine. This is a vlog I made about Free Palestine, and they put that here. They call me an anti-Semitic, you know, all this. They mention how, you know, things I've said about Palestine and Israel. To make it a headache for people like Eric Adams to have me on.
Yeah.
Right. This is the number one brand risk thing.
Yeah.
This is
Thanks, Lassie Bluton.
Of these major establishments and everything that you need in order to have a.
Yo, chat. do you guys get the feeling that they just like wanted me off quick? Yo, I get the feeling, bro, that I was like saying too much shit, and they just like, yo, we got to get this guy out of here, bro. That's the vibe I get, chat. I mean, you guys tell me if you guys feel that way too. I want to get your guys' opinions, but I feel like they were cutting me off a lot, and they were just trying to get me out quick. Which, look, I get it. Like I'm controversial, right? Like in many different ways, so I can understand. But yeah, I definitely think that they were just trying to get me the fuck up out of there. Yeah, you guys do feel that way? Okay, cool. I'm looking at what you guys think. Well, I turned the volume down on that shit. But yeah, they rushed me, right, guys? Yeah. Yep. No, it's fine. Hey, I just want to see if you guys noticed that too. So, it is what it is. Let's see here. Let's go back to see what these guys are yapping about.
Their own educated opinion based on what the guest says.
Sneeko.
And that's what we did. We will do that with anyone on the planet. And that's what the Full Sun podcast is. Obviously, other podcasters, they don't do that.
You gotta respect that, Sneeko. You gotta respect that. I know you're the brand risk king. You gotta.
I believe you wholeheartedly.
But do I understand? Do I understand these perspectives? And I'm actually learning a lot by reading, and I'm actually learning now by like.
That's why we went Nick Fuentes, Myron, Hasan, and then Sneeko.
And I'm sure our whole audience is learning now. I bet.
And this is damage control, by the way. 100% damage control. Don't let them fool you guys and say, oh, we were going to talk to pro-Palestine people. Fuck no, they weren't, dude. Fuck no, they weren't. Guys, their whole management staff are all Zionists. The guys over at Happy Dad, Ari Manuel that owns TKO Holdings. Like, I mean, bro, look. I'll show you guys instead of fucking.
What we're really doing is fucking educating our audience, and they're hearing both sides. They're hearing the very far, someone that's wanted as a war criminal, and then they're hearing the complete opposite side. So I think in the end, right now we're getting backlash, but I think, in another week or a week and a half or 2 weeks, I think we're actually doing a service to the entire internet. And we're biting the bullet for it, but I think
why do you guys take a strong stance? I understand that perspective, and I do believe you're doing it. But why take a stance when it comes to Trump, but not something?
No, I wasn't being rude at all. They tried to call me out on a tweet that I said when I said it was retarded to interview Netanyahu, and I told them, yeah, it was. And you guys are just doing this for fucking, and you guys are doing these interviews right now for damage control. That's the fucking truth, bro. That's the truth. So someone said, Myron, you were being rude. No, I wasn't, dude. I was actually very polite. And then they kept interrupting me, and then they said, oh, you said that we're retarded on Twitter. Yeah. And this is 1,000% damage control. It's the fucking truth, bro.
But one thing I think that Trump did for sure is, bro, free speech is... If Kamala won, do you know where free speech would be right now, bro? I deal with all these platforms. Like, what you're allowed to do now on YouTube and the way YouTube... Like, Sneeko, I've told this story before, but when we uploaded our podcast with Trump in 2022 or whenever... Remember when we got him first?
Yeah.
And they deleted it and shit?
That's why I got a strike for the same thing. Election misinformation.
Yeah, election misinformation. So when we had him on there too, it was like, yeah, it was crazy. YouTube deleted it. And then I went to the inauguration this year, and there was a YouTube event, like a YouTube Google event. I walked in, the CEO of Google's there, the CEO of YouTube's there, and in the corner of the TV, there's a fucking TV.
All right, turn the volume up on Kick. You guys should be able to hear it better now.
Of all the content that people did with Trump leading up to the election. And I'm just sitting there like thinking like, wait a second, 2 years ago, you guys literally deleted our fucking interview, gave us a strike, almost got our channel deleted, and 2 years later, you guys now have a TV and you're praising him in the corner at a Google event. So,
I'm still
then
banned
again,
on YouTube for that.
Yeah,
you're
YouTube
still
is
banned on
bullshit
YouTube.
for that.
We actually, so one thing I'll say.
I wanna go right after you. Yeah, go ahead.
One thing I want to say that's positive about that is, bro, if Kamala won, that would absolutely not be the case right now. I know from even the Nelk videos we upload, like YouTube is kind of, they're now forced in a corner where, of course, they're following the money. Like you saw Zuck bring on Dana White on the board and stuff like that. But one positive we've definitely got out of that was all these platforms were forced to follow the money, and they're forced to kind of support free speech.
But Sneeko, after Kyle,
I've noticed that firsthand being a creator.
after Kyle goes in, I want to just mention one more thing. You're forgetting the fact that everyone thought, after how bad all the Biden TikToks, all the Biden is too old, everyone expected a continuation of Biden's America with Kamala. So I think that made it a little bit easier for Trump, as everyone's expecting, oh, Kamala's just gonna continue Biden's fucking presidency. So I feel like it was very hard at that.
Yeah, they were terrified, bro. Having me on. Okay, so let's talk about this real quick with Netanyahu and why he did this interview. So look, guys, it's very simple, right? So Netanyahu doesn't agree to interviews that he knows he's going to get challenged on. And based on the Nelk Boys' proximity to the president and them being super pro-Trump, he was like, all right, I feel safe doing this interview. Not only does he feel safe doing an interview because their proximity to Trump, because they don't want to burn bridges, they're the people that are around them, like this fucking guy right here. This is the real owner of the fucking UFC right here, buddy. Hey, man, the early life checks out every fucking time. It ain't Dana White. It's this nigga right here, bro, okay?
Welcome, punch!
So they're cool with him. They're cool with Shahidi, right? Who I think he's a Zionist or one of them boys as well, right? So the reality is all the people around Nelk are super hardcore Zionists. So Ben Netanyahu was like, okay, they don't know about what's really going on. They're super close to Trump. I'll sit down and I'll do this interview. Now, there's another sinister reason that he sat down and did the interview with them that no one else is talking about. And I didn't get a chance to talk about this because they fucking rushed me off. But here's the real reason. As you guys know, TikTok has been one of the biggest platforms ever since 2020. And TikTok basically has allowed for content that's good to basically get out there quick, okay? Now, obviously, the problem is that TikTok is great for organic growth, but it's terrible for censorship. So once you start to blow up and you're talking about taboo things, you get fucking censored. But when Israel-Palestine popped off after October 7th, what ended up happening was people started getting interested in what's going on in the Middle East. And if you actually do the research, you'll pretty much find out that Israel's wrong on almost everything and that they stole a bunch of land. There's no fucking reason why a bunch of Ukrainians, Polish people, Russians, Romanians, Belarus motherfuckers from Eastern Europe should be in the fucking Middle East. None of them have blood that ties to the land, okay? The Palestinians do. So when you actually look at the history, the whole state of Israel is damn near indefensible, okay? Now, people started to get red-pilled on this shit on TikTok. And then something crazy happens. The letter to America goes viral, written by Osama bin Laden circa 2002-2003. In that letter, Osama bin Laden listed out all of his grievances with the United States. And one of the top reasons that he had such a problem with the United States was our foreign policy, our interventionist foreign policy, where we were sanctioning the fuck out of Iraq, bombing Syria, bombing the entire Middle East, etc. for Israel. So when Americans finally got to see this letter, it went viral and it got shared on TikTok everywhere. Obviously, they said, shut it down, because I think The Guardian published it, if I'm not mistaken, or Axios, one of these fucking newspapers, right? And they censored it. Then people continued to post on TikTok. It started to get to a point where it was 70% pro-Palestine. 70% pro-Palestine, 30% pro-Israel. So obviously Israel started freaking out. And the reason why they started freaking out, chat, is because the youth use TikTok, okay? So it's one thing if people that are older are critical of Israel. It's another thing when it's the young people. Because the reality is, Israel's existence is contingent upon U.S. aid. If you are able to influence the youth to be critical of Zionism and not want to give our tax dollars to them, that's a direct threat to their fucking national security, chat. Worse than that, nigga. Okay? Because they know that if they don't have unequivocal U.S. support, they will be destroyed by all their enemies. Okay? This is very fucking important. It became so important that Jonathan Greenblatt of the ADL went to the fucking Knesset and made it like a state of emergency. He said, we don't have an anti-Semitism problem from a race perspective. We have an age problem here. So in other words, he was starting to see young people understanding the dark history of Israel and not liking it. And what pissed off Jonathan Greenblatt and these other Zionist lobby groups that control censorship is they could not control TikTok to the same degree. Okay? This obviously created a lot of problems for them. So when Trump came into office, if you guys remember, they shut TikTok down for about 24 hours. Okay? When they shut TikTok down for 24 hours, Donald Trump was able to basically negotiate something to get it turned back on. But when it came back on, what ended up happening was you couldn't put the fucking watermelon emoji, Free Palestine was banned, and they made it a lot more censored towards pro-Palestinian content. And the reason why Trump decided to save TikTok is because TikTok was a critical component to his victory in the last election. So he felt as though he owed them a favor. Also, TikTok, runs a lot of people run businesses, whatever. So they basically took it down for a day, cleaned it up, made it more pro-Israel, and then put it back on the fucking market. That is the power of the Zionist lobby in America. Okay? I want you guys to really get that through your fucking heads. A foreign nation was able to get an app taken off your fucking phone that might have been how you made your money. Again, I need you guys to really fucking understand this shit. And I'm annoyed that the fucking Nelk Boys didn't let me explain this shit to them because I'm going to weave it back to them here in a fucking second. A foreign government was able to lobby your fucking government to shut down an app that millions upon millions of Americans rely on for income. Do you guys get that? You can go ahead and make a TikTok and talk shit about Trump all day. Nobody gives a fuck. But if you go in and you talking shit about Israel, Zionism, Jewish power in America, or influence, fucking banned. If that does not prove that they run this fucking country, I don't know what else will. Now, here's where the fucking Nelk Boys come in.
Welcome, punch!
Netanyahu is keenly aware that the majority of young Americans are waking up to the problem of Zionism in America. So what they're doing is they're going to slowly but surely try to do podcasts that will allow him to kind of market himself to the younger people. And Nelk, a lot of their fans are young. So it's the perfect fucking situation. You have you have a big platform of podcasters that are stupid on foreign affairs, that are pro-Trump, that will bring you on so you can push your propaganda with very little pushback, and then slowly try to take the narrative back or push out the propaganda bullshit. Thankfully, nobody bought it, right? That's why this shit got fucking, 19K dislikes right here, as you guys can see, right? 22K dislikes. Nobody bought it. So people are waking up. But that is the real reason why he agreed to sit down and do this interview. Israel knows that they're losing the youth in America. Guys like myself, guys like Sneeko, guys like Nick Fuentes, etc., are red pilling people every fucking day on this shit. So they need to do a whole rebrand. As a matter of fact, let's go ahead and more into the fucking rabbit hole. I want you guys to meet this woman, Jordana Cutler. This woman right here is a Jewish Zionist, and she is the public policy director, Israel and the Jewish diaspora on Facebook. Guess what her job is? Her job is to censor content that is critical of Israel on Meta. And this is why, because I can hear it when I was on the fucking Discord call with Nelk. No conspiracy theories. Because the reality is, I know these motherfuckers by name. Okay? When we talk about censorship in America, I know who the fuck is involved by fucking name. All right? This woman right here, just so you guys know, worked directly for who? This motherfucker right here. Okay? When you do your fucking homework, you start to figure out, oh shit. Jordana Cutler was a aide to the prime minister of Netanyahu. So let me get this straight. We got a dual allegiance, dual citizen, Zionist, running one of our biggest social media fucking platforms, and she's censoring American citizens that are critical of Israel. Oh, but it gets better. Who owns Facebook? I'll show you guys. Mark Zuckerberg. Oh, but no, I'm not done yet. Let's keep going. Who runs Instagram? Oh, let's keep going. Who runs YouTube for the past fucking decade? Oh, okay. Who founded Google? Now, who writes the policy on censorship in America? Oh, you guys want to keep going? Huh? Hold on one sec, chat. I think, bro. I don't even know who the fuck this guy is, but let's look. Because I'm trying to find out who it was before him. I think it was Rachel Walensky or some shit like that. Is the guy in early life for 2 chat? It's a very strange name. He's the first African. Okay. But who was before him? Preceded by... Bro. Or no, was it the CDC, I mean? Oh yeah, hold on. My bad. I think it was the CDC. CDC. Something Walensky, I think. Someone's in the chat's going to put it in here. Oh, Sneako's calling me? Oh, shit. Okay. Give me one sec. I got my fucking Discord off here. I fucking hate Discord, bro. I truly hate fucking Discord. All right, let me open this shit. Give me one sec, chat. We can do some more early life here in a little bit. All right, let me open up Discord. Bro, I hate Discord with a fucking passion, bro. Like, if you guys knew how much I hate this godforsaken fucking app, it's literally the worst, dude. Or am I on here? Yo, Sneeko.
My dog, bro.
Can you hear me?
That's my dog.
Yo. Yo, can you hear me, bro? Yo. Yo, you got me?
Oh, he's calling.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yo, Myron.
Yo.
Oh, my fucking stuff.
Yo, I'm here, bro. Yo, Sneeko. Hold on.
Myron, baby.
Bro, what the hell? All right, let me deactivate this. All right. Yo, you got me?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
It's me. It's something with my fucking Discord. Wait a second.
Oh, I told you this shit's trash.
Yo, and yeah, you know, hey,
Fuck
but at least
Discord,
I
man.
was worried, bro. When you were getting in that call, I was worried you were gonna fumble it, bro. I was so nervous for you.
Bro, even if I did, it don't matter, bro. It is what it is. Like, dude, they're doing hardcore damage control right now. It is what it is.
But they're doing good damage control.
Oh, yeah,
and
Rochelle Walensky. Yes, that's who it was, guys. The head of the CDC was Rochelle Walensky. Thank you. And if you check early life, it checks out every time. Go ahead, Sneeko. My bad, bro.
I'm saying I believe them, don't you? I believe that they didn't know and they were just kind of doing interviews. I don't think they were pressured. I don't think they took money.
No, I don't think. I don't think that.
I asked Sani this morning. He's been calling me about this interview. I asked him, like, how much money did you get from this? He didn't take a cent.
No, I believe that they hold on. I think they can hear me on your speaker, bro. I can hear myself echoing.
Oh, you can?
Yeah.
Hold on a second.
I'm glad that you're finally realizing that fucking Discord is fucking garbage.
Give me a sec. Give me a sec.
Yeah, no worries. I told you Discord's trash, bro.
It worked for everybody else.
We could do Zoom if you want.
I want to react to the interview with you. Have you seen it?
Which one? Oh, the Netanyahu one?
Oh, working. Yeah, it's working out. Okay, we're good. Yeah, I wanted to react.
Yeah,
to
I watched.
Here.
Yeah, we could watch it. I mean, I watched a good amount of it. That's why everyone is so pissed off at them. But yeah, we could watch it if you want.
I think people are pissed off regardless. Just seeing the picture of them sitting down with the Israeli flag, I think they're pissed. Just the optics of it. But you don't need to watch the interview to understand what it was.
I mean, okay, hold on.
I want to watch it anyway.
Yeah, no worries. I'm trying to figure out here how I can. Should I share my screen?
I can set it up. I'll set it up. I was just going to talk for a second.
Okay. So I'm trying to figure out here.
I think you did well. I don't know if you saw any of mine speaking to them. This was a big
I
red pill
was
moment.
watching it, yeah.
And I thought it was funny when Stani said, as soon as you bring up 9/11, they're like, no conspiracy theories. You
Yeah,
know?
bro.
They're going to come
Like-
around. They're going to come around. But you got to give them, like, you got to realize, see, a lot of people think that they're like picking a side in propaganda. They're just normies. They're like the perfect example of the American normie that does not know about this stuff.
No, of course. I mean, but the thing is also is like, you know, this is 100% damage control. Like they were trying to lie and say, oh, you know, we were going to totally have pro-Palestinian people on. Dude, that's not true, bro. They would never have Nick Fuentes on. They would never have me on. They would never have you on if it weren't for them needed. Yeah, bro. Like they would never, like the whole reason why they got the interview with Netanyahu in the first place is because they don't associate with us. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like that's how they got the interview in the first place. So like, because they try to call me out and they're like, oh, you made this tweet saying we're retarded. Yeah, you are. And I called them out. I said, the only reason y'all are doing these interviews right now is because you guys are trying to damage control, bro. Like, it is what it is. Like, everyone around them are hardcore Zionists. Ari Emanuel, fucking Shahidi, all the Happy Dad fucking guys. They're all fucking Jews pretty much, man. So, of course, they're going to, like, have a problem. Right? So I called them out.
If they never got any backlash for the Netanyahu podcast, they 100% would have just stayed on that course. They would have kept doing Trump things. And yeah, I mean, but I do respect the damage control.
Yeah, I know it's fine, but like, it's not genuine. Like, it's like they're only doing it because they're getting cooked right now. Like, bro, I'm looking at their video right now. It has like 22K dislikes with with 17 likes.
I think they really underestimated how much people hate Israel and Netanyahu right now. They had no idea.
Yeah, dude. It's literally This is self-preservation. You know what I mean? Because here's the thing. Here's something else. They rushed me off. I couldn't even talk as much as I wanted to. Dude, they were bragging about this interview for like 2 weeks, by the way, that they were going to do it.
No, they kept it private. They were really nervous about it.
It leaked. But like they were hyped when they talked about it when I saw the leak. That's what I'm trying to say.
They weren't hyped, like they were kind of nervous. They knew that it would go really viral the way a content creator is excited about something potentially going viral.
Nah, bro. They were excited because I
know personal people. I can tell you a personal story. I know people so they were right now in Europe partying. They just did the Drake stream in London, so they went to Saint-Tropez in France to party. I know people that are there, some people that I know, and they asked them about the podcast because I told them before they went. And they're like, how'd you know about the podcast? And they're like, oh, because I know Sneeko. And they were getting nervous. And this was from the past 2 weeks. Right. So they were trying to gauge this and trying to see. Kyle was saying he knew how much hate it was. I don't think he did. I think he underestimated it.
Definitely.
But they were nervous. They're 100%.
Bro, look, again, they didn't know. And they got so much backlash, and now they're kind of trying to fix the situation, because the thing is that they would never platform me, you, or Nick Fuentes or any of these people prior to them getting this backlash. So they're trying to like overcorrect. And that's fine. It's all good. Like, do what you got to do, but don't fucking, piss on our heads and tell you it's raining and tell us it's raining, dude. Like, come on, man. Like, you guys totally like underestimated that you guys were going to get this hate. And, I told them to their face. I was like, yo, you guys are only doing this to fucking save face at this point. Like, I told them straight up. Like, that's what it is.
That's true. And Trump is actually doing the same thing right now with the UFC and the White House. He realized that his best PR is when he gets that big round of applause at UFC. You've seen it. You've been to UFC,
yeah,
correct?
Of course, yeah. Well, not UFC, but yeah.
Yeah, when he goes to UFC and they're doing that huge round of applause. Right now, Trump is more hated than he's ever been. So he's like, UFC in the White House lawn. And it's going to work, but not the same. I think next time Trump walks out at the UFC, he's going to be massively booed because of the Epstein files. Even his biggest influencer supporters like Aiden Ross and Nelk Boys, even they are saying things that Trump is trying to alienate people for. Trump said, if you still want to release the Epstein files, you're not my supporter anymore. Nelk Boys and Aiden Ross said, release the Epstein files. So the next year, every Zionist and everybody who aligns with that crew, they're really quickly going to have to address their dual allegiance more than they ever had to.
Yeah, man. I mean, people are waking up, dude. People are waking up, right? We got people like you, myself, Nick. Tate's mentioned this a few times. Candace Owens and shit like that. Dan Bilzerian. Like, a lot of people are, waking up to this thing. And, obviously me and you, we were talking about it before it was cool, right? Is why it got us in so much trouble. So, we were talking about this shit before October 7th. Now that
October 7th.
Now that it's October 7th, now everyone feels like it's safe to do it, which is fine, because at the end of the day, I don't care, because the voice getting out there, the more people that get this information, the better. So that's good. But yeah, like Hasan went on their shit and he was just like lecturing them the whole time, which was insufferable to fucking listen to. And the other thing too, like I was trying to explain, because like when you were saying like they said, oh, well, why doesn't Hasan get canceled, whatever? Like, you hit the nail on the head. Progressives get like an extra shield when they talk about this shit, because the thing with Hasan and Kyle Kalinske and all these guys that like are critical of Israel, these progressives, is they stick to humanitarian problems. Oh, it's a genocide, it's an apartheid, it's fucked up, which is true. But they never talk about, how they betrayed us with 9/11, JFK, USS Liberty. They stay away from all that shit that they call quote unquote conspiracy theories.
Conspiracy theories, right? Even though USS Liberty, Steiny's the type of guy who's called that a conspiracy until he looks it up and it's true.
As soon as I said 9/11, they're like, no conspiracy theories, bro. Like, and they were trying to rush me off. Like, that's why they brought you so quick.
Kyle alluded to it. He's like, it's not the first time that there's been a false flag to go into war. When I talked to Steiny this morning, I said, like, okay, I was trying to like educate him a little bit. I'm like, why did we go to Iraq and Afghanistan? Why did we go for the past 20 years into all these places in the Middle East? And he's like, because of 9/11. I'm like, okay, what the fuck did Iraq have to do with 9/11? Why would we? And he's just like seeing the connections being made. Like, why is Israel our greatest ally? And they're like, I don't fucking know. It's interesting to see. So I do want to give them the benefit of the doubt, because if we're cordial to them, then a lot more people that are like them, that have, good hearts and want the best for this country, they're going to come around too.
Yeah, no, for sure. But this was, make no mistake about it. This is damage control, right? So this is honestly what it is. Because, bro, they dropped the interview like 5 hours ago, and they're already on stream, like fucking, bringing on a bunch of people that they would have never fucking invited otherwise.
Yeah. We would have never. I would have never. That's what was kind of I was a little bit bitter for a while. I was thinking about it, like, Nelk Boys have wanted to, like, been on the fence about having me on, and I've been on Steiny's podcast. We're like, oh yeah, you can't, you're banned.
Yeah,
so
dude.
They can have Netanyahu, they can have a war criminal, but they can't.
Yeah.
It's like, look at the state of social media where you can have a war criminal on your podcast, but not some podcasters.
It's dude, it's absolutely fucking ridiculous, man. It's and now I'm looking right now, they got Hasan on right now. He's probably gonna fucking lecture them about a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's like the thing with the progressives that talk about this topic, like their blind spot is they're too pussy to just call them Jews. That's the other thing too, is like they won't do the early life checks, they won't make the connections because it's anti-Semitic or racist.
Hey,
so
I didn't tell you this. You
Yeah.
know, after the Eric Adams interview, when they started writing about me in the New York Times and everything, they gave me a Wikipedia. And Myron, I'm actually excited. I'm an early lifer now.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, check my early life on Wikipedia right now.
Hold on, let me look. Hold on. Let me look at this shit.
Yeah, we made it. I am officially an early lifer.
Let me Google this nigga, bro.
I made sure to, look at my Wikipedia.
Hold on.
I shared it if you could see.
What? Bruh. Nigga. All right, I'm out. Bruh. Yo, what the hell?
Welcome, punch.
Guys, we can't be friends with Sneeko no more now. That's it. It's over, chat. It's over. This nigga's one of them. It's over, chat. It's over. It's over, niggas. Next thing you know, he's going to start giving me high interest loans. I'm just kidding. Let's get back in there with.
Why'd you leave?
Oh,
hey,
man.
You got an early lifer on your team.
Oh, man. Oh, Lord, say it ain't so, man. Say it ain't so.
But it's good because, look at the rest of it. The end of this paragraph here. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, let me see here.
He says he has been associated with the manosphere, a loosely defined online subculture centered on masculinity and gender roles. The movement has been described by scholars and journalists as promoting misogynistic, homophobic, and anti-feminist ideas.
All right, well, that's a W. But
yeah,
no, bro, that's a big deal.
The whole thing, they call me a Nazi and stuff, and neo-Nazi, Nick Fuentes.
Now, bro, that's good. That's good that they got you on there though, because you know, a lot of people, bro, can't get a Wikipedia page naturally. So the fact that you got one naturally is a big fucking deal.
Hey, and I think this early life could probably help me out a little bit.
There you go. You now you've become one of them, bro.
It is funny seeing you say that because I like after all these years of early lifing, I am one.
Oh man,
it's a pretty full circle moment. But
that is fucking funny. That is so funny.
Something. Yeah, the irony's there.
Bro, went from Muslim code to JUCO. Let's go.
Let's go. JUCO gets unbanned. Okay.
JUCO.
When I was,
yo, they need to reinstate your channel, bro. They need to reinstate your channel. Shit's getting fucking retarded.
Did you see the part where I was talking about Israelis spitting on Christians? So the Nelk Boys?
Yes. Yeah, and I actually commented on that. And I was like, they were like, oh, that's not true. When we go there, we don't get spit on. Dude, anyone that's a celebrity that goes to Israel is going to get the fucking red carpet rolled for them because it's a propaganda tour.
I said that. Yeah, I said
like,
that.
Yeah.
You worded it a little better there. How do you think you would have navigated that? Because like when you talk about,
no, you had it right.
Okay, even when I talk about the Jesus thing, when I was talking about how, you know, they're like, oh, they always say this thing. And Sani's like, oh, they're a democracy. And I knew where he was going. Like the Arab countries, they oppress women. They have hijabs and burqas around there. In Israel, look, they have great gay pride parades and, you know, they celebrate gay culture. And I was just like, I was thinking, what's the best way to establish the difference between Israel and America? And I think that was a good example. Do you agree?
Yeah, no, it is, man. And like I said, right, you got to kind of spoon feed them because this isn't really their topic of expertise. So I understand. But yo, let me ask you this, bro.
Yeah.
You already, well, bro, you gotta join. You know what I'm talking about. I won't go much further than that.
We'll talk off stream.
Okay. All right.
This podcast does, like the timing, you got to admit there's good timing, you know, especially with the Netanyahu pod and this stream. Just do me a favor, bro. Just think about it, dude. Think about it and seriously consider it, because I think people want to see all 5 pieces of Exodia once again, if you know what I'm saying. So, you know, remember we started this shit. We were the first ones to red pill people on all this bullshit, bro. I've been dying to react to this, and I think it'd be fun to react to.
Yeah, let's go ahead. Let's do it. Let's do react to the interview.
Your mic cut out.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Yeah. No, you have like those Discord settings where
it's cutting out. It's cutting out though. It goes in and out.
It's cutting out because you're talking. That's how
I can hear you.
You can't hear me. All right, hold on. Test.
Yeah, you're good now. I think it's a Discord thing because it's sharing this video.
Yeah, no, it is a Discord thing. You probably have on the settings. You probably have on the settings like when you talk, you overpower the other person.
Say it again. I have what on the settings?
You probably have the settings where there's like a setting where if you talk, like you get louder than everybody else.
Why is it doing that? Yeah, it's because I'm sharing this podcast. Hold on, let me turn it off for a second. All right, if you talk now, it should work.
All right, test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3.
It's these fucking Dippins headphones, bro. Jesus Christ, Dippins, you fuck. I love your Dippins.
But yeah, all I'm gonna say is that we were the OGs that did this shit, bro. Okay, let's look at.
Okay, I'm back. I hear you.
You're good? Okay, yeah, no, I said that we were the original ones that fucking did this shit before October 7th, bro. So we red-pilled a lot of people on this shit. We red-pilled a lot of people on this shit, man.
You know what's pretty cool, actually? Well, I don't know if it's cool, but Myron, what do you think about the fact that we're 100% on Netanyahu and Mossad's radar now?
You think we are?
If we haven't already. Netanyahu's just released a podcast with the Nelk Boys, and the Nelk Boys calls us to damage control. They're 100%.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, like you know that, right? It was, they probably already were, but this is the 100% confirmation of it.
Yeah, and the fact that we went after Nick, yeah, you're right, actually. Because I know 100% Nick is on their fucking radar.
Yeah, so now we're the four people, the four like pro-Palestine, anti-Israel guys are me, you, Hasan, and Nick.
Probably, yeah. Hasan's on there yapping right now. Probably.
He's back on Nelk?
Yeah, he's on Nelk right now yapping.
Is he with the pro-Palestine Jew, or they'd be smart for them if they were?
I don't know who. Here, I'll show you. I could share. You want me to share screen?
It's that guy. I can see it. I think it's that guy Friedland.
Yeah, I don't know who the fuck that guy is on the left, but yeah, no, I was telling my chat that I think that they were rushing me off, bro. Like they were like definitely like, shit.
Because I think you went down the rabbit hole too quickly.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, look, the thing is that like,
I mean, you were truthful.
When I talk about 9/11, I always refer to the declassified shit, right? I don't like come in with like theories. It's like, no, this is all declassified documents. Like this is a fact, right? So, but you know, people are fucking lame. But yeah, you want to?
I know, but you went. Yeah, let's react to this. You go full frontal. You're like, all right, so guys, Jews control America, and this is why. And
bro,
like,
dude, I had to, man. Like, yo, they're like Hasan was being so fucking insufferable, and he wasn't like saying what it is. So I was like, he was just like, oh, like you guys brought on like Hitler V2. Oh, like you guys brought on a deplorable person. Like, bro, shut the fuck up. Nobody cares about that. Here's why this is a fucking problem. Bam, 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 bam. You know what I mean? Their chat was spamming fucking W's.
It is necessary after hearing the droning on from his.
Yeah, dude. That's why progressives are fucking pussies and cucks when it comes to this topic, dude. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Okay.
Okay, I can hear you.
Let's go ahead.
Now.
All right, let's go ahead and play this fucking thing. You got the interview ready?
I shared it up. It's on. Look at your Discord.
My Discord? What? Okay, hold on.
Right now.
What the fuck?
And the fucking audio doesn't work, bro. Fuck, man. What the fuck is up with Discord?
Oh, yeah. Oh, how does it feel? It's annoying, isn't it?
Shit, motherfucker.
I told you this shit is trash. I told you. Here, let me share it with you, bro. I think it'll be easier if I share it.
All right, we should just Discord's fucking up. I think we should react separately.
Yeah. All right, nigga. That's gay, but that's fine. Look, let me hold on.
Yeah, I think we should react separately. But I'll call you. I'll call you after, and I'll be on stream if you want to talk.
All right. Cool.
All right, talk later.
All right. All right. We'll do it ourselves, chat.
Before we get
All right. Let me. I don't know why the fuck my camera's being lame. Give me one sec, guys. What the fuck is going on here, dude? Okay, good. Now, Roland. You know what it is? It's probably fucking Discord still. Dude, Discord is such a fucking garbage ass app. I fucking hate it with a passion, dude. It is the worst fucking app ever. It fucks your fucking camera up. It's fucking retarded. Oh. Okay, I should have hit disconnect. This thing is the goddamn fucking worst. Holy shit, I fucking hate Discord, bro. It's so fucking garbage. Bro, I am gonna be the enemy number one of Discord, bro. So fucking garbage, man. Fucking stupid. That's why nobody uses this shit. Holy fuck, man. All right, we're back on, niggas. So fucking stupid. Fucking retarded kids use this shit. Here, let's see what they're yapping about here real quick with Hasan Lobby, and then we'll get an interview.
They say or do, one, because we definitely don't. And number two, just because we platform someone, it doesn't, our viewers are fucking smart. Like, go read the comments. Like,
yeah, but also
it's proof that just because we have someone on, it doesn't necessarily mean a W for the guest.
Hasan, I want to point out
No,
one thing.
He's still fucking lecturing them on this shit. Wow.
That I communicate with. But there's a difference between, there's an upper limit to it, is my point. And that upper limit is like far past when it comes to fucking someone like Benjamin Netanyahu. My limit is far before Benjamin Netanyahu. It's someone like Nicholas Fuentes or someone like Andrew Tate. But even if I were to engage with people like that, it depends on the platform that they have and how much prominence and how much influence they hold over a large enough audience, because I feel like it's unproductive, it's counterproductive if they hold no staying power whatsoever. So I'm not saying that it's bad to interview Benjamin Netanyahu, but if you were going to do that, it's such a important task that you have to take it seriously, and you have to have someone who is knowledgeable to be able to push back. Because
you're missing the point. You're missing the point. As you know, that they're going to be very specific with who they allow to interview them. We've already covered that, right? Is his PR team going to allow him to go on a Hasan Abi fucking live stream? No. Probably not.
All right, let's get into this interview.
Get into it.
At the end of the day.
No, and plus, at the end of the day, it's like we get the opportunity to sit down with one of the most powerful people in the world, a world leader.
Yeah.
And we get to ask.
Yeah, it's about clout.
Him some stuff, and we're going to ask him what we want to ask him too.
So chat, we're going to go ahead and debunk all of the fucking Netanyahu lies. I hope you guys are fucking ready. Okay. Let's go ahead and we'll put this shit at 1.25 speed. We'll break it down.
So if you guys, want to hear shit, whatever questions you guys want to hear, there's probably a ton of other interviews of him on CNN or typical news.
I think me reacting to this interview would be better than listening to dumbass Hasan, right guys? You guys let me know. Would you guys rather we react to this interview or we watch the Nelk Boys basically beg for forgiveness? Which one do you guys want? Damn, I had like a fire stream lined up for you guys today too, man, but this shit got totally derailed. It's all good though. I can always cover this shit like tomorrow. So that's fine. You guys want this or you guys want this shit? You guys tell me. Which one? No gay Hasan? The interview? All right. Interview? Yeah.
Okay, making sure. Hasan, thank you so much.
Oh, who are they going to bring on next? I want to see who they bring on next.
Talk to you soon.
Bye, guys.
All right, take care. Wow.
All right, well, that was interesting.
Do you want to take the earpiece out? I think now it's just me and you.
What a day.
Oh, they're going to get off.
I don't think you could be more happier with who we had. We had Nick Fuentes, Myron, Sneeko, Hasan.
Yeah, but I think the main thing, guys, is next week on the Full Sim podcast, we're going to have someone very reputable. We got a lot of next episode. We're not sure when it'll come out, but the next episode, we're going to have someone from the complete other side, and we're going to get their point of view. And I've said it a bunch of times, but that's just what we do at the Full Sim podcast.
Well, after getting shit on. After getting shit on, yeah.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, we're in Europe right now, so we're fucking 6 hours ahead of Eastern time. We're fucking gassed. But it's been a crazy day.
Yo, tune in.
Tune in.
We're gonna have a whole fucking episode of different people, I think, right?
We'll see how it plays out over the next 2 weeks. We'll see, boys. But it's
Love it or hate it,
it's,
appreciate
it's
you.
Nelk. This is just what we fucking do. And
Someone has to do it.
Someone's got to do it.
Yeah, 100% damage control, chat.
Guys.
Yep. All right.
100% damage control. All right.
Easy.
Okay, let's go through this interview.
Stuff.
I think I had the shortest time. Because I went probably one of the hardest.
We're gonna ask him what we want to ask him. So to me, this is crazy. Like how far we've come, and we get to sit down with world leaders.
Yeah,
it's fucking insane. So.
Yeah, I mean, for any backlash, this is just an opportunity. Again, you can't really pass up. I don't see it. Like, there's no one else doing this.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. I'll sit down with any world leader in the world.
I agree.
I mean, my dream guest is Kim Jong Un.
Both
so Kim
of ours.
Jong Un, if you're watching this,
this is kind of
like
like
to come to North Korea and interview you.
All I
as
could
well.
think about is the interview when we're doing
I'm so down to pull up to Moscow and interview Putin too.
Yeah, we'll do everybody.
This is what sets off podcasts. You could put a small microphone here, but no, you have to see this thing, right?
Yeah. Prime Minister Netanyahu with us today. We're here in the Blair House.
Yep.
Right? Is this the White House grounds?
Close.
Close.
It's the sort of the official guest house of the United States.
How have you seen like the White House and stuff? Like how has it evolved over the years, over the times of you visiting it?
I've met quite a few of the American presidents because I've been in office pretty long time. Not because we don't have elections, but because I've won quite a few of them. Okay. I think there's never been a friend like Donald Trump in the White House for Israel. I think he's a remarkable leader. I think he's changing history. He said he'll make America great again. He's already done it. You know, America is widely admired now around the world, and especially after our joint operation against this regime that wanted to, chant death to America, death to Israel. Well, I think together we've shown the world a different face of America. Very powerful, very directed, very resolute.
You guys are very tight, right? Would you call it a bromance?
Well, you might. I mean, we've known each other several decades, and I really like him.
What do you like most about him?
If you meet him close up, and Sarah and I have had this opportunity many times, including last night in a great dinner we had at the White House. First of all, Donald Trump can be very funny.
Of course.
He can be very funny.
All right, now we're going to have the fucking glazing right now. Get ready, guys. So strategy number 1, glaze.
Off camera, right?
He can split you sort of sit there and you start guffawing because it's so funny. And also I'll tell you something else. That Sarah, who's a psychologist, and she, psychologists, psychologists.
Of course.
They look at people. They identify very quickly with that. You know what she said to me about Donald Trump? She said he's a good person. He has a good heart. He wants to do good. And that is something that I think that you have to know him well to appreciate it. And the last thing I tell you about him, okay? I mean, I can tell you many things, but he cuts through the chase. He cuts through the BS. You have to spell out what BS is. He cuts through the BS. He goes right to the point, to the heart of the matter. And sometimes he says things that get right to things that people don't want to really think through. And he cuts to the bone. And that is an amazing quality because it lets you focus on the things that are important. So it's been an incredible partnership, both personally, but also for our two nations.
Did you have any type of relationship with Biden?
Not the same. I've known Biden for, 40 years? Almost as long. Well, both of them. Over the decades, it was a different relationship. It was a friendship, but also it evolved into how shall I say this? Severe disagreements. And with Donald Trump, we've had powerful agreements. And where there's no daylight between an American president and an Israeli prime minister, amazing things can happen. Like our common enemies who chant death to Israel, death to America, and want to develop atomic bombs and the means to deliver them to this city and to every part of America. All of a sudden, they're not so intimidating. All of a sudden, we can defeat them. All of a sudden, you can use these brave American pilots who come from around the world, drop it right over the bunker, and help us end the amazing feats of our soldiers and pilots. That's an amazing thing. It's good for America. It's good for the security of every single American.
How do you feel about the Americans' opinion on Israel right now?
Well, look, I think the broad segments of the American public support Israel, but I'm concerned that the young people in America, some of them are getting the wrong picture of Israel, vilification, demonization. You can feed them a lot of lies. So the only way you can fight lies is with the truth. How do you fight lies? You tell the truth. And you have to tell it as often and as, intensely as the lies that are leveled against you. And that requires an effort. It's like another battlefield, And I'm doing this podcast, among other things, to reach young people.
Of course.
You guys are pretty young. I mean,
What the fuck did I tell you guys? I'm doing this podcast to reach the young people. Netanyahu is very well aware, chat, okay, that he is not liked by young people. He is overwhelmingly disliked by the youth in America. And here's the problem. If you don't get the youth on your side now, they're going to grow up not like Israel. And guess what? Tax dollars are going down. And the next thing you know, it's not going to be a good day for Israel. They're going to have to actually exercise some type of diplomacy with their neighbors instead of bombing them all the time.
30 years old.
30.
And the fact that they didn't catch that as soon as he said that and say, oh, well, why is it so important for you to get in touch with young people?
That's young.
Yeah. What do you think the biggest misconceptions are about Israel?
Well, first of all, they don't know what kind of an open society it is, how pluralistic. I mean, we live in the heart of the Middle East, okay? Iran is not that far away. In Iran, they hang gays by cranes. In Israel?
That's not fucking true, bro. The propaganda, man. The propaganda. Guys, Iran is actually very westernized, man. Like all this shit about, oh, like the women can't like wear, they have to wear hijabs, blah, blah. Dude, that's not true. That is not true. And I'll show you guys here in a second.
Probably Tel Aviv is one of the, the most open, liberal-minded city on earth. Israel is a hot.
We visited there, yeah.
No, it's completely different.
Our assistant's gay too. He had a good time.
Well, you could vouch.
Yeah, no, we all had a
So,
good
I mean, look at that. How about women, okay? Women in Iran, they shoot the women. They shot this extraordinarily brave and beautiful woman, shot on the sidewalk because she showed too much hair. In Israel, women are, you know what women, I'll tell you what the difference is, okay? So I had this young woman officer in my military secretariat. The prime minister has military secretariat and usually has a general and it has staff assistants. One of the staff assistants was this young woman pilot, navigator, on leave from the Air Force.
All right. What is this? So this is her walking around. Women without their fucking hairs. This is in Tehran, by the way, at a mall. Looks pretty fucking normal to me, doesn't it? Look, am I telling you guys that Iran is a perfect country? Of course not. Fuck no. Okay? Fuck no. But the Israelis will sit here and try to tell you guys that, like, they're not a normal country. They're savages. The women can't walk around without their hair out. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this, man? Huh? What is this? Come on, man. Come on, bro. Again, you guys know, I don't give a fuck about Iran. I don't care. I just care about the truth. And when they sit there and they say that women are getting beat up and they got to cover their hair or whatever, that's a fucking lie. This is in Tehran, bro, where the government sits. Come on, man. So, anyway.
To do this work in the prime minister's office. You know what you did now? She was flying over the skies of Tehran.
That was recorded, guys, like 2 weeks ago. Let me look here. 2 weeks ago in Tehran. Emma Travels. Probably a thought, but yeah.
Attacking this horrible regime that tyrannizes the women in Tehran. That's a difference. The women there get shot on the sidewalk, and an Israeli woman pilot helps.
Oh, yeah, the women get shot on the sidewalk. Sure.
Liberate Iran, quite the women of Iran. And boy, that's a big difference. And that's true of everything. It's true of nightlife. It's true of the startup nation, the incredible ingenuity and entrepreneurship, incredible freedom. Israel is a paragon of freedom in an area that doesn't exactly enjoy freedom. And to have young Americans.
Oh, a paragon of freedom when you guys literally oppress millions of Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza. Makes sense.
March and support.
They have zero rights.
These mass rapists, these people who beheaded men, who burned babies alive. I'm talking about the Hamas monsters. Is that their ideal? They know nothing. I mean, they don't.
Bro, just like when the IDF soldiers were raping prisoners, and then they protested to keep those prisoners, get those IDF soldiers out of jail. They literally ran a protest, guys. So this is what happened. Some IDF soldiers raped a male prisoner by shoving a thing up his rectum. And they went to jail. There was a protest led by other IDF soldiers to get those IDF soldiers that did the grape out of jail.
I don't know what they're talking about. And I want to bring that truth to them. So Israel is a great free society and the best partner that America has anywhere on
Great
earth.
people there for sure. When we visited, everyone was so welcoming and people were inviting us over for dinner and stuff. But I see, like, that's the thing too. I'm not claiming to be an expert too, but I'll just read stuff on like X and like people will say like Israel's killing babies or like they're starving people.
That's completely false. In fact, the reason we have civilian casualties in Gaza is because Hamas, who are basically horrible murderers and killers, okay, committed to our destruction and your destruction.
Okay, see what he did there? He weaved it in. Oh yeah, it's not just our problem, bro. It's your problem too. Like you know, these guys are crazy radicals that want to kill us, man. So, look at this, guys. So, Israeli protesters rally for the right to grape prisoners. This Israeli crowd is effectively protesting for the right to grape. Last year. This is Sodom. They say Israeli soldiers should be allowed to mistreat Palestinian detainees however they want. It's part of the defense for the Israeli soldiers who were arrested. For sexually abusing a male Palestinian prisoner at this SD time and base. Guys, this shit is real. This shit is real, chat. They're protesting so they can fucking grape prisoners, bro.
בגדול, עוד פעם, זה מעניין לי את העכוז מה עשו לאיש חמאס הזה. אני כל הזמן זוכר, קודם כל, הדבר היחיד
I always remember, first of all, the only problem for me here is that it's not a regulated policy of the state. Bruh! Do you guys see the evil of the Israeli government now? They don't look at the Palestinians as humans, guys.
שזו לא איזושהי מדיניות מוסדרת של המדינה להתעלל בעצירים, כי בגדול זה גם קודם כל מגיע להם, וזה אחלה נקמה שאנחנו צריכים לתת להם, ודבר שני, אולי זה גם ישמש אותנו קצת יותר כהרתעה. קשור 30 מבנותינו על עצים ב7 באוקטובר ועשו להם מעשים לא פחות חמורים.
Anyway, I'm showing you guys the receipts, chat. So what? We've debunked 2 lies of Netanyahu. The women have no freedom. They got to cover their hair. Gays aren't allowed. We debunked the whole, that the IDF is a moral army, that they don't grape their prisoners. He's talking about mass rape. Bro, the IDF literally engages in legalized grape.
They say so openly. I mean, they say the big enemy, the real enemy, the great Satan is America. And Israel is the small Satan. But it's a small Satan that is standing in their way of conquering with other Iranian proxies, conquering the Middle East, and then we move on to you. So America is the great Satan, and America, needs to disappear. And we stand in their way. But one of the things you have to understand is Gaza is the densest urban environment you can find, and Hamas embeds itself in the civilian population of Gaza, the Palestinians, okay? We tell the Palestinians, hey, leave. Because after they butchered us and raped our women and beheaded our men and burned our babies, we have to remove this threat. So we come in to take care of the Hamas terrorists. But the Hamas terrorists don't leave the civilian neighborhoods. And we say to the civilians, we call them up because we have their telephone numbers. We say, leave, please leave. We send them leaflets, millions of leaflets, please leave. We do everything that is possible that no army has done. They want to leave. You know what Hamas does? They shoot them. You say, we want you to stay because we want to have civilian casualties, because then they can show it on CNN or all these other networks and so on and play that Israel is deliberately doing this. We're not deliberately doing anything. We'd like them to leave. And in fact, successively during the war, it's been now a year and a half, they finally...
Let me read super chats, guys. Holy shit. Letting these things pile up. Let me go through. I'm so sorry, guys. Kumodi TV, just want to write off what you say is conspiracy theory instead of doing simple Google search. Exactly. Everblazer, you either got rushed off because you called them retarded and they got butthurt, or because the J-pilling. But on a side note, your mic is way higher than the Nelk stream, bro. That's fine. That was from before. Myron, they just released MLK files. Okay, cool. Abbas Dyfman says, yeah, they're doing that to avoid the Epstein shit. Can you go over the arrest that happened in Florida? Was it lawful or unlawful? Here's the link. I won't have time for that, bro. Sorry. Social Bulldog says, why didn't you bring up Ryan Dawson? He's the ultimate truth of anyone. Bro, they're not going to bring Ryan Dawson on, bro. Like, I'm sorry, dude. Like, they're not going to bring him on. They're just not. They're going to be like, who's that? You know what I mean? Yithan, they were extremely rude to you, even though you were very polite from the start and defended them from Hasan. What the fuck? Yeah, I know. Again, like, dude, I'm telling you, and that's why I was polite. And then they said that bullshit. I was like, all right, cool. Let's fucking go through this. You guys are only doing this shit for damage control. And I literally just tweeted now too on this thing. Because they look at me as like a radical, guys. Well, I was cooking Matt Walsh earlier today, too. My take is that Nelk interviewing Bibi is a great thing to happen, not for Nelk, obviously, but for the backlash in his damage control stream they're doing with the likes of Nix, Nico, and yourself. Okay, that's a good way to put it, Heitzman. It's bringing a lot of attention to the issue into groups like ours. It's a big win in my book. Yeah, I guess we took lemons that turned into lemons. Lemons that turned into lemonade, excuse me. Guys, I barely slept last night, bro. And these niggas woke me out of my sleep too, bro.
Fatality.
So they were bro. They were fucking scrambling, bro. They were trying to get me, Nick on, everybody. They were scrambling to get a bunch of people on. Push our boy to 3,500. Show some love. Yeah, guys, I'd really appreciate that. We are at 3,442, guys. Like, literally, this is the topic that got me fucking demonetized. I hate YouTube with a passion. Guys, join the OSS. Consider joining. Helps your boy out a lot. So I could keep doing shit like this, keep telling you guys the truth. Because obviously it's censored. You guys saw. It took these guys getting fucking destroyed on their own channel for them to platform somebody like me and Nick. Isn't that crazy? It's fucking nuts, dude. Absolutely nuts. Anyway, thank you for that. Uzmaski says, how are they going to say that they're not educated on the subject, and then when you're trying to educate them, they call it a conspiracy? Yo! Thank you, Uzmaki. Oh, we're not educated on it. Nah, you look, bro. They know more than they. Here's the thing. Let me keep it 1,000 with y'all. They know more than they let on. It's just that they didn't expect that fucking backlash. That's what it really comes down to. Everblazer, let's just face you're too based. Yeah, I know. JC says no cameras. Okay, that was from before. They're focused on releasing MLK files. Yep. The J girls in high school were often the quickest to give it all up. Lack of morals. Okay. TJ says, at this point, shit is indefensible. Shit, just evil. Israel worst nightmare. Myron Gaines, Nick Fuentes, Nico, Ryan Dawson in Discord. Yeah, really bad. Everblazer, Myron, I heard you're going to do an early life check. Is considered anti-Semitic now. Well, of course. Alan says, I don't believe these guys approach Netanyahu right now at all. It's probably the other way around so that Netanyahu can have the softball interview where he can play his game. No, bro. They definitely wanted to do the interview, bro. They definitely wanted to do the interview. They just care about clout, bro. They don't care who the fuck they bring on. They just want clout. You guys got to understand something with these like influencer niggas. Like it's all about clout. They don't really give a shit about anything else. They just didn't expect this backlash. Bobby Trauma, Myron's 100% correct. Dropping that second opposing interview on the same day would have essentially hedged his bets with his audience and would have provided for less backlash. So instead, either doing damage control. Yeah, bro, but they're too dumb to know that. They didn't think they were going to get cooked like this. Bobby says, Myron's 100% correct. Dropping that second opposing interview on the same day would have... Oh, no, sorry. TJ says, if I'm the Nelk Boys, the first thing I say to Bibi is, hey, how you doing? Nice to meet you. Sit down and make yourself comfortable. So talk about this Sunborn Institute, okay? 1,500 strong in the OSS Telegram. Nice. Let's fucking go. Nah, scratch that. If I sit down with Bibi, very first question. So, 271K, okay. Kane says, best thing you said to those Jays on the street, Palestinians don't have to bunkers to hide in. Yep, exactly. Crash out Myron. They scramble to wake you up just to not let you speak. Bro, fucking stupid. They say they're neutral and allow everyone. Then they shot their pants when they were about to drop that Israel nuke. Absolutely gay as fuck. Yeah, bro. It was stupid because it wasn't an interview like in good faith. And I just tweeted about this shit. Look, guys, this is what I've tweeted. The Nelk Boys had me, Nick Fuentes, Nico, and Hasan Piker on their stream, but it was a rush mess. They couldn't wait to shuffle us off for the next guest. Let's be real. Without today's massive backlash, they wouldn't have touched any of us with a 10-foot pole. When I brought up Israel's undeniable ties to 9/11, the USS Liberty, JFK's assassination, and the October 7th lies about beheaded babies, they cut me off quick. But when Netanyahu's spewing lies about genocide, he's overseeing right now. Crickets. No interruptions. This wasn't about fairness. It was damage control, plain and simple. Bro, that's what it is. That's what it is, man.
Do leave most of them. So we've minimized those casualties, but it's not because we seek to have civilian casualties. It's because Hamas wants them. They're willing to sacrifice their own children, their own families, both because they don't really care for human life, but also because they think it's very good propaganda against us. And if they just let them leave the war zone, get to the safe parts, safe havens that we've created in Gaza, no one would be hurt. And
no, they get bombed at those places too. Like, this is another lie. Guys, so what they do is they pass out these pamphlets that say, yo, you're going to be safe here, go here. If a Hamas fighter goes there, they bomb the fuck out of that place, chat. Also, very important for you guys to know, they use a program called Lavender, okay? And Lavender is basically this AI system that puts Palestinians in one of 3 different categories, okay? Kill, capture, or leave alive. Most of the time it's kill, especially if they're a fucking male, okay? And I think there's a couple other categories. But to keep things nice and simple, basically what it is it's an AI system that allows them to quickly identify and figure out who they're going to kill. Guys, keep in mind, the Palestinian registry of everyone that's born, the Israelis get that. You want to know why? Because they're fucking occupied. That's one of the biggest talking points the Zionists give. Oh, well, bro, you know, we left Gaza in 2005. They have autonomy. They have their own government. No, they fucking don't. That's a lie. You control the food that comes in. You control the water that comes in. You guys control the fucking power. You guys control the fucking internet. You guys control all the aid that comes in. They can't leave. You control the airspace. So when they sit there and say, oh, we pulled out of Gaza in 2005, that's fucking cap. They're still occupied. According to international law, they're still occupied, chat. They have no fucking sovereignty at all.
And the minute Hamas lays down its arms, surrenders, maybe we let them leave Gaza. That's it.
No, you will kill them. That is why they're not fucking going ahead and drop the arms. If they drop their arms and give the hostages back, you are going to fucking slaughter them. And they will no longer have any type of leverage. That is why they're holding on to those hostages with their dear fucking life. And that's why also it's a lie when they say, oh, they're killing the hostages. No, they're not. The Israelis are the ones that are killing the fucking hostages with their fucking relentless air bombing campaign and the starvation. Why the fuck would they kill their own hostages when that's the only leverage they have?
The end of the war. No one gets hurt.
What would your message be to Palestinians that just want to have like a peaceful life?
Get rid of Hamas. Help us get rid of Hamas.
Bruh. So yeah, so that you could go ahead and occupy them even further with no pushback.
Torment you. They oppress you. They shoot you in the back of the head. If you want to leave the war zone, they kill.
That's what Israel does. They snipe kids. Dude. Let me show y'all niggas this shit.
To Dr. Feroz Shitwa, please.
As we dealt with the rain of fire and death falling around us everywhere. Mr. President, the foundations of life in Gaza, family, health, and community, have been shattered. The medical system has not failed. It has been systematically dismantled through a sustained military campaign that has willfully violated international humanitarian law. Civilians are now dying not just from the constant airstrikes, but from acute malnutrition, sepsis, exposure, and despair. Between my 2 visits to Gaza, I witnessed a sharp decline in patients' health, driven not just by injury, but by worsening hunger and malnutrition that left their bodies weaker, their wounds slower to heal, and their survival far less certain. And let's not forget, this is a man-made catastrophe. It is entirely preventable. Participating in it or not, allowing it to happen is a choice. This is a deliberate denial of conditions necessary for life: food, shelter, water, and medicine. Preventing genocide means refusing to normalize these atrocities. It means refusing to dehumanize the Palestinians, to refuse to see them as calories counted or numbers of trucks moved. We see now that this way of thinking has brought about a human dignity crisis, with an entire people on the edge of survival. On March 18th, the ceasefire was violated by Israel. That day,
guys, this is an American fucking doctor telling you guys the horrors of what he saw.
I witnessed the most extreme mass casualty event of my career at Nasser Medical Complex. 221 trauma patients are—
Pay attention, guys. Pay attention. This is what Israel does not want you guys to fucking hear, man. This is what retards at Nelk don't know about when they invited this fucking retard Netanyahu. Listen to what he's going to say.
Arrived in one morning. 90 were dead on arrival. Nearly half were severely injured children. No health system on earth.
You guys hear that?
221 trauma patients arrived in one morning. 90 were dead on arrival. Nearly half were severely injured children.
Over 100 of them were kids.
No health system on earth could cope with this, least of all one that is besieged and starved of supplies. Hospitals are meant to be sanctuaries. Healthcare workers and first responders are supposed to be protected. Children are supposed to be protected. In Gaza, these protections are simply gone. Every day, the distinction between combatant and civilian is erased. Most of my patients were preteen children, their bodies shattered by explosives and torn by flying metal. Many died. Those who lived often awoke to find their entire families gone.
Guys, we got hell on earth going on right now. We got hell on earth. And as horrible as this sounds, I'm glad we have cameras so that you guys can see it. So when they sit there and they say, oh, I'm running to my bomb shelter. Why do you guys think I yelled at that bitch so like and told her you're fucking stupid? At least you have a fucking bomb shelter, bitch. Nobody feels sorry for you niggas, man. This guy has no reason to lie. He's just an American doctor. Indian guy.
Last year, I published in the New York Times a survey of 65 American healthcare workers who had served in Gaza. 83% of them reported seeing children shot in the head or the chest.
That's the Israelis sniping the kids, chat. Kids getting shot at.
I personally treated 13 such cases in my 2 weeks at European Hospital.
2 weeks, he had 13 fucking patients that were kids that got shot in the head.
According to the War Child Alliance, nearly half of Gaza's children are suicidal. They ask, why didn't—
How the fuck can you have a child be suicidal? They haven't even got to live life yet, man. Guys, I know this is very disturbing what I'm playing for you guys right now, but I need you guys to hear it from him directly. So when you see Netanyahu over here lying about we give pamphlets to the people so they can get out, it's cap, bro. Look, some of you guys might be mad watching this. Some of you guys might want to turn it off. Some of you guys are maybe pissed off. I don't know. But this is what's going on. And I'm sorry that I'm giving you guys this and fucking ruining the mood and shit like that. But I think you guys need to be aware of what the fuck is going on here. There's a reason why everyone is shitting on the Nelk Boys right now. This motherfucker that they interviewed is responsible for all this.
Didn't I die with my sister, my mother, my father?
Imagine that. A kid is saying, why couldn't I just die with my family? Why couldn't I just die with my family?
Not out of extremism, but out of unbearable grief. I wonder if any member of this council has ever met a 5-year-old child who no longer wants to live, let alone imagined a society in which so many young children feel this way. And what astonishes me is not that some children in Gaza have lost the will to live, but that any still cling to hope. My Palestinian friends, mostly healthcare workers, no longer speak of resilience or even survival. Parents memorize their children's clothing in case they must identify their remains later. They pray for one piece of bread to give them before they sleep so that their children might die less hungry if they are killed at night. And meanwhile, my Israeli and American friends express horror at what is being done in their names. Many of us cannot understand how our governments continue to arm this senseless destruction, but you in this chamber have the power to stop it. Mr. President, I am here because I have witnessed what is happening in Gaza with my own eyes, especially to children, and I cannot pretend not to have seen it. You too cannot claim ignorance. I urge the Council, and especially my own government, to act with urgency on these enforceable measures. 1. Demand an immediate and permanent ceasefire, including a halt to all arms transfers to all parties to the conflict, alongside targeted and lawful sanctions on Israel. 2. Demand the reopening of all of Gaza's crossings and guarantee unrestricted medical evacuations, including to hospitals in the West Bank and East Jerusalem,
They can't
where
even leave.
Palestinian patients can be treated by Palestinian doctors, with safe return to Gaza assured. 3. Guarantee sustained humanitarian access throughout Gaza, allowing all essential supplies, shelter, food, water, fuel, and medical supplies to reach all people in need.
All right. Sorry, guys. I know that was very disturbing, but I think you guys needed to hear it from someone that was there. Okay, let me look at some of these. Bobby Trauma, Myron is 100% correct. Approaching Netanyahu right now at all is probably the other way around, so that Netanyahu can have a softball interview so where he can play his game because America's waking up to this matter. Let's see here. Speedy says, hey, Myron, when would be a good time or day when you can spend a day covering 1972 Munich attack? I was only told smart parts of what happened and not what led up to it. Yeah, we covered that. Dancing Israeli. This needs to be shown. The same people doing this are subverting Western cultures. TPC Films. Hey, brother, I'm going to bring you an extra projector and some clip videos from the news media on that website that I gave you of what's really happening out in Palestine tomorrow. That way you have ammo. I appreciate that, bro. Chug 100. Myron, have you heard of Naftali Bennett? Yeah, he's a former prime minister. The Zios have their eyes on Wikipedia. Those early life checks won't work much longer. Kyle said years ago he wants his brands to be worth $1 billion one day. Guess how that will happen? Yeah, that's true. Hudi Neoff says they also posted different clips of Sneeko and Nick, Hasan Kaki, but didn't post any clip of your part of the stream. I'm 100% sure they knew at least 80% of what you said on that stream. Fuck these sellouts. Oh, they didn't post any of my shit? Of course not. Big Alien Foot, can you please make or point me to a video that fully explains the Dancing Israelis? I heard you explain on Friday, and I need an easy way to show or tell people that you know. Sir? Just have them go to my channel, bro. How to make sure my sisters are not cooked, 100% cooked. Just be a good brother, bro. Divine Senator says, they say they're neutral and allow everyone, then they shot their pants when you're about to drop that Israel nuke. Yeah, bro. They scramble to wake you up just to not. Yeah, I know. Fucking annoying, dude. That's another reason why I'm annoyed, too. Like, I was fucking asleep, bro, and these niggas woke me up.
Kill you. And if you say a word in protest, they'll kill you. If you're gay, you're in bad shape, really bad shape. And if you are a woman, you're chattel, you're nothing. You're property. That's the opposite of everything we believe in. We, I say, it's not only Israel, it's you. So we're the same.
How do you respond to, like, I'd say there's a lot of American support from the females, from the gays towards Palestine. So how does that make any sense?
That's, you know, gays for Gaza is like chickens for KFC. You know, I mean, that's insane. The whole thing is absurd. Chickens for KFC, right? Gays for Gaza, or, you know, women for the women of Gaza. What are you talking about? You know, they're completely subjugated. They've got this death cult that is contaminated. So you can push this stuff on TikTok or whatever on the stuff, but you can't build peace or security on the rocks. They'll crash. I mean, these things will crash on the rocks of Middle Eastern realities. You can only build peace on truth and reality, not on deliberate falsified fantasy.
Why do they say Israel's like starving the people of Gaza?
Well, because we're trying to get the food in, and we let food trucks in, and guess what happens when we let them in? Hamas steals the food, takes the good chunk for itself. Then
I think the other reason too, guys, why they wanted to get me off quick is because I talked about October 7th, a lot of it being a lie.
Sells at inflated prices. They jack up the prices, and then they sell the food to its population, to its hungry population, if they give them at all. And then use the money that they take from their own people to recruit more killers into their terror machine. That's what happens.
Why are more Palestinians not siding with Israel against Hamas then?
Well, up to now, they've been terrorized, but guess what's happened?
Because Israel illegally occupies them. And Hamas resists that occupation. Look, do I agree with it? No, but you need to understand how people what's going to happen. Violent occupation is always going to lead to violent resistance. Water is wet. Up is down. Like, dude, Like, there's consequences to your actions. If you occupy people for like 70 years, what the fuck do you think is going to happen?
Since we're beating Hamas, all of a sudden we see Palestinians rising. You have to see this to believe this, okay? And they say to Hamas, hey, you're not coming into my building. You know, you can't use my school or this hospital as your command post. We're not letting you. And they start fighting them. Now we have actually armed conflict between Palestinians and terrorists. It was unimaginable a year and a half ago. But now there are Palestinians who rise up. And, you know, the more the better, because we can create a different future for Gaza. And we should also do something very simple that President Trump said, and it was brilliant. So that's my idea. That's how he cuts to the chase. He says, you know, at the end of this war, the people of Gaza should have the choice. If they want to leave for other countries, they want freedom of choice. Why are they locked in? Hell, we're not locking them in. Anybody could leave, but Hamas is locking them in. Suppose they want to leave. They want to go to another country, okay? Why shouldn't they have the freedom of choice to do that? Because this is all upside down, you know? The victim of this horrible terrorism is called the aggressor. The people who are oppressed by Hamas are seen as supporting Hamas. Give them a choice. Give them freedom. Give them a life and give them a future. They can't have that with these Hamas stormtroopers. But the amazing thing is, you know, I come here and I see these protests. The people who are protesting for Hamas and against Israel, they burn American flags. They not only burn the flag of Israel, they burn American flags. They're anti-American. They're not.
This is what Netanyahu does. He always makes Israeli problems American problems.
MAGA. They're not supporters. You know, who do they support? You know who they support? They support Iran and its proxy, Hamas or Hezbollah. What does Iran do? Just understand, people who support Iran or speak on its behalf. Iran tried to assassinate President Trump, not once, but twice.
They were behind those assassination attempts?
They openly admit. By the way, they put out a price on his head, on mine too, by the way, smaller price. I'm not offended.
They actually put a price on your head?
Yeah, 2 days ago.
Do you know what it is?
Yeah, it's smaller than his, naturally. He's the president.
Well, I mean, you assassinate their leaders. So it's, I mean, once again, like this is what happens. Bro, this is what it is. Violence never ends, unfortunately.
President of the United States, for God's sake. Okay, so they put out a fatwa 2 days ago, or 3 days ago, by the official cleric of the irradiated regime that President Trump has to be assassinated, and that I have to be assassinated. And by the way, they targeted Sarah.
I got to fact check that one.
My wife was here, and they targeted our bedroom window. Yeah, we were supposed to be there. They hit through their proxy Hezbollah. They fired a drone right into our bedroom window. So
just recently?
Oh yeah, no, it was a couple of months ago. Yeah.
Wow.
No, it was a year ago actually. Yeah, a year ago. Okay. So how many months? 7 months. 7 months ago. She counts, you know. Yeah, so they tried to assassinate President Trump twice. They've killed and injured thousands of Americans in Iraq and Afghanistan. They bombed American embassies. They murdered 241 Marines in Beirut. They chant death to America, death to Israel. They're out to get America. They were building atomic bombs and intercontinental ballistic missiles. That's their plan to reach America. So do you want these mad ayatollahs to have that power? Of course not. They're anti-American, they're anti-Israel. And the guys who protest, and many of them are paid and organized by foreign NGOs, bad people. They're out against America. They hate Israel because they see Israel as part of America. And you know,
what is that, like the 5th time now that he's made Israel's problem ours? You guys notice that? He's very good at that.
In many ways, they're right.
I'm just trying to figure it out too, because even in New York City, right? What's Zoran?
Yeah.
He's an anti-Semitic guy.
Yeah.
The highest, I think the highest population.
Bro, he's not anti-Semitic, bro. He doesn't like Israel. That's not anti-Semitism. But of course, bro, look, man.
Of Jews in New York City. How's that even possible?
Well, it's possible because a lot of people have been taking.
Yeah, no wonder people are mad. Steiny's asking some retarded ass questions. Bro, no wonder they're so fucking pissed. Fuck.
By this nonsense. I mean, what? You want to defund the police? You want to have people go into stores and, rob them and be free? You think that really creates a good society? You want to crush all enterprise? You want to tax people to death? I mean, that's a one-term effort, but, sometimes you have to get mugged by reality to understand how stupid that is. So that's silly. But, sometimes folly overtakes human affairs for a while, but not for long because reality steps in. So I'm obviously not happy with it, but I'm less concerned with it because I think if we can speak the truth to the young people of America, they wise up pretty quickly.
Is the war with Iran, is it over now? After President Trump did authorize the strike and they destroyed the nuclear program?
Well, it certainly helped, but I'll tell you what happened. We were like a person with 2 lumps of cancer, okay, that threatened our life. The first one's a nuclear cancer. Would have taken them within a year, they would have had atomic bombs, which they openly declared in the tyrants of Tehran. They said, we're going to destroy Israel, the Jewish state. The other threat that we had, another lump of cancer, was these ballistic missiles. Now, you got to understand, this is like a bus. So with a ton of TNT, okay, explosives, comes down at Mach 8, and boom, just destroys everything inside. Israel is the size of New Jersey, okay? So it's bigger than Rhode Island, but that's about it, It's the size of New Jersey. Now, you imagine that you would have 20,000 of these ballistic missiles, these 1-ton bombs on New Jersey. So you either get destroyed by atomic bombs or by thousands and thousands of these deadly ballistic missiles.
So you think they're still a threat and they want to...
Well, we had to act. Yeah. Why do we have to act? Because if you don't remove the cancer, you're going to be dead. Now, if you remove it, as we did, it might come back. That happens in cancer too. But if you don't remove it, you're not going to be there. So we had to act. We did act. And, just with incredibly brave soldiers.
But is there a chance of peace with this current regime?
Not with the regime, but with the Iranian people. And I think they've had enough. 80% of them want to throw
probably
these
heard this
theological
line
thugs
before.
out.
Iran has never given up its quest for nuclear weapons and the missiles to deliver
Hold
them.
on one sec, chat.
That's because Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been...
Oh, sorry. It was fucking freezing. 33 years of Iran nuclear warnings, guys.
Before.
Iran has never given up its quest for nuclear weapons and the missiles to deliver them.
That's because Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been saying this for more than 30 years, claiming Iran is close to having
nuclear weapons, atomic bombs.
In 1992, as a member of parliament, Netanyahu addresses the Knesset. He says, within 3 to 5 years, we can assume that Iran will become autonomous in its ability to develop and produce a nuclear bomb. 3 years later, in his book Fighting Terrorism, he repeats the same time frame, 3 to 5 years.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Fast forward to 2002. Netanyahu testifies before a U.S. congressional committee actively calling for the invasion of Iraq.
Are there any other nations that you would recommend that the United States launch preemptive attacks upon at this point?
The 2 nations that are vying, competing with each other, who will be the first to achieve nuclear weapons, is Iraq and Iran.
The invasion happens months later. No weapons of mass destruction are found in Iraq.
Man, I hate being right all the time.
This is a fragment of a 2009 U.S. State Department cable released by WikiLeaks. Netanyahu tells members of Congress that Iran is 1 or 2 years away from being capable of developing nuclear weapons.
Of course.
It's 2012, and Netanyahu is holding up his infamous cartoon bomb at the UN General Assembly.
By next spring, at most, by next summer, at current enrichment rates, they will have finished the medium enrichment and move on to the final stage. From there, it's only a few months, possibly a few weeks, before they get enough enriched uranium for the first bomb.
Bro, this shit is comedy.
Now, 33 years after Netanyahu's first so-called imminent warning, Israel attacks Iran.
If not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be within a few months, less than a year.
That's despite the U.S. Director of National Intelligence saying Iran isn't building a nuclear weapon months earlier.
Iran lied.
But for Netanyahu, the slogan has been the same for decades. Dmitry Medvedenko, Al Jazeera.
Bruh. Look, you can have your criticisms of Al Jazeera, but you guys can see it right there. Literally, all of the times he said, you can see it on fucking video, 1080p. For 30 years, he's been saying this shit.
Them. But I think that there's a chance that the Iranian people will actually rise up.
Like, I definitely think that, Al Jazeera definitely puts out propaganda, and you got to be able to decipher through it. But there you go. That's his own voice for 30 plus years. Him on video.
Because, everybody talks about regime change and the envision, the American army and the Israeli, the IDF forces invading Iran, boots on the ground and all that other nonsense that people spewed forth. No, we took action to remove those 2 life-threatening threats, the nuclear threat and the...
No, they want it. Here's the truth. If they did want a ground invasion, what they were trying to do was they had this crazy-ass plan where they were going to go ahead and bomb the nuclear sites and put their special forces and go into these nuclear facilities to ensure that the job was done. That's what he's not telling you guys right now. This is a plan that he pitched with Mike Waltz. As a matter of fact, this is exactly why Mike Waltz got fucking arrested.
The ballistic missile
excuse me, not arrested, fired. Mike Waltz got fired because he was trying to push this fucking plan on Trump.
And we removed it. We pushed it away for many years. But ultimately, it's up to the people of Iran to rise up against their tormentors. And I think there's a possibility it will happen. And then we could have peace. We had peace with Iran before that. Before the Ayatollahs took over, you know, in 1979, we had direct flights between Tel Aviv and Iran. You know, we're two ancient peoples. We had a great partnership over many years. We have a common history together. And it's sort of interrupted by this thuggery. But when this regime goes down, you're going to see peace between us like you never believed it.
That'd be nice because, yeah, I think one thing Americans don't want to see is everyone has post-traumatic stress from, you know, trying to do regime change in Iraq and the past Middle Eastern wars.
Why do it? Yeah, that doesn't work. You know, it just doesn't work. It has to come from within the people. And the people are, you know, they're great people. The Iranian people are great people. You know, I sometimes do these podcasts to them. It's not podcasts. I mean, I do I do a video. Okay, so 3-4 minutes. You know, I tell them that we would.
Now, what's important for you guys to know is that they had this meeting, I think, in like March, right? And presumably people thought that Netanyahu came here to talk about tariffs. No, he fucking didn't. They came to talk about Iran and how they were going to attack them. Okay?
Maybe that should lead to some questions. Questions Trump was correct to ask of Mike Waltz. I find this fascinating and good. Mike Waltz was negotiating with Netanyahu on behalf of greater military confrontation with Iran without Trump's knowledge. That was
boom.
What the takeaway.
They definitely did want to put boots on the ground. Do not believe for a fucking second they didn't. Trump rejected the plan because it was too risky.
Is for me. Now, I don't know why Mike Waltz ends up getting a promotion instead of just fired as he should have been.
He did get fired. This was before. This is a few months,
yes,
guys.
I am outraged that he's not been fired. He has gotten a promotion, but
he did end up getting fired after this.
But Trump's instinct that this is someone who is working contrary to the America First foreign policy objective was correct.
So Trump doesn't like when people don't listen to him, right? He likes loyalists. We understand that. But what he doesn't like more is creating an enemy in his second term. Somebody.
Yo, guys, do me a solid. Can you guys smash that fucking like button? We got 55 plus 100 of you guys watching on YouTube alone. So let's get to 5,000 likes. A lot of you guys are new here. Matter of fact, if you guys are new on YouTube, give me a 1 in the chat if this is your first time watching a live stream. Channel's been growing fucking rapidly. Give me 1s in the chat if this is your first time watching this live stream on YouTube. Also on Kick. If you're watching on Kick, if this is your first time watching, give me a 1 in the chat if it's your first time tuning in live. If you've been here before, give me a 2. But if it's your first time watching a live, give me a 1. If you've been here before, give me a 2.
That can go blabbing around about the inner workings of his cabinet. And so firing Mike Waltz is
Rumble niggas, you guys are loyal. You guys always been here, which I love you guys.
Creating a potential risk for somebody who's trying to build out this second term, which has been rather tumultuous. And so I think Trump understands that while he doesn't appreciate what he's done, he's definitely not going to cower to, you know,
a lot of new faces. Nice.
You describe as mainstream media who's constantly criticizing his selections. And so this is somebody that he wanted to be in that position. He won't say it's a mistake when interviewed, even by our own News Nation staff. And so that, to me, is concerning. But I understand the bigger picture is that he doesn't want to be wrong. He will not be wrong. And he definitely won't cower to media in any way.
But I just think I think, and by we, I mean, not we, but the mainstream media is just getting lost in very petty details.
All right, let's get back to the interview.
Happily cooperate with them, solve their water crisis. Israel has the best water management in the world. You know, we could give. They don't have water in Iran, even though they have. They don't have electricity, even though they swim in oil. You know, because it's so corrupt and so badly managed. So I give these podcasts. You know what I say? Millions and millions and millions of views. The first time you showed me this, I said,
don't you? The silence.
No, Prime Minister, look. I mean, you got
the censor.
I don't know, 15 million views. I mean, the whole population of Iran is
they're watching, right?
90 million. So I said, oh wow. That's amazing.
Yeah, they're watching because they hate you, bro. What the fuck?
Amazing. You know what the amazing thing is? They have names.
You are like the prime enemy of Iran, so of course they're gonna watch what a world leader that's trying to destroy their country. Of course they're gonna watch what you got to say. It's not a flex.
The people identify themselves. So you understand, in a tyranny like this, if people speak out, they really want. You know what they want? Freedom. They want their freedom. They have, they have this slogan. Well, it's women, freedom. You know, the women want to be free, the men want to be free, and Israel wants them to be free. And I think America.
Oh wow! Look at the chat, bro. Yo, I did not know that they dropped this shit and they premiered it. Oh wow, this is fucking comedy. Okay, let's look at what the chat said on the side, bruh.
Wants them to be free, but it's up to them. Ultimately, Ultimately, it's up to them. And I think they're getting closer and closer to the day when this horrific regime disappears. That'll be good for America. So it's not conquest. It's not American boots on the ground. For God's sake, everybody said World War III, remember? If the president enters, you've got these experts, paid experts, silly experts. America, World War III, it's war between China and America, and you have to invade Iran and all that nonsense. Hell no. I mean, very brave and persistent pilots. They go in, drop this thing in the bunker, come back. Not a single American casualty. And by the way, not a single Israeli casualty. Our brave pilots flying over the skies of Tehran.
All right. Dave Smith said a good quote on this, and it's true. That's like saying, yo, I played Russian roulette, but the gun didn't go off. Success. Like, it doesn't mean that there still wasn't a ridiculous risk that you took for really nuclear weapons that didn't exist.
Nothing.
How did President Trump let you know about that mission?
You ever hear of phone calls?
So what, but he just called you up and said, Prime Minister,
I don't think
we're bringing in the B-2s?
I don't think it was an open line, but we have these great conversations. We're very open with each other, and he said it's like a team.
A lot of Palestine flags and L's in the chat.
That has never happened before, and I can categorically vouch that, having worked with successive American presidents, I've never seen anything like it. And
all right, guys, quick word from our sponsor, because as you guys know, I'm demonetized for putting out this type of information for you guys. So consider supporting.
You feel it, don't you? The silence, the censorship. Every platform's got rules, filters, lines you're not supposed to cross, even the free ones. OSS doesn't. OSS is private, unfiltered, built for the ones who ask the questions that get you banned. We talk culture, dating, self-discipline, money, and the kind of politics that vanish overnight because they're true. And the merch? High-performance Nike, moisture-wicking, gym-ready, but it's more than that. It's armor, a uniform, a flag. More people are finding OSS every day because they're done being silenced. And once you're in, you don't come back the same. OSS is already moving. Are you in or still asleep?
All right, cool. Yeah, guys, the best way to support my work, guys, is by joining the OSS. For those of you that don't know, the OSS is the O/Squad. It's my squad. It's my group. You get a free Discord. We got a Telegram group for the paying members. Huge community here, guys. Got 3,000 plus in there. We got like 4,500 total, 3,500, almost 3,500 active supporters. We got a Telegram group, obviously the free Discord. You get discounts on the merch, as you guys can see here, right? We got some fucking nice-ass merch. All Nike shit, by the way. Looks nice. Bunch of different designs. I can show you guys the store real fast. Okay? Because this is what it is, man. When you guys make content like this, guys, there's a reason why guys like me and Nick Fuentes are either banned or demonetized. We've definitely paid the price. But we're still able to exist, thanks to platforms like Rumble, etc. Got all kinds of merch. Ninja Watcher, because you niggas never liked the video. Okay, smash that like button, though. The M Bison, obviously the regular skull, the MGX, nice clean branding right there. All Nike Dry Fit, man, high quality shit. So, yeah, go ahead and check it out. We got discount support for you guys in the Telegram chat. Telegram chat is for the paying members, and we got discount codes in there for you guys to get the merch at a steal. So show some support with some high quality shit, man. And the OSS is only $10 a month, guys. And that's basically, how I'm able to, honestly, guys, it's how I'm able to keep doing what I'm doing is the OSS. Because I stream on YouTube, make no money from it. They fucking rob me. And just so you guys can see here, because I want to show you guys how fucking bad this shit is. Look at this. I'm one of the only YouTubers that will show you guys my fucking dashboard. Look at this shit. 13 million views, 925K watch time hours, 20,000 new subscribers, right? No monetization, guys. You go to analytics, these are monster analytics. Monster analytics. Most YouTube channels that have millions of subscribers can't even get this kind of engagement, right? So you guys want to rock with the mission? Support your boy. Appreciate it, because revenue right here, you guys can see it, showing y'all. Boom, fucking zero, because you can't tell the truth on fucking YouTube. But anyway, back to regular schedule programming. Yeah, this is easily anywhere between 20 to 80K a month that they're stealing from me. Fucking dickheads. But I still stream on YouTube because I know a lot of you guys like YouTube. You guys like the UI, whatever. We're on Kick. We're on YouTube. We're on OSS. So I don't want to pull you guys from where you guys watch. But, for it to make sense for me to keep streaming on YouTube, we got to have a certain amount of people that are on YouTube that are supporting. So, yeah, no, guys, my store's on the, look, guys, literally. All my links are right here, chat. Look, see here's the stream. right? Whatever. We're on Kick. We're on YouTube. We're on. Here's all my links right here. Merch store, Gorilla Mine if you guys want, my bestseller, and then all my social media. You guys like watching on Spotify, whatever? It's all here, man. All my links are right there. MyronGainsX.com, MyronGainsX.store. Okay? It's the best way to show love. Get merch. Join the OSS. We got the fucking best community, man. Got lots of people in there. We got different chats. You know, you can network with like-minded individuals. It's fucking lit. Anyway, let's keep going.
It's trust.
If you guys join, thank you so much. If not, no worries. You can't afford it. No big deal. But I appreciate your support no matter what. The only thing I ask is if you can't afford it, just smash that fucking like button, chat.
It's affinity. It's understanding that, you know, we're fighting for a greater purpose and that we can do so very intelligently and very differently from the way that is being portrayed in the media. And we just had proof. You know, all these guys, you know, they're sitting there. Yeah, if President Trump is foolish enough to do this, it's going to start World War III. It's going to embroil America in
Oh, yeah, and Israel started another ground invasion into Gaza too, by the way, chat.
another Vietnam. You heard this stuff? You remember this? This is yesterday. They talked about it with such authority and you know, and seeming expertise. That's all nonsense.
Yeah.
It just turns out to be nonsense, pure, utter nonsense. And the president had the temerity and the leadership to disavow these so-called experts and do the right thing, and to do it with great resolution, great clarity, and with great transparency between us. You don't have to tell the Iranians, but we tell each other.
All right, guys, we're going to interrupt really quick. I want to let you guys know about MoonPay because whenever I need to do anything crypto-related, MoonPay is the first app I open. Best thing about
Hated worldwide. I just received this. I just talked to someone, a rabbi, and he says he just heard from his brother, who was in Europe, okay, and one of the countries of Europe, and he says that he's being flooded. You know, they know he's from Israel. All the people are coming and they say, "You did this amazing thing for all of us," okay. The Chancellor of Germany said Israel did the work for all of us. The new Chancellor of Germany.
Chat, this wasn't a live stream, guys. The reason why there was a chat that was live is because they premiered the video. When you premiere the video on YouTube, it creates a chat and they can chat in there. But this was pre-recorded weeks ago.
Germany, okay. I hear, you know, they had the G7. The president told me they were all going crazy. I mean, you know, in a positive way, because we liberated them. Because those Iranian missiles were geared at Europe too, and ultimately at America. With nuclear warheads. So we had the guts to do this. And, you know, the propaganda is there. I don't deny it. But people also have, you know, sometimes the truth beckons. And what Israel did with President Trump is safeguard free societies from a menace. I mean, this Iranian regime hangs gays from cranes, shoots women on the sidewalk for not covering their hair, you know, oppresses their people.
Well, I just showed you guys that that's a lie when we were right here. What the fuck is this, Netanyahu? The fuck is this? Bunch of women walking without their fucking hair covered, bro. This is in Tehran. Bro, all lies, dude. All lies.
Spreads terrorism worldwide, kills Americans wholesale, tries to murder the American president, the former Secretary of State, the former National Security Advisor. You know, so people's heads.
I see a bunch of you guys joining the OSS, man. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it, man. That $10 a month allows me to keep doing this shit, tell you guys the truth, so I can go on a podcast like Nelk and say, yo, Israel runs this fucking country. Right? You guys notice how fucking terrified they were? Right? Because their sponsorships? Bro, I don't got to worry about that. Because you, the people, fucking sponsor me. So I don't got to fucking worry about none of that bullshit, man. That's how I'm able to go out and be fearless and be on the street with a fucking table. A lot of you guys say, Myron, get a security guard, bro. These people are going to hate you. I don't give a fuck. I got y'all support, man. That's what matters. So I got the people behind me. That's all I fucking need. I'd rather work for you guys and show you guys this awesome content than fucking these fucking losers, advertisers that try to tell me what to say and what to do.
You know, if people are turned that way.
Sulaiman just kicked off a space. All right, let's jump in there real quick. Let's jump in that space real quick. And I told you guys, bro, we're the best over here. We are the most diversified fucking platform by far. No one even comes close. So we are fucking taking over, chat. The OSS is taking over. More people are getting based. So it's fucking beautiful to see. Also, working on bringing Nick on, guys, late July or early August. I truly do think me and Nick are going to revolutionize this shit. That's why when they said, oh, who else did you bring on? I told them, bro, it's me and Nick. We're the best. Okay? And I say that full full-fledged. Because here's the thing. We understand the problem at an intimate level, from the geopolitical ramifications to the cultural ramifications to the subversion of our government to the Middle Eastern foreign policy. We got all parts, right? Other influencers will only give you one side. Hasan will tell you about how it's an apartheid state, but he will not tell you guys about the truth about when it comes to them boys and how they really move, right? Kyle Kalinske, same thing. You got other people that will only talk about Zionism and not criticize the other shit. So I think we're the realest niggas on this shit by far. Let's jump into space real fast.
We're gonna spew the exact same.
So the one I saw was October the 7th.
Oh, okay. So I know it's about 9/11 with Myron. October 7th. Even if you ask them, like, if you think that was, if there was some sort of, if they allowed it to happen.
Yeah, but that was both ways. Because if you ask a normie on the street about Netanyahu, they'll say he's a genocide. And
yeah, Sneako's good too, man. But I know he's trying to distance himself from this stuff.
Nelk Boys. Myron, thanks for joining us. I saw the whole interview with the Nelk Boys. I was extremely disappointed. I saw a 3-minute clip from yours. I've not had a chance to see it. I only found out about this like an hour ago. I was so vexed I didn't see it earlier. But give us your thoughts on it.
Yeah, sure. So I'm lying in bed, right? Because you guys know, well, I don't know if you guys know my schedule, but I stream all night and I sleep during the day. So I get like a call from a mutual friend, and he's like, "Hey, bro, they want, can you stream with Nelk?" And I was like, "Wait, what?" And they're like, "Yeah, like jump on, right?" And I was like, "Wait, what's going on?" And they're like, "Yeah, I think they're on stream. What's your Discord?" And I was like, "What the hell?" Let me double check. Yeah, what's your Discord so I get you on this Nelk kick stream? And I said, and I gave him my Discord also, so I'm going back to the text so I can make sure. Okay, yeah. So, and then he hit me up, and then Steiny hit me up, right? And I was like, "Yeah, just give me a minute, and I'll get on there, right?" So I get on, and oh, they're saying mic. Oh, hold on, give me 1 sec, bro. My fucking mic went down. I'm sorry. I have this setting on my shit that every time I go into like a Twitter space or open up Discord, my mic automatically goes down 50%. Okay, sorry about that, chat. Sorry, man. I'm live right now with like 7,000 or 8,000 watching. So let me go back and say that again. So basically, what the fuck? You know what? I know what to do. All right, test 1 2 3. Sorry. You know what, Sully? Let me fix my sound shit here on this side, and then I'll come back. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, definitely, because we do want to hear from you, because we've got a lot of questions.
Okay, so guys, what happens is when I get on Twitter, it automatically cuts my mic in half. So I'm turning it up right now for you guys. You guys should be able to hear me nice and loud and clear. All right. It's fixed. It's fixed, guys. It's fixed. All right. I just upped the audio. Relax. I don't know what the fuck it is with Twitter, bro, but every time I go in here, it cuts my mic power in fucking half, man. It's so fucking gay. I don't know why it does that. Maybe it's because of this shit. I don't know what it is. So fucking annoying. See, this is why Elon Musk is a fucking retard. Holy shit, man. Him and his sorry ass fucking app. All right. Yeah, you guys should be able to hear me good now. I got this shit bumped up like damn near all the way. Give me ones if the chat is, if it's good now. And then I'm going to unmute myself and go back in here. Give me ones if it's good now. Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Should be good now. Fucking, yo, I fucking hate Twitter, bro. God fucking damn, this shit is trash. Such a fucking garbage ass app. Stupid ass Elon Musk. Fucking G Finder. Holy shit. All right, it's one now. All right, cool. All right, I'm going to jump back into this space then. Sorry about that, guys. I don't know. That's out of my control. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with Twitter, bro. Every time I go in a fucking Twitter space, it automatically cuts my fucking audio in half. I don't know why that happens. And it does it with the computer. Like the computer audio goes down. Like the mic input goes down to 50% automatically in the system settings. I don't know why the fuck it does that. And it's really fucking annoying. But, yeah. All right, so I see nothing but ones in here. Yeah, it's Discord and it's X. It automatically cuts at 50%, bro. All right, let me go ahead and All right, we're good now. All right, let me unmute myself or unmute the space.
Biggest demographic in the United States of America who find that Netanyahu is evil, that Netanyahu has murdered a lot of people, that Netanyahu is responsible for a genocide. So when you take that into consideration, even that doesn't. Myron, whenever you're ready as well, just jump back in.
Yeah, I'm ready, man. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead. So they were texting. You were getting a text from.
So a mutual friend of ours that knows both us and the Nelk Boys, he hit me up and he said, "Hey, bro, what's your Discord? Jump on stream with the Nelk Boys." And I was kind of confused because like they just started streaming recently, and I like had forgotten that they started streaming. They stream on Kick now, and I was like, yeah, okay. And then I opened up my Twitter feed and I saw that they just did an interview with Netanyahu, and I was like, oh, here we go. And I like went and looked at the video, and first thing I did, I went in the comments, and they were getting fucking roasted. So I was like, oh shit, now it makes sense. So I was like, all right, cool, just give me a minute or whatever, right? So I went and walked my dog. I came back up. When I came back up, Nick was on. So I was like, all right, cool. So I started up my stream and shit like that because Nick bought me some time to get set up. And then I came in after they had Nick on, and then they brought Hasan Piker on, right? And then I went after him. Now, Nick did a great job of explaining, right, some of the background stuff. And then Hasan came on and kind of lectured them from like, the fucking gay liberal perspective of like, why would you bring him on? Like all this other shit's like, like he's so evil, blah, blah. And then like I kind of just came in and I was like, look, the reality is I think I went a little too hard on them because I said, look, because I had to give it to them nice and quick because they were rushing people off. Like that was something that really was pissing me off. Like they were bringing people on, they talk to you for a few minutes and then they kick you off and they bring somebody else on. They didn't want to have like a panel of people. They just wanted like one person at a time. So when I came in, I just kind of went right away. I was like, look, bro, this is, Hasan's being a fucking retard just talking down to you guys the whole time. Here's the problem. And I went to explain how Israel controls our policy. They have ridiculous overrepresentation at high levels of all of our, infrastructural points in the United States, whether it's government, tech, etc. I talked about how a lot of the stuff that occurred on October 7th is propaganda. There were no beheaded babies, no babies in ovens. The mass rapes were a lie. I explained how the Hannibal Directive was activated on that day, and the 1,200 that were killed, roughly 800 of those were civilians, and then we don't know how many Hamas killed versus how many the IDF killed because we know Yoav Gallant literally admitted on Israeli television that the Hannibal Directive was activated that day, and I talked about how they're not our greatest ally, the USS Liberty, 9/11, all this shit, and they were trying to cut me off every time. Oh, Myron, no conspiracy theories, all this other shit, and I'm like, bro, this is why people were fucking saying L in your chat, though. Like, this is why people were being critical of you. Yes, what Netanyahu doing right now is deplorable, for sure. He's dropping fucking bombs on kids. But how the fuck did we get here? We need to understand that these Israelis have been subverting our government, for fucking decades. That's why they've been able to kind of run around with this immunity cloak where they're not held accountable for their reckless foreign policy. And that's something else I said. I said, Israel practices and engages in reckless foreign policy where they attack all of their neighbors through false flags, through terrorist attacks, and they're not held accountable because they know that they have our unequivocal support because they have very strong lobbyists here in America back at home that will ensure that they're always taken care of. That's one of the biggest fucking problems that we have. We're an occupied government. And I think what they fail to realize is even the people that surround them are hardcore Zionists. As you guys know, they're close with Dana White. Well, who owns the UFC? It ain't fucking Dana White. It's Ari Emanuel, right? Who is a hardcore fucking Zionist, who I think his father was a member of like fucking Ergun, a terrorist organization, or Haganah, one of those two. So not only did they kind of go in and not know what the fuck they were doing, I think for them, because here's the thing, I saw a clip. They were super hyped when they first got the interview. They dropped it like 2 weeks later while they were in Europe. I don't think they anticipated getting that fucking backlash. And that's why they went ahead and did this emergency stream. They brought me on, they brought Nick Fuentes on, they brought Sneeko on, they brought Hasan Piker on. Bro, they would have never fucking platformed any of us if it weren't for them getting all this backlash that they got today. So it was all about saving face. And then they had said, hey, Myron, you said, like they read a tweet out when I said that the Nelk Boys talking to Netanyahu is like a woman talking to Ted Bundy. It's fucking retarded. They try to put me on blast and say that's when I was like, yeah, it was retarded. Like, you guys literally are doing a damage control stream right now. I told them that straight to their fucking face. You guys are running a fucking damage control stream. And obviously I wasn't on the longest and they kept cutting me off, but I told them like it is, bro. Like, you guys, you guys thought it was going to be sweet. You guys thought you'd be able to do this interview and it'd be fine. And you guys grossly miscalculated how much backlash you would get. And that's kind of what went down. That's kind of the summary, but I was under absolutely the shortest. They sat there and listened to dumbass Hasan Piker lecture them forever about why they're such terrible people for doing the interview versus with me, I kind of stuck more to the facts of how Israel's a parasitic fucking state that's gotten us into endless wars, subverts our government, subverts our foreign policy, and uses our tax dollars to kill innocent people. But yeah, they didn't want to fucking let me talk that much.
So, I mean, I think if Hassan had just gone on himself and said that, I think that would have been a problem. But I think when you basically have that and then what you did, I think you needed both. But if it was only one of them, then of course you would choose you, because in reality, what you did was go into the specifics. Now, the clip I saw where you flipping did a golden job in then 3 minutes before you were interrupted, and I've retweeted that, actually, that's in the nest. I would say one of the most important comments on the bits that I've seen anyway. I need to watch what you, Nico, and Nick have said, so I've not looked at it. But just from the clips I've seen, that looks like the most monumental, important one. But you,
and I gotta thank you about that, bro, because that comes from me and yours research together where we did that episode on October 7th. To this day, I think that is by far the best podcast on the fucking internet when it comes to October 7th, because we didn't just debunk October 7th, we debunked October 7th with Israeli fucking sources. We didn't use Al Jazeera, we didn't use fucking any Arab media, we used Israeli media to debunk October 7th. And I think short of Atrocity Inc., which was directed by Max Blumenthal, I think between our podcast and Atrocity Inc., those are by far the best fucking pieces of content that you can watch when it comes to the lies of October 7th, because it is so fucking egregious how badly they lied. And then I told them, I was like, yo, went on your guys' podcast and said that there were babies in ovens. And you guys didn't fucking say anything. That's a fucking lie. Only one baby was killed on that day. I know, Sulaiman, you know the name of the baby, but which was obviously tragic. Yes, and it was killed, and that child was tragically killed by a fucking piece of shit IDF soldier. So, yeah, dude, they didn't like when I said that shit. And I can hear someone in the back, because I got good headphones, I heard someone in the back saying, oh, bro, no conspiracy theorists. Oh, like I could tell that there was a very strong air of discomfort when I was talking about this shit.
Well, the guy on the left, I don't know his name. He actually said, "Oh, no conspiracy theories."
Yeah,
Steiny,
the Jew.
Yeah,
he's a
said,
Jew.
"Oh, no he said no conspiracy theories. First of all, you did a marvelous job.
How the fuck is he gonna tell me no conspiracy theories when they're sitting there saying like, oh, we don't know too much about this topic? Then shut the fuck up and let me talk. If you don't know that much about this topic. No, you did know enough about this topic. You guys just didn't think it was going to go so fucking bad where you would have to invite me, Nick Fuentes, Nico, and fucking Hasan Piker all on one fucking podcast to try to save face. Oh, no, we're going to bring somebody on this pro-Palestine next week. Shut the fuck up. You guys would have never brought any of these motherfuckers on had it not been for you guys getting fucking dragged in the mud right now for bringing in fucking Satanyahu.
Yeah, and by the way, Myron, I've got a few more questions for you, but I agree with
sure.
you in terms of October the 7th. And in terms of our podcast, and you mention it on this podcast, and obviously both of us trying our best to highlight the truth on these issues, I think it's going to be monumental. Like this denial in 10, 15, 20 years will be like on the level of Holocaust, if not more. And then people are going to look for original sources at that time, and there won't be many. So that interview, and I'm working on a book right now, and a few other things are probably going to be the one of few original sources on that and debunking that. But in terms of what you said, because I just want to get back to this, because you're right. You mentioned it. You exposed the truth. You only had like 2 minutes before you interrupted. I was watching it, and they obviously interrupt you, and the guy Steiny calls you a conspiracy theorist. My question to you is, why is it they interrupted you within 2 minutes and call you a conspiracy theorist? I got a list of nearly 21 topics in the short space of time that Netanyahu lied about, and topics, not individual things. You're talking hundreds then. And yet not once did they call him a conspiracy theorist. If anything, they were encouraging his comments, agreeing with him. What's your thoughts on that? And there's a few other questions I've got.
Yeah, no, it was ridiculous. I'm actually watching the interview right now, and he's been lying his fucking ass off, and I've been like kind of like pausing the interview and then like showing my audience like what's really going on. Like a big one that they said is like, oh yeah, in Iran, they kill the women for not covering their hair. I showed them a video of a chick walking around the mall in fucking Tehran, and none of the women are wearing hijabs. Like only like, 10% of the women that you see on our camera are wearing hijabs. So, it's just a lot of this fucking bullshit. And again, the Nelk Boys run with a bunch of Zionist fucking Jews. Let's just be honest here, right? Like it is what it is. There's a reason why Dana White went so fucking mad when Bryce Mitchell made the comment. Was it Bryce Mitchell? No, who was the UFC fighter that made those comments that they got all fucking butthurt about? I forget his name. But either way,
I thought it was Bryce Mitchell.
It is Bryce. It is Bryce Mitchell, right? Okay.
I think it is.
He has like a country accent. Nice guy, Christian guy.
Yeah, it is.
But it's just absolutely wild to me how they'll sit there with Netanyahu and let him lie, and then when someone like me comes on, they're like, oh yeah, this is a conspiracy theorist or whatever. But dude, it is what it is, man. I know already because I could hear someone in the background. Someone was in the back saying like, no, tell him to stop or whatever, because they're It's damage control, but they don't want to go damage control to the point where they're bringing people in that they think are conspiracy theorists. But a lot of the shit I talk about when I talk about this stuff is not no conspiracy. The JFK files have been declassified. We know that the Israeli intelligence services were involved. 9/11, those are declassified now. The FBI reports show you right there. These motherfuckers were intel assets for the Israeli intelligence. The DEA reports that show that they were walking around collecting information on government buildings. All of this stuff is declassified and out now. It's just that they make it very hard to find. But it absolutely exists. And then with the whole October 7th lies, thank God for modern technology and smartphones and people following up and everything, because now a lot of these propaganda lies don't last because there's a smartphone and there's cameras. So, this is what they do, man. They lie about these atrocities, sensationalize it so they can go ahead and justify the war. Another topic I tackled as well was, do you think that they let October 7th happen? And I said, well, look, let's instead of me giving you an affirmation, let me tell you guys about all the benefits that Netanyahu got when October 7th happened. Well, he was able to suspend a criminal trial that was going on with his bribery and his corruption. He was able to wage a war against all of the countries that he's been wanting to fight against forever. He was able to go into Gaza, systematically destroy it, go into Lebanon, fight the Hezbollah. Then that triggered the ceasefire, which allowed Syria to fall. Then he was able to attack Iran. I mean, I think October 7th has done quite a bit for Netanyahu's ability to preserve power and get a lot of his objectives done that he's been trying to do for a very long time. So when people say, oh, do you think Netanyahu let it happen? Look, I think there's some evidence there to show that he's benefited from an enormous level to accomplishing a lot of his geopolitical ideologies. Because the reality is, and me and you talked about this, Sulaiman, he could have had all those hostages back on October 10th, but he chose not to do it.
Yep. Just Myron, my opinion is slightly different to everybody else's on that. I actually think that they didn't allow it to happen.
Okay.
And actually, when I look at the podcast, that was one of the things that the Nelk, because I think all the questions that Nelk Boy asked were probably, vetted before they were able to ask
100%.
someone like Netanyahu. And
100%.
so that was one of the questions they asked. They said, why did it take so long? And Netanyahu said, look, whatever, there were certain mistakes that were made, but we're still the best. We're going to improve on it. I still think that they didn't allow it. I mean, I'm writing, going into detail in this in the book that I'm writing. I do see everybody else's side that they feel like they did happen, but I just think they did, and that they didn't. I think this interview, if anything, adds to my position in the sense of the Nelk Boys were allowed to ask the question, and then he answered it saying, look, yeah, we did, mess up slightly, but we could have improved and so on and so forth. So again, I'm not sure, but again, this is something we'll never know for certain, but it's just opinion. But one of the things I wanted to ask you, Myron, was this. When I saw the interview, there was an exact intentional attempt to humanize Netanyahu. You're talking about the most horrific man on the planet. You're talking about the guy who committed a genocide. He's committed the most evil on the planet. And they were talking to him. They were saying, oh, Netanyahu, what's your view in terms of Burger King and sauces and McDonald's? And that's a way of humanizing a person. Or he was talking about how he likes to do Shabbat with his family and how they, switch off the phones. Or he was talking about how he was a soldier. So when you look at these, and the podcast took a lot of time in these three issues, I was looking at it in terms of timing perspective. That was a targeted attempt to humanize him. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, it absolutely was. And, the other thing also that I think is extremely important is, and I didn't get a chance to say this because the Nelk Boys were fucking rushing me and it was very annoying and frustrating. But the reality is he used them to do this interview, and there's a very good reason why he used them, right? Hasan kind of referred to it saying, oh yeah, he used it, whatever, but no one went into detail why he used them. I'll tell you why. And he admitted it actually in the beginning of the interview. He says, oh yeah, you guys have a young audience, blah, blah, blah. That's precisely why he wanted to talk to them. So people like Jonathan Greenblatt and a lot of Zionists are starting to quickly realize that young men, especially conservatives, are leaning more towards people like myself, Nick Fuentes, etc. The right wing right now in America is starting they're starting to splinter. And what I mean by that is, if you're a guy and you're under the age of, let's say, 40 years old or 30 years old, definitely, there's a very high likelihood that you watch and support someone like a Nick Fuentes, right? And then if you're under 30, 100%. They would rather watch Nick Fuentes than Ben Shapiro or fucking Charlie Kirk and these other fucking, conservatives that, love Israel. So what's happening is there's a monumental shift in the United States where the young people are starting to realize the evils of Israel. Now, this is in the right wing. Now let's go over to the left wing. The left wing is overwhelmingly fucking pro-Palestine. The Democratic Party and the left wing are far more vocal on this situation. I've always been like very, I've been critical of Democrats and progressives, but what I will say is this: Democrats, unlike conservatives, will fucking take to the streets and protest. They will go ahead and sit out and do a hunger campaign. They will go out there and fucking march for days, weeks. They'll fucking go ahead and protest in front of a government building. Like, Democrats and liberals in general are far more vocal with their stuff. So when you add in the left wing, right, and their vocal youth that are like, yo, this is a humanitarian crisis, this is an apartheid state, they're killing people, etc. Then you got people on the right wing who are nationalists that understand, yo, the Jays control our fucking government. They're utilizing our tax dollars to subvert our government and kill innocent people and, ruin our credibility all across the international world. What you're getting here is, I think it's absolutely amazing, actually, now that I think about it, that they needed someone like me and Nick, who people might consider as far right, to come in, and we're agreeing with someone like a Hasan Piker who's on the far left. If that doesn't prove that this is a fucking huge problem, where people on both the far right and on the far left are agreeing on this topic, I don't know what else is. I can't even think of another topic where both sides strongly agree. Maybe for different reasons, right? The left typically has issues from a humanitarian perspective, and the right has problems from a nationalistic perspective, but we've both come to the same conclusion that aid of Israel is completely unacceptable. So with all that said, the youth are waking up, and that's very dangerous for Israel, because Israel knows that these youth are going to grow up and eventually become voters, politicians, lobbyists, etc. If these people grow up and they don't have the same mentality like our stupid ass boomers that we have now, where we support Israel all the time, they're not going to be able to exist. So what we see going on here, and be prepared to see this, is you're going to see Israeli personalities or government officials do more interviews and try to do more streams on social media platforms that have a young audience to try to change their mind. And how do I know this? Because Jonathan Greenblatt from the ADL went to fucking Israel and was in front of the Knesset saying, look, guys, we got a major fucking problem here. In America, the youth are starting to become far more anti-Semitic. And he was talking about how TikTok and social media in general has radicalized young people to not like Israel. Because if you go on TikTok, it's 70% plus pro-Palestine versus pro-Israel. This is exactly why TikTok went down for 24 hours. A lot of people don't know this. It went down because the Zionist lobbies all across the United States were campaigning to get it fucking banned because they didn't like the fact that it was pushing out all this pro-Palestinian content. So they were able to get it shut down for a day, and then when it came back on, at least in the United States, I don't know about the other countries, when it came back on, you couldn't put a watermelon emoji, you couldn't put Free Palestine, none of that shit. It was all against the terms of service and considered hate speech. So this is what they're trying to do right now, where they're trying to kind of push this narrative out there and get Israeli officials to go on these podcasts, and I predict that in the next year or two, you guys are going to see a lot more of this, to try to change the public sentiment about Israel. So this was absolutely a strategic move by Netanyahu to try to get his voice out to the youth, to kind of change this valid disdain for the state of Israel.
Sulaiman, can I ask a question?
Myron, and sorry, Dr. Short, I just want to, because Myron was on the show, so I just want to get as much information from him as possible, and then I'll bring all the panelists in. Myron, first of all, I agree with you. When you look at the left wing, what the right are trying to do, generally speaking, as the Zionist right, is to try and make this into a left wing issue, and that's why people like yourself, Nick, Sneeko, are monumental in ensuring that that doesn't happen. That it's actually, people realize it's not a left-wing, right-wing issue. It's a Zionist issue. It's a issue of Israeli control of the United States of America. So I agree with you in that regard. Guys, in the nest, there is Myron's clip when he speaks about October the 7th. He gets a couple of minutes in before he's interrupted, but it's a very important and monumental. So I do want everyone to look at that and retweet it and reshare it, because it's extremely important, him exposing the truth about October the 7th. Myron, one of the things that the Nelk Boys were talking to him about, and this is why I don't agree with this whole argument that, oh, they're dumb and they don't know what's happening, is they were literally saying, oh, look, anti-Semitism has increased in the United States of America, and then he was agreeing with it. So when you look at the Nelk Boys, like one of the arguments I think Chief was here earlier was making was like, oh, these are the innocent, the Nelk Boys, they don't know what's going on, they're really confused, they're just an example of the average American. But then when I look at the way they treated you, with the way they treated Netanyahu, when you look at some of the statements they made, like what I said here, what's your thoughts on that argument?
To be honest with you, I do think that they're stupid and they don't know. But I heard people in the back like kind of scrambling. So I think there was a guy that was like running their Discord that was bringing the people in and shit. I think someone in the back was like coaching them, like, nah, chill, no conspiracy theories, blah, blah, blah. So at least that's the vibe I got, you know. Like they wanted to basically bring on as many people that are critical of Israel as possible, run them through. Look, we brought all these people on. Don't get mad at us, guys. And try to make it nice and limited, and then get off stream. Like they were only on stream for like 2 or 3 hours, and they got the fuck off.
How long were you on for?
Oh, dude, I was on for like less than 10 minutes, I think. Chat, how long was I on, guys? If you guys could time it for me, I don't think I was on for more than like 10 minutes, bro. I was the shortest by far.
Guys, if anybody does have a question for Myron, if you're on the, I know a couple of people got their hands up. If you can put your hands down, but only if you've got a question for Myron, then obviously put your hands up. Then I'll go to you to ask a question specifically to Myron. Also, if there's people in the listeners who've got a question for Myron, obviously there's a tweet in the nest. You can click on that, do a super chat, and we'll ask Myron a question in terms of his in terms of you know, what he's answering. Myron, one of the
and I was also the only one to bring up 9/11, USS Liberty, JFK, October 7th lies. I was the only one to bring any of that shit up. So I think that was another reason too why it kind of spooked them.
Well, 10 minutes is just not enough. Like, I'm just going through all this. Like, they talked about how there's free speech in Israel. What was your thoughts on that?
Oh, it's bullshit. I whenever someone tells me that Israel's a democracy, I fucking laugh, because literally there's millions of people that live in Israel, right? Because let's be honest here, occupied Israel, like Gaza, West Bank, etc., that have zero rights. They can't vote. They can't do anything. They're literally second-class citizens. Israel is the definition of an apartheid state. If you're going to run an apartheid state, that's the furthest thing from a democracy. So when people say that shit, it's literally fucking hilarious. And the only reason they're even able to get away with that is because most Americans are fucking retarded when it comes to foreign policy. Like, I genuinely believe that one of the biggest weak points we have in the United States in general is most Americans don't have a passport. Most Americans don't know how to speak a second language. Most Americans have never left the United States. And most importantly, most Americans don't know what the fuck is going on in the rest of the world because they don't have to know. But America kind of runs everything. So we kind of live in our own bubble over here where we don't feel the need to know anything. And then it gets even worse when you look at conservative media. Conservative media is absolutely fucking cucked. It's one of the most frustrating things from being in the right wing is that everyone on this side of the internet sucks fucking Israeli dick. Like Matt Walsh, for example, he said some shit about how he didn't agree with me when it comes to polygamy. And I was like, dude, you don't even have the fucking balls, because he said that polygamy is barbaric and it leads to all this other shit. And I was like, bro, you literally don't even have the balls to stand up to your boss who is constantly pushing propaganda for genocide, and you have the fucking nerve to tell me fuck us a bitch is barbarism? Like, get the fuck out of here. This is like wild hypocrisy. And he, like him, for example, will refuse to criticize Israel or talk about this fucking problem. Crowder, Bongino, like all the biggest right-wing guys are all terrified of talking about this topic. So it gets worse because the people that you look to for political content stay away from foreign policy. They'll go ahead and say, oh yeah, money to Ukraine is bad. But once you get into Israel, oh shit, I don't know. I know Piers Morgan got like a rare W one time. He asked Patrick Bet-David, hey, what are your thoughts on, aid to Ukraine? PBD was like, no, it's bad. We need to stop giving them money. He's like, okay, what about giving money to Israel? Oh no, I think we should give money to Israel. And he's like, wait, but how does that make sense? And that just goes to show you guys like how brain controlled the right wing is, or the conservative media is, when it comes to the support of Israel. It's almost like it's like an automatic every single time. They don't even think twice. Like, oh, we got to give money to Israel. No, you don't, man. No, you fucking don't. But to say that gets you fucking in a lot of trouble in right wing media.
One of the things that Netanyahu kept saying in the interviews, and then I will go to the panelists who've got questions for you after this one. And guys, in the comments, if you've got any questions, you go to the tweet in the nest, you can do a super chat and we'll ask Myron a question. But what do you think about this idea in terms of one of the things Netanyahu said quite a few times in the interview was America and Israel are the same. If you attack Israel, you attack America. If you dislike Israel, you dislike America. I know you're one of the biggest right-wing political commentators who pushes back on that and explains how Israel is beholden to the United States of America, is essentially hemorrhaging the United States of America and harms them. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, and I was explaining that to Nelk Boys, like that their recklessness in the Middle East, where they're doing false flags and doing terrorist attacks and doing this other shit, it puts us in a very precarious situation because we always have to come in and clean up after it, right? Because whenever they get in trouble and, UN Security Council meets and all this other shit and we're running cover for them, well, we look like idiots doing that, right? And every time Israel does stupid shit, we get egg on our face as well because we support them. And the thing that makes it just so ridiculous is that there's no strategic benefit. Sneeko asked Steiny, because Steiny was like, oh, well, they're our greatest ally. And he was like, okay, well, how do they benefit us? And he couldn't name anything. And I don't blame him because it's a rhetorical question. They don't give us anything. President fucking Nixon himself famously said in an interview, Israel is of no strategic benefit to us. Our obligation to them is a moral one. Translation: the Jews fucking control us. They fucking blackmailed me during the Yom Kippur War, and they threatened to bomb the fucking Middle East with nuclear weapons, and that is why I had to go ahead and give them the biggest fucking airlift to bail their dumbasses out when they were going to get fucked up by the Arabs. That's what he really wanted to say, but he couldn't. So they say the bullshit about, oh, we have a moral obligation. Oh, they're the people of Israel. Oh, the Bible says, bless Israel. Like all this fucking cope and bullshit that, people like Charlie Kirk and all these other fucking evangelical Christians are too retarded to say. This is why they will avoid guys like us. Because if you're an American political commentator, right, and you say America first, you do not want to be across the table from someone like me or Nick Fuentes, who is going to put your feet to the fire and be like, how the fuck is supporting Israel America first? Like, how is that even, we get no strategic benefit from this. And this is why they will never debate any of us, because to be fair, the support of Israel from an American nationalist perspective is absolutely fucking indefensible. It's an indefensible position. It's an unwinnable position. So when people tell me, oh, debate Charlie Kirk, oh, debate Ben Shapiro, debate these guys, bro, if I were them, I wouldn't debate me either, because it's unwinnable. It's completely unwinnable.
Yeah. Let me go to Ian. Ian, you got a question for Myron?
Yeah, I do, and it plays so nicely off what he just said in this unwillingness of these larger accounts to engage in honest debate. And so the question is, we've seen basically the power of the mainstream media continue to wither. We've now seen the continuation of that cycle across social media platforms, the likes of the Daily Wire, all their influencers like Ben Shapiro. So we're seeing all of these folks basically cascade one after another, and lose their teeth in being able to keep kind of the minds of not only the youth, but an ever-growing kind of normie audience. And so ironically, we now see the Nelk Boys, right? It's like they're reaching down into the next little thing in their bag of tricks, hoping that they'll be able to pick something out that's a winner. And yet, ironically, you go to these guys' page, and not only does the Netanyahu interview that has 300,000 views, it doesn't have 700 likes at the moment, which is just laughable. But the Nelk Boys, just last week, one of these two guys was given a $200,000 Rolex watch from Drake, who is a Jew in the entertainment industry. So it's like, oh, wait a second, we're just going to put you with all these cool celebrities and give you lots of rich stuff and then set you up so that you can just be a simp for Israel and Netanyahu. And so, Myron, the question is, like, how far do you think they're going to try with this game of desperation? Do they have a whole lot of people left that they can even try to lean on? And what do you think is going to happen when they run out? I mean, it's censorship, it's suppression, it's something along those lines. But it really feels like they're kind of grasping at teeny tiny straws at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's going to be mass censorship at some level. I mean, we saw that they tried it, right? Because they tried it with the college students, right? They tried it with Mahmoud Khalil. It kind of backfired. He's out right now. But I think they've already started it. The guinea pig was the student visas that are critical of Israel. So if they're able to successfully, because a couple of them are in deportation proceedings, if a couple of them are able to successfully get deported, I foresee them extrapolating this policy into going after United States citizens. I mean, they already tried to pass a bill a couple of weeks ago. It was wildly unpopular. Marjorie Taylor Greene, I think, killed it. But they were trying to pass a bill that would limit American citizens with their speech, and they wouldn't be able to get like some kind of business funding or something like that if they weren't like swearing allegiance to Israel. I forgot the exact bill, but I'm sure someone here, I remember Dom reported on it, but someone here might remember, or Ian, maybe you remember it.
Just on that, Myron, just another quick question. You talked about left wing and right wing, and the left wing as well. Like, this is why people like you are important, because you demonstrate it's not a left wing or right wing issue.
Yeah.
Just a couple of days ago, AOC voted against a bill that reduces funding to Israel for weapons for 500 million. That again demonstrates there's not a left and right issue. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, I literally talked about, I'm glad that you brought this up. So for those that are unaware, I'll give you guys a quick little thing. Marjorie Taylor Greene proposed a bill that would limit Israel's military spending from a defense perspective to $500 million. As you guys know, Israel gets roughly $3.8 to $4 billion a year in U.S. aid. And what Marjorie Taylor Greene wanted to do was take away about $500 million of that from the defense perspective for their air defense, right? Iron Dome, sling, all this bullshit. And only 6 people, I think, signed it. And then like the other 400 plus, voted against it. Now, AOC, who is someone that's critical and says that there's a genocide going on, said, well, the reason why I voted against this bill is because it limits Israeli defense. What we need to do is limit Israelis' attack. But what she doesn't realize is there's 2 problems. Number one, once we give them that money, we don't know where the fuck that goes anyway. They could say it's for defense, but then they go ahead and use it on fucking bombs anyway. And then number 2, the only way that you're going to reel Israel in is you need to let them know that they're not immortal. And by letting them know that they're not immortal, you need to limit their ability to defend themselves to a degree. Because the reason why they operate so fucking recklessly is because they know we're going to station aircraft carriers, and we're going to go ahead and mobilize the Brits and the French and everybody else and the Jordanians to help them shoot down missiles. But I think this last interaction they had with Iran made them realize that they can bleed too. And this is the first time that Tel Aviv and Haifa have been hit that hard. And obviously they censored it quite a bit because they didn't want people to know and create pandemonium in their country that they were actually getting hit back. So I do think that if you want to go ahead and get Israel to kind of, here's the thing. Israel is in no position to exercise diplomacy with their neighbors because they know that we got their back. And they know that we're going to give them all the money that they need. We're going to sell them all the interceptor missiles that they want or give them to them. If we limit that ability for them to defend themselves, well, they're going to have to naturally think twice before they attack. So AOC's fucking dumbass concept here of saying, oh, well, I just don't want them to have more weapons. She's too dumb to realize that by limiting their defense, they can't attack to the same level of aggression that they're constantly doing. So we need to reel Israel in some way, whether it's by their defense or whether it's through their attack. But we need to let them know that you guys got to fucking stop with this mass aggression all across the Middle East. And I do think pulling some of their missile defense would help with that.
I completely agree with you, Myron. That's literally what I said just a couple of days ago as well.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's the sad shit. Because the thing is with her, and this is why politicians are so fucking, like, even Democrats are cucked. Like, I make this joke. I say, Democrats, Republicans openly suck Israeli cock. Meanwhile, the Democrats do it in the fucking closet. Like, she still has people that give her money from the Israel lobby, etc. So she had to vote against the bill for her constituents.
This is the flaw with APAC Tracker, because they try and make it look like people like AOC do not receive funding from directly from APAC, but she does and is supported by Zionists. Like, if you look at her past, she was created by 2 Jewish Zionists, Joey Rabbi and Shane Shalumi or something his name is, or Shalami or Shalmi. She was created by them. Like, she was nobody. They made her career. They created her. They put her on a platform, and hence why when you look at her voting is extremely always pro-Israel. I put a tweet out where 3 monumental votes she's just done recently were for Israel. 3 years ago, she did a vote on the Senate floor for a very similar bill, which was reducing aid back to Israel. But no, it was to give Israel $1 billion worth of defense. She voted for it, and then she started crying on the Senate floor, Myron. And do you know what the papers reported?
What?
Like, they basically made her a victim. She said, oh, poor old AOC. She voted for a bill to send Israel $1 billion. And then she cried on the Senate floor, and everyone focused on her being upset and her crying and her being emotional. So this is how they basically create her and manufacture her to the public. The last 2 votes were she voted against she voted that basically there was too much anti-Semitism in the United States of America, which was against the protests that were happening in the United States of America against the genocide. And then the last one was applying the IHRA definition to universities in the United States of America. And again, that's been used to get university students censored, to get them expelled from school. It's to basically silence all dissent from the United States of America. So those are like 3. This is like the 4th big vote that she's done, which is pro-Israel. What's your thoughts on that?
And she's also a Sephardic Jew, by the way, Sulaiman.
Oh yeah, she is. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. There's the answer.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I read that somewhere, but I didn't know if it was 100% true. Yeah, so she's a Sephardic. So yeah, she's a Hispanic Jew, basically.
Yeah, she just attended a she's in a party and not only had a speech about it, but then also sang a song in it. I'll put into the pill. It's just it's really kind of comical at this point to watch.
Yeah, I watched that. I saw it too.
There's an interview where she says it. Oh, go ahead, Dr. Shirley. You got a question for Myron? Go ahead.
Oh yes, please. Myron, I agree with your summation about why Netanyahu chose the Nelk Boys. Never heard of them before, but that he was targeting their audience base, and also your summation around how the Zionists are basically scared about how unified the right and the left are, and that clearly whatever power or weapon they've been using all this time is not as effective as it used to be.
Yeah.
So for instance, I find myself you know sharing things from people I could not stand before. Okay, not that I can stand them. So the likes of Tucker Carlson or Candace Owens, I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe it, but they're talking sense. And even you, I don't agree with a lot of things you said, but I saw something you did a couple of days ago where you literally cooked this Israeli woman who was moaning about using bomb shelters.
Oh,
And
yeah.
oh my God, that response you gave was so freaking satisfying. I had to share it.
Thank you.
It was like a balm to
And
my
Dr.
soul.
Shirley is like very much well known to be from the far left or left wing. So it just shows how
There's
everyone's
a
united.
perfect example right there. You got someone who's on the far left agreeing with someone like me, who many would consider far right, right? And I'm over here saying like I don't think women should vote, right? And she's probably over here, more of a feminist, but we're able to agree on this issue. I think that in itself speaks volumes as to how serious this is when people with completely opposing political views are able to agree on one topic.
Exactly, because I had people coming on my page going, Dr. Shaw, do you realize Myron is this? Myron said that. I said, yeah. But on this one, he and I are on the same page. I don't agree with any of those other things, but on this one right here, while children are being shot to death, I swear to God, it's going to take a village. It's going to take a global village to shut down this Zionist and bullshit. But my question to you, Myron, is this. Do you think that Netanyahu succeeded? We can all agree that he was using the Nelk Boys. I don't think these Nelk Boys did not know what they were doing. I don't think they were that ignorant. I think they had depraved indifference, and they probably just loved the fact that they were going to have Netanyahu of all people on their podcast. But do you think Netanyahu has succeeded, especially with the backlash that this podcast has received? Do you think in any way this interview has been able to permeate through the audience of the Nelk Boys?
Yeah, I think it was a monumental failure, and I think that's why they literally set up this stream hours after the podcast came out and they were getting attacked. So, this is what I think that they miscalculated. They thought that they would be able to have him on, get the clout, say, look, we had a world leader on, and kind of just be able to walk away from it nice and smooth. But they grossly miscalculated their audience's intelligence, and they also grossly miscalculated how disliked this guy was. And that is why they scrambled to do the stream before. Because make no mistake about it, man. We had talked about going on the Full Send podcast before, over here, Fresh and Fit. They would have never, ever fucking platformed someone like me or Nick Fuentes or Sneeko until they needed us now to save face. So I think it was a monumental failure on their end. And now they're being forced to platform people they otherwise would have never fucking platformed. So I predict that they're going to go ahead and get the, what's the comedian's name from Egypt? They're probably going to bring him on, is what I think they're going to do. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. I was going to say that I think the reason they kept interrupting you, because I saw clips of your conversation with them, was because you did not suffer fools at all with them. I saw a bit of Nick Fuentes' clip. He seemed to be talking to them in almost a way that he was cushioning the fall, so to speak, like almost like
Hold on, chat.
in a very gentle way, and you just went straight in and you were just cutting them left, right, and center. And I think that's part of the reason, because they couldn't handle that, they could not respond to it. And when they tried to respond to it, they just sounded stupid. Sorry, that's me done.
Appreciate that, Dr. Shaw. If anybody else has got any questions for Myron, then do raise your hands, because there's something wrong with the app where it
Yeah,
just
I
give me 1
do.
second. I'll be right
Question.
back. I'll be back. Give me like 1 second.
Okay.
Cool. In the meantime, Truth, jump in with your view, because I'm sure you haven't got a question you want to provide an insight. So go ahead.
Yeah, I got a few thoughts. Look, these Nelk Boys, I followed them for a few years, guilty as charged. and that's because they've done a few good
Truth,
interviews.
bro. You've
I
been
know,
following
guilty
Jews.
pleasure. But let me provide my insight.
Exposed. Someone clip that.
Okay, go ahead, go clip it. Fine. If that's my worst sin, then maybe I still have a shot at heaven. We'll see. But look, they've been in the game since 2010. That's when Kyle first started the channel on YouTube. So they've been at this. They've been in the game for over 15 years, and they've developed a lot of big connections. This isn't the first major interview they've done. They've interviewed Trump. They've interviewed, of course, Dana White. They've interviewed. They've even went all the way to, believe it or not, Dagestan in Russia to go and interview Habib and his whole team, his MMA team. So they're familiar with political stuff, and they've interviewed the Tates. They've talked about all kinds of stuff. They hung out with the Tates in, I believe it was Romania. So they're not rookies. They're not knowing anything. They also have a lot of Jewish connections. Guys like Grutman, I believe is David Grutman. He owns a lot of the major nightclubs in Miami, and that's how they're able to get their seltzer Happy Dad in to a lot of liquor stores and also nightclubs and clubs as well. So for people to think that they're not really familiar with Jewish politics and what people think, they absolutely know. And to their credit, they're very good at business. They've been able to blow up their brand, and it was just based off pranks. I mean, that's how they made the scene. And then they got serious about podcasting back in 2021. So they've been at this for a few years. So for people to think that they're just out of their depth, they're just a first time interviewing a major leader. Well, they interviewed Trump, they've interviewed Shaquille O'Neal, they've interviewed all kinds of major stars. They don't get easily starstruck, but they were not about to push back either. And if you recall, what Israel is known for is they'll pay these types of influencers, a lot of money to come in for free to Israel. So not just free, they'll pay them. So this way they can go through the brainwash program that they have to then have a good impression of Israel and then spread that across the world because they need as much positive PR as they can get, especially right now, given the genocide. The other point I'll also make is what timing? I thought Netanyahu was sick. He had some stomach flu because I guess the kosher food went bad or something because he's supposed to be in court. He got out of his court date yesterday and today. I think his court date once again.
Wasn't this interview like a week ago though?
Was it? I'm not sure what the date of the interview was, but then they waited a week to put it out. That's surprising. The point is, though, Netanyahu's called in sick now.
I'm
for his
back. Sorry,
court date.
guys.
He's not doing that. He's not doing
Myron,
that
do you know
either.
when the interview was? Sorry, Truth, I'll get back to you in a second. But do you know when
They did it like 2 weeks ago, bro.
They waited 2 wees to release that? That's surprising.
I think so. Yeah, they did it a while ago because they've been in Europe for like a week. So I think they did it roughly 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. I don't know if you heard any of what I said, but I mean, there were some comments made about how these kids are rookies, they're politically unaware,
Yeah.
and that this is their first time interviewing. Well, I mean, they've interviewed, I mentioned Trump, they've interviewed the Tates, they've interviewed Habib and his team. They've interviewed a lot of stars and political ones as well. They're not rookies, and they've dealt with the likes of David Grutman in Miami. I'm sure you know who he is. He owns Fountain Blue, etc.
Yeah.
That's how they're able to get Happy Dad in. They're also, who runs that, Sam and John Shahidi. I believe they're Kurdish Jews, Persian Kurdish Jews. And Steiny himself, his dad is a major player. I believe he's a lawyer, a rich Jewish lawyer. And that's basically Kyle's handler, in addition to the fact that, he's getting them these types of interviews. It's just funny to see Kyle in between Steiny and Netanyahu while they're doing the interview. It's like Kyle in between his handlers.
Yeah,
So,
no,
you'll make it to the top.
the thing is like I said before, like they're stupid and then they grossly miscalculated how much this would fuck them up. Because everybody that surrounds them is pro-Israel, right? So like if you're around a bunch of pro-Israelis all the time, you would think, oh yeah, let's go ahead and interview Netanyahu. This is a good idea.
I'm gonna disagree and say it wasn't a miscalculation. They wanted this. Remember, these guys, they want clout,
of
ratings,
course,
they need views.
Yeah, of course.
Absolutely. So this
Yeah.
is exactly look how many people are talking about this all across the space. And this is going to be one of the biggest interviews they've done now to date because there's so many people out there podcasting. They're competing. And then right after that, they start bringing in guys like you, guys
or
like
all these
Hassan
other networks
Piker,
and
Nick Fuentes to debrief afterwards to add more clout to what they just did. So this is putting them close to the top as far as podcasting goes. I'd say it was an excellent calculation on their part, and they're going to get, they'll get maybe some backlash, but now they've said without any actual plan, we'll interview someone from the opposite side, and they have no idea who they're going to interview. They just put that out there. So I gave them a suggestion, go interview Maryam Barghouti. She's a Palestinian journalist, and she's actually born in America, speaks English, speaks well. She can offer some insight. I don't agree with everything she says, but at least it's someone that's actually Palestinian that can speak on it. Let's see if they actually do. Let's see if they actually have the balls to even set foot on the West Bank or Gaza or interview someone from there. They won't because they don't have, because again, they represent Israel and the Jews, and that's how they've been able to make billions of dollars. And a guy like Stein, he's an absolute Zionist. So is his father, of course. So, I mean, Kyle's got a handler. So this was all anticipated, expected, but they need guys like them to, again, put out that positive PR in Israel so they can provide that spin. And also, remember, this is a media headline competition. They want to be able to capture the headlines every day or as often as possible. So this way people aren't talking about the genocide, but instead talking about the Nelk Boys instead. So they'll throw anybody under the bus for maybe a day or two. So this way they get a break from all those negative headlines and kids that are starving to death right now and also getting killed as well and wiped out. And meanwhile, we're talking about Kyle and Stein, and then they have Salim as well on the team, who's a Muslim kid. They didn't put him on that interview. Imagine that. Imagine my surprise.
Well, yeah,
Sorry, you were
Salim
gonna say
doesn't know
something.
anything about that. He's also kind of retarded.
But what's your thoughts about Myron's, about Truth's argument that actually this wasn't a miscalculation? This has probably put him at the top now. Like everybody wants to go on the Nelk Boys and watch what they do next.
I mean, I think maybe for their next interview, if they bring someone on that's kind of like pro-Palestinian, but like I do think that this kind of hurt them a lot. You know what I mean? Like if I go ahead and pull up their social blade right now, they've had to have lost a bunch of subscribers. I'll pull it up and look, but like, yeah, dude, this definitely hurt them. I just think they grossly miscalculated. They thought they'd be able to get the clout without the damage that comes with it, and they fucked up. Because like you said, everyone in their circle, like I think the Shahidis are Zionists. Like everybody around them are Zionists. Ari Emanuel, dude, yeah. So.
Yeah, David Grutman as well. You know who
Yeah,
he is, and
yeah.
he's the guy that's helping them brand, and also he puts their Happy Dad seltzer in all of his bars and liquor stores that he owns. So that's huge for them, and they're across the country too. They're trying to go global. So again, all these types of podcasts, all this clout, it's like Eminem put it. There's no such thing as negative publicity. They might lose a few subscribers, they'll gain 50 plus more, or who knows how thousands more, and they're still a massive brand across North America. All the kids like look up to them, right? So they're like, frat boys that made it, multi-millionaires, and they might hit $1 billion soon at the pace that they're going, because they have their hands in a lot. They also sell a ton of merch, as you know, online. So they've been at this for a while. They know what they're doing. Don't underestimate these.
Yeah,
they're not just kids either. They've been at this for many years.
I agree with you, Truth. That this was actually like a smart calculation by them. If they end up getting someone like Bassam Youssef on next, that's it. They've hit it really well. That's like
Yeah, that's what I think they're gonna do. That's why I predict they're gonna bring on next is Bassam Youssef, because they're gonna bring in someone from. They said they want to bring someone in that's like pro-Palestinian. So they're gonna bring someone that's probably
Dave Smith.
No, because I told them I was like, if you guys want to bring somebody, I think like me and Nick are some of the best on this topic, but they want to bring someone that's actually Palestinian, right? Because I'm talking about it from the more American perspective, but I think what they're gonna do is they're gonna bring like an actual Arab that's Palestinian on to offset it. So
You go on. Don't promote their shit. Don't drink their Happy Dad shit. It's bad for you. It's
yeah,
all poison.
Happy Dad is bullshit anyway. I mean, dude, they're degenerates, bro. They push gambling, drugs, like all this shit. Like they're retarded frat boys, if we're gonna be honest about it. And the thing is like Kyle should know better. He's like 31, 32 years old, dude. So anyway.
But this is exactly who they want at the forefront. They want these types of kids who made it, spreading degeneracy. Like you said, gambling. They're good friends with Steve will do it as well. They've done lots of podcasts with him, with Dana White as well. They push gambling, they push drinking, they push, chasing girls, not settling down family values or, anything spiritual or worthwhile. And now they're getting in the political game because it's, worth the while of their handlers. Because, hey, look, now that we can put out this massive interview that a lot of kids are going to see, and it was already mentioned before, that on platforms like both X and TikTok, they're losing that debate. I mean, they're the kids, the 19, 20 plus year olds hate Israel. They're all anti-Israel. So they need to try and flip those numbers by bringing in podcasters like the Nelk Boys to try to put a positive spin on Israel. They'll hopefully change some minds. That was the main objective here. So for them, the handlers, was absolutely worth it. Yeah, the reputation might make a dent, but tomorrow, there will be new headline news that'll take that over. People still want to listen. All they need to do is bring in a new headliner for an interview, and they'll get all the listeners back. Watch.
Yeah, no, the other thing too is like I said, I think it's very important that this was a strategic move by the Israeli government to go on with two retards that aren't going to question too much, and be able to get a huge platform of young people, because most of Nelk's fans are kids. So that is a target demographic that they're trying to get to, teens, like young kids, teenagers, and young people. Because they're losing the fight on TikTok. So I predict in the next year or two, more Israeli government officials or Israeli spokespeople, Avon Levy, all these fucking losers, you guys are going to start doing it, seeing them do podcast tours to try to spin Israel in a positive light.
We have got a big super chat of £50, and it says, thanks for the space. People like you and Myron have sacrificed plenty to combat the propaganda that is harmful to humanity. Those who don't know, Myron and Sully have lost millions of dollars each for the position they hold. Myron, just on that, we both sacrificed a lot, but obviously it's not about me. I'm asking about you. In terms of like, what does this say? Like someone like you has to sacrifice a huge amount of money, has to sacrifice a huge amount of opportunities for holding the opinion you do, and then you have a scenario where someone like Netanyahu, who is complicit in a genocide in real time, who's murdering people who are just looking for food, is platformed, and he can be put on YouTube, and there's no issues. And you've obviously been demonetized on YouTube. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, dude, it's extremely frustrating because, you know, when I see like what I should be earning on YouTube based on the numbers that I get, it should be, you know, they're demonetizing me. And the reality is this is what they do, right? So the tool that they used to use before, right, was censorship, right? If you talked about this before October 7th, you get censored, the Media Matters, ADL, Right to Hit piece, you're done, right? But now, since everyone and their mom is talking about this topic, both people on the left and on the right, they can't censor everybody at the same time. So now they're going to have to kind of deal with the fight and, you know, get out there and just, it's going to become an information war. They were able to use censorship effectively for a very long time. But now they can't censor everybody. So I'm glad that the information is getting out there. You know, do I regret being demonetized? It sucks. It's annoying, but I've been able to obviously be resourceful and find other ways to make money. So if I ever do get monetized again, we already built up an infrastructure, which is a blessing in itself. But I do think it's important for people to realize that this is how they play. If you say things that are too correct and you have influence, they will absolutely come after your money. That's how they attack you every single time.
Yeah, if
What
they
did
can't
Rabbi
stop
what did
if they
Rabbi
can't
Shmuley
stop the
say?
speech, they stop the reach.
Yeah, what did Rabbi
Exactly.
Shmuley say? He's like, we didn't bankrupt this guy yet.
Oh yeah, dude, that's their strategy. And let me tell you guys this, why? Because people might say, oh, Myron, well, you're still on a platform, you're not censored. And number one, that's not true, because if you're not monetized, you don't get pushed in the algorithm as much because they can't sell ads. And then number two, demonetization or taking someone's badge or taking away their reach is a form of censorship. Obviously, people might sit there and say, oh, it's not censorship because you're still on a platform. Freedom of speech isn't freedom of reach. Well, here's the thing with that and why it's retarded. I actually think softcore banning people through demonetization and taking their accounts, taking their check away or their reach might actually be worse, because what they're doing is they use you as an example. It's kind of like when you hang somebody to show an example to everyone else, like this is what's going to happen to you if you fucking disobey us. That's what happens when they have people on the platform that they don't like. So they'll go ahead and say, yo, you're demonetized. What does that do? Well, everyone else is going to be fucking terrified. They're going to say, oh shit, I don't want to fucking get demonetized. Or I don't want to get fucking shadow banned. Let me just stay away from this topic. So that actually becomes almost an even more effective way to censor people, because there's that constant reminder of the person on the platform. Look, they're here, but look at them. We fucking cripple them. So that's how it works, man.
And without exception, they are always on the wrong side of history. They are always on the wrong side of history. There is not one exception to that. You know, I put something out yesterday where Grok itself is saying, and I was inspired by Ian's original, the post pin that he has. I said, is something that is factual, can something that's factual be where what do you call it, shadow banned? And I said, answer yes or no. And it said yes. And then I said, isn't it dangerous to shadow ban or to reduce the reach of speech that is true? And the answer is yes. Don't forget, the censors never want to ban the Flat Earth Society. They never want to ban ideas that are debunked. They want to ban things that are true. This is an obviosity. It's been true for thousands of years, and it's true today.
Yeah, Myron, I agree with you. I'm very confident in. First of all, the blue check mark does remove your reach, especially
Absolutely.
in replies. Like we felt it, right? More than anything, I'm very confident I'd be on 1 million followers by now if it wasn't for the last 7 months of the taking away the blue check mark.
Yeah.
And so you're right. That is a extreme form of censorship. And if you look at it, the people whose blue check mark was removed, only Laura Loomer, who was the only Zionist, Jewish Zionist, was given her check mark back. So it demonstrates the political perspective of who gets it and who doesn't. And the second thing is, in terms of, you're right, it controls people in terms of what they're going to say, and hence why you don't have many people on this platform pushing back against Musk, because they're afraid what would happen to them.
Yeah, like keeping us around is a stark reminder to everyone else. Like, this is what happens if you don't fucking obey. So it actually does better for the platform to keep people, what I call softcore censored, so that they're constantly reminding the other people that if you don't fucking, say what we want, we're going to go ahead and censor you. And censorship is the prime tool of the Zionists, bro. They can't compete through debate. They can't compete when you have the truth on your side. Defending Israel is an indefensible position. So instead they say, oh, this is anti-Semitic. This is, blood libel, whatever the fucking stupid term they want to use. And they ban you. And that's just how it goes. Thankfully, though, we have so many people in the fight that are coming out with this information that they can't ban all of us. So it's really refreshing to see that, in maybe 10 or 20 years, if we keep up with this, we'll get our fucking country back. So we'll see what happens.
Well, and that's the important thing. I think we've got so many people on different platforms controlling being able to propagate the truth. You're on YouTube and huge on Rumble as well. I'm on X. Nick's on Rumble. Sneako's on Party, and I believe Kick. Like you've got people.
And also, Sulaiman, look at this. Like, this is a widespread problem. There are people here from multiple countries, multiple continents. How the fuck are we all in here talking about this problem and how it affects us in all these different countries? Like, this is not just an American problem. This is a problem in the United Kingdom. This is a problem in Australia. This is a problem in Canada. This is a problem all across the first world. All the English-speaking first world Five Eyes countries, it's a problem. But it's also a problem in the Middle East. It's a problem everywhere pretty much. So unless you're like in maybe China or whatever. But like, yeah, dude, they've been, the Zionist tentacles are all over the world because world Jewry is fucking real. And this is what actually gets you banned, is talking about that part, what Henry Ford talked about. So, yeah.
Well,
But
the world is definitely against Israel, hence why he needs to do the interview. One of the important questions I've got is that in the interview, Netanyahu said something which is one lie that they all propagate. And Netanyahu's been saying it, Laura Loomer's been saying it, many people on the Jewish Zionist wing have been saying it, which is that Iran tried to kill Trump twice. Obviously, we covered, and I know you extensively covered, the attempted assassinations of Trump. I was streaming, I was on a space live, and the space went crazy because the assassination attempt happened live while we were covering the rally. I mean, when you've covered it, I know you've covered it in detail. So A, what's your thoughts on that? And B, why is there nobody pushing back and saying, where's the evidence to make the claim that Iran I think Ted Cruz also said it, that Iran tried to kill Trump.
Are we talking about Matthew Crooks? Or are we talking about the other guy, Ryan Ruth, or whatever the fuck his name is?
Both. They're saying both times.
Yeah, I don't think so, because Ryan Ruth, I know, was like a wild super Ukraine supporter, and then Matthew Crooks, they haven't released shit on him. So those two assassinations, highly skeptical there was Iranian involvement in that. Highly skeptical.
Yeah, no, but that's my point, that they've not been able to provide any evidence, furnish any proof, because we know it's a lie. So
yeah, it's
why
bullshit.
are they able to propagate it without any evidence? And why isn't nobody pushing? I know the Nelk Boys didn't push back today, but why isn't anybody else pushing back on it?
It comes back to what I said, right? We're so proud of ourselves when we say, we're waking up, people are waking up. But the reality is a lot of people are still sleepwalking, man. Like, make no mistake about it. If you're on Twitter, you are more aware and you're more informed than like 95% of people. So, we kind of have a little bit of an echo chamber here where we all kind of get it. I can say certain phrases and you guys all know what I'm talking about. If I mention the Hannibal Directive, everyone in the speaker section at least is going to know what I'm talking about. Versus if I go to normies and talk about the Hannibal Directive, they're like, what the fuck is that? Like the Nelk Boys didn't even know what the fuck it was. So as much as we think that we're creating a lot of change, which we are, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done, man.
So I think there's certain things that the world has woken up to. Like, everyone agrees there's a genocide. Everyone agrees that Israel's killing a lot of people. Everybody agrees that Israel's evil. I think that's widely accepted. When I say everyone, I don't mean 100%. I mean widely accepted. But then there are certain things, obviously, like October the 7th, and hence why your 10 minutes were so important. The propaganda about Hamas, there's various things that are very much controlled. The fact that Hamas hide under buildings, which is obviously fake news, or the fact that women aren't allowed to be educated in Iran, and all these other points. Those things people are less aware of and are less educated on. And I think the part of the reason of that is because, generally speaking, when people bring out the people who are pro-Palestinian, you're not going to get someone like Myron. Even, for example, like Nick, I like him, but he doesn't hold the same position me and you do about October the 7th. And so I think you're literally of the right wing who are vocal is probably the only person. And so that's the reason why. And they'll put someone like Dave Smith on, who literally does perpetuate almost the same points as the Zionists. I think that's the large reason for it. I think maybe you and maybe Sneeko and from the right wing I'm thinking about are the only ones who speak about that. What's your thoughts on that?
No, that I really appreciate that sentiment. I always say on my stream that if you want to truly understand Jewish power and overrepresentation in the United States, you need to understand Middle Eastern foreign policy to a very intimate level. Because if you don't understand Middle Eastern foreign policy to an intimate level, you'll never understand why what they're doing over here is so egregious. And for a very long time, people thought, oh yeah, like they hate us because we're free, or these people over in the Middle East, they just hate us because we're American and all this other shit. But the reality is they really don't. They don't give a fuck. They just dislike our foreign policy, which is interventionist first, ask questions later. So, I try to do my best to give another perspective and give people like, look, you need to put yourself in Iran's shoes. Look, you need to put yourself in the Palestinian shoes. You guys need to understand that this didn't start on October 7th like the media tries to tell you. Every single Zionist side debate, they always start the conflict off at October 7th, right? I would argue this started in fucking 1917 with the Balfour Declaration. But a lot of people don't want to go back that far. And then they'll make other lies about how the Palestinians rejected every single peace deal, which that's another fucking lie that I'm going to debunk as well when it comes to the partition plan, the 1967 deal that they tried to do, Camp David Accords, Oslo Accords. All of them were one-sided and gave the Palestinians virtually fucking nothing. So when people sit there and say, oh yeah, they rejected every peace deal. Well, if you actually read the terms of the fucking peace deal, they got nothing. So, that's a whole other conversation. But I do try to explain the Middle Eastern foreign policy, what's going on over there, because that's how you're able to effectively understand why they're doing the things that they're doing here, right? Because a lot of people sit there and say, oh, well, the Jews control media, they do this, blah, 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 and that's very bad. But they won't understand why that's significant, because it's not like they're just doing this just to do it. You need to understand that there's a fucking end goal here, and the end goal is the preservation of the state of Israel. This is why you get like a left-wing person like Jonathan Greenblatt, and you get someone like on the right wing like a Ben Shapiro, who have vastly different political positions. Bill Ackman, who is a longtime Democrat, right? He's over here agreeing with like Clavin and the Daily Wire, who's a right winger, and it all comes down to they're Jewish, they're Zionists, Israel comes first. And I think this is something that people really need to pay attention to and understand that everything is being done for the benefit of Israel and not necessarily the United States. And until you understand Middle Eastern foreign policy, then everything that's going on back home is going to make sense.
Yeah, but not just that, Myron. If I look at the people who are speaking about this, and this is why I'm so happy about
I'll be right back. Give me 1 sec.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's not just that. Sorry, you're back, Myron. Okay, Myron's gone for a few seconds. Guys, while Myron's gone, Myron, as soon as you're back, just let us know. While Myron's gone, if you've got any questions for Myron or you want to make any comments, there is a super chat in the nest. The nest is just above me and Myron. You can click on it. You can provide a contribution, and then your super chat will be read out. So do give us your thoughts, and do help support the space. That would be highly appreciated. Important podcast. You're seeing how important these spaces are, because like someone like Myron can go to the Nelk Boys and literally be the only person who can expose the truth. One of the things I'm going to mention to Myron when he comes back is this, that when you look at the entirety of politics and you look at the people who are well known and are willing to speak about this, myself, Max Blumenthal, okay, we're not really far right or right wing. Other than that, maybe you can mention a few more. I know there's a few, there's like Electronic Intifada and a few others, but there's no one from the right wing who is willing to make these points. And I say Myron's the only one, and maybe Sneeko as well, which is, and why it's important is this, and I'll explain it, is about October the 7th, the lies about October the 7th, and the lies about Hamas, is because when they lie about those things, they do it intentionally. Because as soon as they make you agree about October the 7th, the lies about October the 7th, soon as they make you agree about the lies about Hamas, they've already got you to agree that Israel should have made some form of a response. And then the only disagreement becomes what's the depth and breadth of that response. So that is part of the Zionist ploy. And so that's why I think someone like Myron is really important, and why that 5.5 hour podcast we did on his show a year and a half ago, I think it was now, is extremely important, because he's probably the only one who does it. And so when I saw him go on that podcast and say it, that was monumental. Now you got a huge number of people who have heard that and thought, wait a sec, there is a different perspective. So I think that's extremely important. Myron, are you back? Okay, when he comes back, we'll speak about that. If anybody has got anything they want to jump in on while Myron's gone, Adam, what's your thoughts on anything you want to discuss about the Nelk Boys? Adam, you there? Okay, let's go. Simon. Simon, anything you want to discuss about the interview?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just listening in. Really, I haven't watched the interview or anything. You know, the immediate thing that just comes to my mind. Look, I get it. Traffic, business, attention. The world's now talking about it. Like, you know, you do what you want to do. You do your calculations, man. But you're literally platforming a criminal war hero. That's what Trump called him. A criminal, like war criminal, just such bad crimes against humanity. And okay, if you want to be famous and platform them, then at least you have to push back, and you have to make him look like and treat him for the piece of shit, devil, demonic, child killing, murdering, like piece of shit that person is. Um, and if you're doing that for business reasons, man, that's blood money. You're complicit in the genocide of children. Like I'd go that far. If you're platforming and allowing somebody like that to just outright lie
And
and
Simon,
spread
do continue,
propaganda.
but Myron, whenever you're back, just jump in because
Yeah, I'm back. I got to get going here in a second. But what did you? I know you were asking me something here because
yeah, this
Go
was
ahead.
important. I'm saying one of the things I'm most proud of is the 5.5-hour interview that we did
Yes.
in on Rumble, exposing the lies of October the 7th, and I'll explain to you why. Because when I look at the famous major podcasters who speak about this issue, maybe you've got people like Max Blumenthal, Electronic Intifada, myself, but I would say you're literally, you and Sneeko, but you more so, are literally the only person I would say on the right wing, but actually overall as well, because I can't even think of hardly anyone on the left wing unless someone can highlight, who speak about two important issues, which is the truth about October the 7th and the truth about Hamas. And why that's important is, I explained to the audience just before while you were gone, is they want to use that to manufacture consent to say, actually, October the 7th happened, Hamas is evil, they hide under the buildings, and now, therefore, Israel has to respond. So you're already giving Israel a pass to do something. And then the only disagreement becomes the depth and breadth of it, like how far they're able to go. And that essentially gives Israel the opportunity to murder and kill people. And so when you push back against that, that's why I'm always buzzing. I think I've seen this one, and there was another incident when you did it as well, when I retweeted, I was buzzing that you talked about it. And so so coming back to the point of what I'm going to frame it as a question is because obviously I don't want to be like just praising you, but I think it's important to do so, is your role is just so instrumental in that regard.
Appreciate
And
that,
so
man. That
therefore,
means a lot.
what's your thoughts on that how important it is for you to get on more podcasts and speak about this, because we don't really have anyone else willing to do so?
No, I really appreciate that, man. Especially as someone who's as seasoned and informed on this topic as you. And I wouldn't know all this stuff if I hadn't met you and talked with you. So you taught me a lot of this stuff. So thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to October 7th, bro, this is the ugly thing that no one likes to talk about, because to challenge October 7th is to challenge the entire Israeli narrative. And because if I'm able to debunk October 7th, then they have no teeth for what they're doing. So this is why it's so frowned upon. Even people that question October 7th don't like to necessarily talk about it. But yeah, man, it literally is a I think I'm probably the only conservative that talks about October 7th intimately with all the lies with the fucking mass rapes, a lie, babies in ovens. It was all a fucking lie. But this is looked at as like, persona non grata, never go into that topic in the right wing, because that defeats Israel's. It's going to get to a point probably where it's going to be almost the same level as like talking about the Cookie Monster event, if you know what I'm talking about. So, because for them, that October 7th, they need that to justify their asymmetric aggression. And when a guy like me comes in and I say, look, a lot of the shit that you guys are using to justify your ridiculous amount of force isn't even fucking true. Well, yeah, they get very angry about that. When I was out in the streets talking about how October 7th was a lie, a lot of times, dude, these people wanted to fucking hit me. They were that mad. So, but hey, fuck it, man. I'm always going to tell the truth, but I do got to run, guys. But Sully, I'll be back on. I think I might jump on stream later tonight if you guys are still on. So depending on what
For sure.
happens.
Yeah, you're welcome anytime, and do come in. But appreciate you coming in, Myron.
No,
and
of
giving your
course, bro.
perspective, 'cause
And
this is
thank you
big
for having
news.
me
And
on. Yeah, and
nah,
we
it's
need to
an
do
honor
another
to
one
have you on,
soon.
because I'm so happy when you speak about things that nobody else was willing to speak about. And October the 7th is probably the biggest one.
People are scared, bro. That's like a very scary topic for so many Americans, because to do that will make you. What they'll say is they'll say, "Oh, you're a terrorist sympathizer." No, I'm a truth sympathizer. And the reality is you guys lied a lot about October 7th. I'm not sitting here condoning October 7th, but we got to have a real conversation here about, physical evidence, what really transpired in that day, and we have to take accountability on both sides. It wasn't just Hamas killing innocent Israelis; it was also the IDF. That's another thing that people get mad at me when I talk about how the Hannibal Directive happened. So, anyway, love you guys. I'll see you guys in a little bit. All right.
Appreciate you coming
All
on,
right, man.
Myron, as always.
Peace.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
All right, cool. Guys, we got Money Monday. Come on over right now. We're going to do the Money Monday. I'm going to literally, can somebody help me raid this shit, man? I am fucking computer retarded when it comes to this stuff. Yeah, if you guys support the content, right? You guys love me. Join the OSS. I really appreciate it, because these motherfuckers are definitely going to come after me for questioning October 7th, as always. I don't know, man. Just enjoy me while you guys can, bro. Honestly, at this point, man. Who fucking knows how much longer I'll be here as I get more and more shit out. But it is what it is, right? Let me... Hold on, chat. Oh, here we go. Customization. Dude, they make it so fucking hard, dude, to do everything here. Okay. YouTube. Bam. Okay. Right. Doing some passive income. All right, guys, come on over. Come on over. We got a Money Monday for you guys. Going to teach you guys how to make some goddamn money so you guys don't be brokies. Okay. Giving some value back. All right. You can't just sit here and JQ all day, though it is fun. So we're going to go ahead and make this shit lit. Come on over to Fresh and Fit. For the YouTube guys, I already got the thing ready. I'm going to end stream here now. Come on over on Rumble. Here's the link. OSS niggas, there's the link. Kit guys, there's the link. Come on over, guys. Love you, ninjas. I'm ending the stream. I'll catch you guys back here tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Or no, 7 o'clock. I'm going to be on with Brandon Carter. I'm going to stream with Brandon Carter, guys, a dual stream. It's going to be a good time. All right? Love you guys.